Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into a massive one: what if Banished Naruto Azula's bodyguard? This is part 1, so strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 1, Shipwrecked and Water Tribe. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Konoha. Inside the council room, several people stood as a blonde-haired woman sat before a boy with a brighter shade of yellow. While the younger blonde simply sat in silence, the village council could not keep their smiles contained, satisfied at what they see as the village outcast finally getting his punishment. Of course, when asking either the civilian or shinobi member of the council what the crime was, they gave their own version. Has the council reached a verdict regarding Genin Uzumaki? Tsunade asked one of the civilian members, who promptly stood up. His smug grin was open for all to see. We have, Hokage-sama, he smirked. We find the demon or defendant guilty of all charges. He sat down, satisfied with the verdict that he and his fellow civilian members had given. She looked down at the blonde shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki, because of your crimes against Sasuke Uchiha, you are banished from Konoha. You will be placed in jail until the fire daimyo arrives. Once he does, your chakra will be sealed, and you will never be allowed to return to the village unless we order you to come back. She looked at the ANBU in the room, standing silently in the back. ANBU, take him. Both the civilian and shinobi council watched as Naruto was led away. They had expected him to protest, say it wasn't his fault, or ask why the Hokage was doing this, all in a loud voice. But Naruto did not react when his punishment was given, and he walked out being gently, but firmly led by the ANBU. While the civilians were celebrating, the shinobi looked at each other. They all felt that something was wrong, but they just did not know what it was. Naruto sat on the poor excuse for a bed. The lumps underneath would have made sleeping very uncomfortable. That went as expected, he said. He showed no emotion during the so-called trial because he knew what was going to happen long before that. Yes, it did. Are you still going to leave? The Biju inside him asked. Is that a rhetorical question, Kyubi? He asked back with a blank expression. Ever since he found out what would happen, he tried to keep his emotion clamped down tight. So far it was working quite well. The fox smirked. Fair enough, Gaki. Let me rephrase that. When are you going to leave? The blonde looked out the tiny window in his cell. Soon enough, he answered, looking at the night sky beyond the bars. Tsunade watched the sun go down from the window in the Hokage's office. As Shizen came through the door, Tsunade turned to her. Is everything ready? She asked her apprentice, who nodded in answer. She got out of the Hokage's chair. Let's go get Naruto. The two left her office and headed down to the jail. After Naruto came back with Sasuke, the civilian council had all but exploded at the Uchiha's battered condition and demanded Naruto's execution. She, along with Jiraiya and the shinobi council, tried to figure out a way to stop that from happening. The elders came up with a plan: Naruto would be banished. But they would wait for the fire daimyo to come to Konoha to banish him, to make it look official. However, what would really happen was Naruto would be secretly smuggled out of Konoha and given to Jiraiya, who would then train him for as long as he could, until Konoha needed him again. The civilian council only knew of the banishment part, which made them happy enough. Seeing as it was the best idea voiced, it was agreed on. Once Naruto was out of the village and safely with Jiraiya, Tsunade would secretly pass the real information of what actually happened to the daimyo and Konoha's allies were, especially Suna, because of Gaara. Naruto's teammates would be told once it came close for the blonde to return. But first they had to get him out. The first step began tonight. As Tsunade entered the jail, Shizen following behind, she motioned the guard, actually an ANBU agent informed of the plan, to leave. He nodded in acknowledgement, and silently left the room. She went to Naruto's cell and pulled out the key. Naruto, she called out. He turned from the window to her. We're getting you out of here. She opened the gate and motioned Naruto to come out. But he stayed put. Come on, Naruto, we don't have much time. They had to get him out soon. Otherwise, someone was bound to find out. He stood up, didn't move from that spot. Instead, he threw the Hokage a glare that was both angered and hurt. "That's where you're wrong, Tsunade," Naruto said coldly. He reached up and untied his headband. "You're wrong about the fact of not having much time. You didn't have any time to begin with." The headband fell to the floor, crashing loudly. At the same time, he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Shizen stared the smoke in the cell. "It was a Kage Bunshin, shadow clone?" she asked, not believing what she saw. Tsunade could only silently nod. She was just as stunned. "We have to send the A and BU squads out immediately." She rushed for the door. Tsunade followed a step behind. But even as she ran, there was a sick feeling in her stomach. Whatever they did, it would be too late. Naruto was gone. Location: Naruto. Naruto smiled as he stared out at the sea. He had done it. He gotten out without anyone finding him. When he brought Sasuke back to the village, he quickly found out that the civilian council wanted him executed. After discovering what Tsunade had been planning to do with him, he decided to take a page out of Orochimaru's, Itachi's, and recently Sasuke's book. He made the choice to sever all connections with Konoha. But he also knew that just walking out the front gates would not be a good plan. In fact, it was an idiotic plan. So, with some advice from the Kyuubi, the day before he was brought before the Hokage, he made a Kage Bunshin, and sent it out as far as he could from Konoha. While he was in jail, Naruto used the Kawarimi, body replacement, with the clone, swapping places. Once he was out, he ran as fast he could to the nearest port in the Land of Fire. It took him 3 days to reach it, and each was filled with watching everything for possible attacks. Once he reached the port, he signed on a deckhand on the first ship he came upon. As luck would have it, the ship was leaving the elemental countries. He didn't breathe easily until the Land of Fire disappeared from the horizon. The ship was now a month at sea and the elemental countries were far behind them. "That was very slick, Naruto," Kyuubi complimented him. The fox always knew that if his Jinchuriki applied himself, the feats that he would be able to achieve would be quite impressive, like slipping out of Konoha's notice and being able to successfully evade them. Of course, he did help the blonde, but he had no doubt that with a little more practice, his Jinchuriki wouldn't need any help. "I do try to please," Naruto replied, as he kept looking out at the sea. He knew that he was supposed to be working, but the sight stunned him. He was amazed by its beauty. It seemed tranquil and peaceful. But that was soon forgotten when he saw a dark smudge on the horizon. It ruined the image. "Any idea on what that is out there, Kyuubi?" "I'm not an expert on what happens at Shigaki. It's probably nothing," he said dismissively. Naruto's boss, an experienced sailor called Shin, came over and started shouting at him for not working. He noticed the smudge, and the tirade promptly vanished. Instead, he swore loudly and told Naruto to get moving. That was a storm and it was approaching fast. He turned and ran, shouting for the captain. All the while, the smudge rapidly filled the skies, coming towards them like a black hand. Everyone on the deck scrambled to get below once the captain blew the warning whistle. By then it was too late. The storm hit the ship and hit it hard. The deck turned slippery as the rain pounded down. Naruto felt blinded by the rain, unable to see where anything was. His ears were plugged by the winds howling and the sea matching its tone. He tried to reach the deck hatch but couldn't find it, thanks to the rain. It seemed like he was the only person on deck now. When he thought he found the door, it turned out to be the prow. He was on the wrong end of the ship. He started to turn, but a wave swept over the deck. It was sudden and pushed him over the side. He tried to grab something, anything that would keep him safe, but his hands only found air. The last thing he heard was the fox screaming, "Stay awake, Naruto. Stay awa dash." Location: Ember Island. Azula walked along the beach, annoyed. She had no idea why her father decided to send both her and her brother Zuko, as well as Mai and Ty Lee, with her uncle Iroh to Ember Island for a vacation. It was getting unbearable with Ty Lee being overly cheerful, her uncle doing nothing but drink tea, and Zuko and Mai being awkward around each other. If she stayed there any longer, she would be tempted to set everything on fire, although, with Iroh there, it probably wouldn't get that far. She sighed in frustration. Things had changed when her father became the Fire Lord and her mother had disappeared. She had gotten even better at firebending. People were calling her a prodigy before, now they looked at her with awe. She was being taught by the best firebenders that were out there, including her father. And while she progressed, Zuko floundered. She had gained his approval and Zuko, despite being the eldest, did not. But she resented her brother for always being with their mother. Azula always wanted her mother to show her that she was loved as well. But she always paid more attention to Zuko, and that had irritated Azula to no end. She heard someone coming behind her. It was Ty Lee. No one else had a spring in their step that was so audible. Azula suppressed a groan. As much as Ty Lee was her friend, she really didn't want to deal with her right now. "Hey, Azula!" called out Ty Lee. "Why are you out?" Her voice trailed into silence. That wasn't like her. Azula looked back at her and saw her pointing out to the water. Somebody had washed up on shore. Azula ran over to check. The first thing she noticed was that it was a boy about Zuko's age, maybe a little older. The second thing was that he was still breathing, somewhat. "Ty Lee, go and get my uncle," she ordered. "This boy is injured." He was bleeding from the head. Ty Lee nodded and ran back to the house. Azula looked closer at the boy, taking in details. He had blonde hair, which was uncommon, if not outright rare, in the Bending countries. It reminded her of the sun. He had a natural tan and 6 strange birthmarks, 3 on each side of his face. They almost looked like whiskers. How strange. Hearing footsteps on the sand, she saw her uncle coming towards her. He knelt to examine the boy. "Azula, go back to the house and get your brother to help you make a bed ready," Iroh said after looking the boy over. He didn't sound like his usual tea-loving self, but the general he used to be. She nodded once and ran back to the house. Naruto awoke to the sound of waves crashing on a shoreline. It sounded gentler than the waves in the storm. As he sat up, he noticed that somebody was sitting next to the bed. It was an old man who had a friendly look. "Ah, you are awake, that is good," he said. Naruto looked around to figure out where he was. But all he saw was that he was in a house that was near the beach. Where? He started before a wave of nausea hit him and forced him back down onto the bed. But the old man understood what he had tried to ask. "You are on Ember Island in my brother's beach house." "My name is Iroh," he answered, pointing to himself. "What is your name?" He sounded curious, but there was also a tone of caution. The blonde managed to sit up again, slowly. This time, he wasn't by nausea. "My name is Naruto." "How did I get here?" he asked. "The last thing I remember was being swept into the sea when a storm hit my ship." Iroh looked at him understandingly. "My niece found you when you washed up on shore. You managed to get a bad injury on your head." Naruto checked and found the injury. He winced at the small pain from his prodding. "In that case, I think I should thank your niece for saving my life." Iroh smiled. "I will tell her that. In the meantime, you should get some rest. I will be back with some tea." He stood up and walked out of the room. "Nice to see you in the land of the living again, Kit," the QB spoke once he was certain they were alone. "You almost had me worried there. If his Jinchuriki died, he died too. He liked living, even if it came this way." "How long was I out, QB?" Naruto asked, being all business. He kept his voice low so no one else could hear him. "You were out for 2 days since you washed ashore. We were lucky. The ship was close to this island when the storm struck. If you hadn't drifted here during the night, you would have been a dead person." What he didn't say was that he practically ran himself ragged trying to make sure his Jinchuriki hadn't died before then. "Well, it's a good thing we washed up here then." "I guess you're right about that. But the question I have, Gaki, is what are you going to do now?" As Iroh came back with tea, Naruto finished the conversation silently. "What we are going to do is stay here now." Location: Fire Nation capital. Fire Lord Ozai looked at the 12 young men kneeling before him. These men were in the Fire Nation's military, and were some of the best. After Ozai had scarred Zuko and banished him with the impossible task of finding the Avatar, there had been several attempts on his daughter's life by Earth Kingdom assassins. The last attempt would have been successful had a sentry not saw the attack and sounded the alarm. While Azula was recovering, Ozai did something he never would have thought he would do again. He contacted Iroh, who had gone with Zuko, and asked him for his advice. His brother had sent a reply proposing that Azula be given a bodyguard. He had even recommended someone, even though the two of them had only met the year before. Ozai agreed with the proposal and immediately looked for the most talented firebenders in the military to fill the role. And now those 11 were right in front of him, the 12th being Iroh's recommendation and was the only non-bender there. He had to be there, since Ozai agreed with his brother's suggestion. While the 11 were fairly well-known and respected officers in the army, the 12th was a common soldier and was often a problem, disobeying orders, protecting civilians and other nonsense. But the odd thing was that the soldiers had more respect for him than the other 11. Still, that was beside the point now. You are all here because you have been given an opportunity, Ozai said, looking down on them. You have the chance of becoming Princess Azula's bodyguard. You will be her shield against all threats to her. The 11 officers looked at him with excitement, as they should. This was indeed a great opportunity for them. It was the chance to bring more honor and prestige to their families. But the 12th remained silent. Now I have decided that there will be a test to decide who will protect Azula, the Fire Lord continued. There will be a tournament, and the winner will become the bodyguard. The 11 officers nodded in agreement, while the 12th shook his head. Do you disagree with this plan, boy? Ozai asked with a slightly dangerous tone. There were only a very few, who would dare disagree him. He nodded once, looking up. Yes, Fire Lord Ozai, I do. It's pointless to fight among ourselves. Why don't the 12 of us fight an Agni Kai against Princess Azula herself? That way, we would be able to prove ourselves to her, he suggested. Ozai thought it over. He was willing to admit that the plan did have its merits. Very well then, the 12 of you will fight against my daughter in an Agni Kai. It will begin in 4 hours. The 12 stood up, bowed to Ozai, and left for the stadium. When he was alone, Ozai chuckled to himself. The poor fool Iroh had recommended would not last 5 minutes against his daughter. She was a fire-bending prodigy, while he could not bend at all. It wouldn't be a problem for Azula to beat him, and that was a sight Ozai was looking forward to. The stadium's audience buzzed with excitement. Princess Azula would be fighting an Agni Kai against 12 opponents. Such a task had never been done before, but everyone was absolutely sure that Azula could do it. She was, after all, a fire-bending prodigy. The princess herself was completely focused on it. Those who were challenging her would bite the dust. She didn't need a guard, and she was going to prove that. The gong sounded, signaling the start. Azula rose from her kneeling position and turned to face her opponents. 11 of them wore the skull-like helmet of a firebender and, judging by their armor, were officers. But the 12th was just a soldier, and not even a firebender, judging by his conical helmet. As soon as she was done analyzing them, she took her stance. 11 of her opponents took that as the sign to attack. It took a combination of tricky maneuvering and exceptional firebending, but Azula defeated them. Once they were down, she turned her attention to the last. Her form was perfect, her control was precise. But no matter what she did, he would always manage to avoid her attacks. She bent fireball after fireball at him, trying to burn him to a crisp. But all he ever did was step out of the way. After a few more minutes of this, Azula looked at her opponent. Are you just going to stand over there, or will you actually try to fight me? She asked angrily. He looked at her for a moment, and Azula thought he looked a little familiar. While she was distracted by that thought, he got in close. It quickly proved effective. Every time Azula tried to use close combat firebending, her opponent would block the attacking limb. No matter what she did, she couldn't break past his defense. Azula realized why he did not attack with the others. He was observing how she fought, and where her weak points were. He knew how to fight her, more importantly, how to block her. It angered her, making her fight harder. But the more she fought, the more she started to feel tired. Her breath, which she controlled perfectly, lapsed. That's when he attacked, sweeping legs out from under, causing her to fall and hit the tiles. He knelt down, pressing his knee to her stomach, holding a knife to her throat, and using the other hand to pin her wrists. It was over, she had lost. After a few seconds passed, he withdrew his knife and released her wrists, letting Azula get back on her feet. As much as she wanted to attack, she knew she couldn't, not with everyone watching. The Fire Lord landed in the stadium and approached them. Well done, soldier. You have beaten my daughter, a fire-bending prodigy, while you are not a bender yourself, he seemingly praised the soldier. Azula, because of his victory against you, this soldier is now your personal bodyguard. He will protect you with his life. Show your face to your princess, Ozai commanded the soldier. He reached for his helmet and took it off. Azula's eyes went wide as she stared. Your location, Northern Water Tribe. Run for your life, was the general phrase the Fire Nation soldiers were screaming as they ran back to their ships. They were trying to escape the giant fish-like monster the Avatar had created out of water. As they retreated, they saw a person in a black cloak with a hood up. If they took the time to stop and look, they would have known who he was. But they were more focused on saving their lives. The cloaked man didn't care that they didn't notice. He walked past them, keeping his eyes on the monster. Once he was close, the monster noticed him. It swung its arm, either to swat or drown him. He settled into a stance, moved his hands and drew out his jin. He swung his sword once and the monster's arm simply fell off. It reeled back as he sheathed the jin. He had the chance to press the attack. But before he did anything, he felt a familiar presence by his side and stayed silent. "LA." An ethereal voice rang out, getting the monster's attention. "What do you think you're doing?" The people of the Water Tribe looked on in fear as the voice continued. "Have you forgotten what Toei was supposed to guard? You were supposed to make sure she did not die, you are her guardian. Now she is dead and you are out here trying to take revenge when what you should be back there trying to find a way to fix the balance. You will get your watery ass back to that oasis, right now. I will clean up this mess. Now go!" The voice roared at the giant monster. Once what he had said had gotten through, the cloaked person moved on quickly to his next target. As Zuko and Zhao fought against each other, they saw that the giant monster suddenly melt down and retreat back to the oasis. "What is going on?" Zuko asked in wonder. His paws allowed Zhao to punch him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. "My troops were successful in destroying that thing," Zhao declared triumphantly as he stood over his opponent. "Soon they will destroy the Water Tribe for good, and my name will be remembered forever." But while he seemed certain in his victory, it earned him a scornful laugh. They both looked and saw the cloaked person leaning against the doorway. "How very wrong of you, Zhao," he said. "As of right now, the ships from the Fire Nation are heading back to safe waters. The invasion failed. Your name will be forgotten, Zhao. And your life is forfeit." Zhao's face went dead white, paling in fear. He ran away, rushing past Zuko. "I love it when they run," the cloaked man said with a smile as he went after him, leaving behind a bewildered Zuko. Sokka stared at the two fish circle each other. The ocean spirit had come back to the oasis and melted back into the pond, leaving Aang on the grass. Zuko arrived shortly after, only to find the Avatar unconscious with Katara and Sokka there as well as his uncle. Aang woke up shortly afterwards. Zuko and Iroh decided to take their leave at that point, but were interrupted when Zhao ran back into the oasis with a terrified expression. "Someone, please hide me!" he half screamed, surprising everyone. It literally looked like he was scared for his life. At that moment all they saw was a blur, and suddenly the cloaked person was behind Zhao with his Jian out. "Admiral Zhao, for your incompetence and blatant stupidity, you will die," he said in an official voice. Before anyone could stop him, he plunged his Jian through Zhao's neck. As he tried to pull it, it got stuck. He tried to wiggle it loose but instead it snapped in half. "Damn it, not another one," he muttered as he looked at the ruined half in his hand. As Zhao's body fell, he dropped it as well. Aang had watched the entire scene with horrified eyes. "Why did you do that?" He was defenseless and scared. "You didn't need to kill him," he cried angrily, a furious expression on his face. He might have disliked Zhao, but he never would have killed him, especially when he was like that. The person said nothing in response. He only walked forward, like he was going to take Aang. But he was blocked by Sokka, his boomerang out and ready to use. "Move, boy," he told him. Sokka just shook his head. "Move," he said again, putting an edge in his voice. "Look, pal, I've been having a bad day. The Northern Water Tribe was invaded, the Moon Spirit was killed, and the girl that I liked gave up her life in order to become the new Moon Spirit. So pardon me if I'm not just going to roll over and let you take one of my friends, okay?" Sokka asked in a half-sarcastic, half-deadly serious tone of voice. The man did nothing for a second, then he laughed. "I can respect that," he finally said. He looked slightly up to the air. "What do you think?" He asked no one in particular. Even though there was no reply, he bowed his head slightly as if he heard one. He turned to leave when Iroh said, "Hold a moment." He looked back at him. "What do you want, old man?" Iroh, completely unfazed by his rudeness, grinned. "It's nice to see you again, Naruto." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the man sighed in resignation. "Iroh," he greeted, lowering his hood. Zuko's eyes widened as he stared at the blonde. Iroh grew serious. Naruto, why are you here? He asked. He knew who the blonde served, and he also knew that he wouldn't have come to the North Pole by himself, not unless he had a good reason. Why do you think I'm here? Naruto asked him back. He would have thought it was an obvious thing. His eyes widened in surprise. She sent you here? He never would have thought that she would do such a thing. But then again, he had not seen her in some time. The blonde nodded. She understands the need for balance. He maybe had a hand in that, but the end result was still the same thing. Iroh laughed. 2 years ago, she would not have cared if the moon spirit was killed, only if the Northern Water Tribe had been conquered. Truly, it was remarkable how different she apparently was. You could say that I've been an influence on her. Zuko finally caught on. Wait, you don't mean, he started to say, but stopped when Naruto only nodded once. He just looked at him in disbelief. Hey kid, what's your name? Naruto asked Sokka, turning his attention back to the tribesman. My name isn't Kid, Sokka told him indignantly. It's Sokka of the Southern Water Tribe. Well then, Sokka, it will be interesting to have you on board, Naruto told him. Just try to keep him on a short leash from now on, huh? He asked, indicating Aang with his eyes. What he said was confused to the tribesman. But before he could ask what he meant, the blonde had turned to leave again. He walked away, leaving the Zhao's corpse behind, and was halfway to the exit when the Avatar landed in front of him. You didn't answer my question, why did you kill him? Aang demanded, pointing to Zhao's body. Do you not care about human life? Naruto looked at the Avatar, who was shaking with righteous anger. This is coming from you? He asked with ice-cold eyes. You, a coward who shirked his duty and murderer, would actually say something like that? Aang stiffened. I am not a coward or a murderer. You are those things, boy, he all but spat out the last word. When you were told you were the Avatar, instead of stepping up, you ran away and hid for 100 years, while this war went on. You betrayed your own people with those actions. Aang faltered a little. Those words did hit a little close for him. What the blonde said was true, he did run away. But he didn't know what it had felt like back then, how it felt to be betrayed by the monks. I'm not a murderer. Naruto smirked like he had caught the Avatar in a trap. So you are the last airbender just by coincidence? Aang took a step back like he had been slapped. And the blonde took a step forward. But he didn't say anything else, or even try to attack. He just walked past the Avatar like he was unimportant. Aang fell down to the ground as the question repeated itself again and again. Its implications drew up memories of what he did repeated over and over again in his mind. All of a sudden, all he could see was how the Fire Nation destroyed his people, why he wasn't there to do anything about it. He felt Katara and Sokka by his side. They were talking but he couldn't hear the words. While the Avatar's friends tried to make sure he was alright, Zuko and Iroh took the chance to leave the oasis as well as the Northern Water Tribe. Location: Fire Nation capital. Azula walked into her room with purpose. Her father had given her a task to do, one she would accomplish. She started to pack, making sure that she took everything she needed. So what did the royal flaming asshole want you to do? A voice asked her from a shadow against the wall. It would have surprised and or sacred anyone else, but Azula had lived with it for 2 years now, so she had gotten used to it. That's Fire Lord Ozai to you, Naruto, she told her bodyguard, who stepped out of the shadows. Naruto had grown in the past 3 years. He had lost the rest of his baby fat, giving him a more mature look. His hair had grown out a bit, giving him a wild look, and had put a good deal of muscle on his body. All in all, Naruto had turned into someone that girls paid attention as he walked by. Add in his politeness and his manners, and he had fangirls wherever he went, something he did not appreciate. But that was only girls. Azula's father and her bodyguard did not see eye to eye often and didn't agree on a lot of things. Because of Naruto's unique position, he was allowed a seat on the war council despite being a common soldier, which also irritated Ozai to no end. What further irritated the Fire Lord was that during the war council, Naruto would often oppose him when a plan for the war front was passed. He would give his solution to the plan, or come up with his own. His plan would save lives while also gaining territory in the Earth Kingdom. Because of his plans, the soldiers all loved and respected him, while the officers took after Ozai and treated him with disdain. He just told them that he didn't want to lose anyone else, having lost a lot of people while fighting in the war. You say fire, I say flambe, Naruto replied with a grin. She huffed in annoyance. Why do you still do that? She asked, referring to him talking from the shadows. He did that to her for the first couple of months the two of them were together. Old habit, Naruto answered with a shrug of his shoulders. He'd do it to A. sharpen her senses as well as make her develop a danger sense. He would throw things at her if she didn't find him fast enough, and B. to freak her out and make her lighten up. She looked at the Jian he had. Is that a new one? She asked him with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. He frowned in annoyance. Yeah, it is. Grabbed it at some point during the week I spent coming back here. That was something odd about him. Every time he had a Jian, sooner or later it would somehow break. He was also pretty sure that there was a pool going on about how long a particular Jian would last and how it would be destroyed. But he didn't let his annoyance linger, becoming serious as he refocused on her. What did he want you to do? The Fire Lord wants me to hunt down and capture my uncle and Zuzu. He nodded once. I'll go grab the rest of my gear. He turned for the door. Azula stopped him. Naruto, why did you agree to go the North Pole? I told you only what I thought Zhao would do and I could have been wrong but you still went. Why? She knew that what Zhao had almost succeeded in doing would have been disastrous. But for some reason, that was not the only reason her bodyguard was willing to go up to the North Pole. Naruto looked back at her. I went to stop Zhao from doing something stupid but I had a different reason for doing that than you, he said cryptically. Naruto? She called out. You won't leave me alone, will you? She asked with a slight fear in her voice. She hated how weak she sounded at that moment. She knew that something was happening to her but she didn't know what it was. She still had her devious and cruel edge, but there were times where she thought that everyone would leave her and she would be alone and not wanted or loved. That thought scared Azula to no end. That's why she asked Naruto. He had been with her for 2 years, had been a friend as well as a bit of a teacher to her. So she was terrified if he would actually leave her. He walked back over to her. Before she could object, he pulled her into a hug. I told you this before, he said to her, his voice soothing. I will always be there with you, even when you don't need or want me. I swore to protect you, no matter what it may cost me. I'm your servant, your protector and your friend. Remember that, Azula, and you will never be alone. Azula gave a small smile. When she stepped away from the hug, she was back to normal. Weren't you going to go grab your gear? She asked pointedly. Naruto laughed. Alright, I'll go now. One more thing, Naruto. Did you see my uncle and Zuzu in the Northern Water Tribe? He stopped at the door. Yeah, I did, although I suspect that they have already left. I also met someone interesting, he replied, looking at her once more. Azula looked at him. Who was it? Someone who managed to land the same position I have without even recognizing it. Even though he used the word position, he wasn't talking about guarding Azula. He considered that a job. I'm guessing you aren't talking about the Avatar? His expression soured at the mention of him. No, not him. Someone else much more interesting. And what is so special about this boy? Azula asked. He smiled mysteriously. He isn't a bender. He left the room, leaving Azula to think about her task and how to do it. Already a plan was shaping in her mind. Chapter 2, Paragons and Family. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location, WTS Serene Moon. Sokka stood at the ship's prow, watching the water pass by. He was trying to think, but with what they were going up against, he was finding it hard to even concentrate. A brief pain in his leg appeared suddenly, like something was biting him. Instead of hopping around and yelling like he normally would have, he looked at said biter. I thought you stopped doing that to me, Akela, he said in good humor. The wolf pup's look said he was thinking too much. Sokka and Akela had not been with each other for long. Sokka was fishing outside of the city. He had excused himself so he would not feel completely useless since the reconstruction was being taken care of by waterbenders, Katara and Aang among them. He was fishing for sea crabs to bring more food. It made himself useful, in a little way. That was when he heard a whimpering noise coming from a nearby ice cave. He could barely hear it, but it was still there. He went to see what was making the noise and found a 4-month-old wolf pup laying next to a wolf that had been burnt to death. Sokka immediately knew it was the pup's mother. As he neared the pup, it turned around and growled at him. Its fur was covered in soot and ash. He had been giving the pup a bath in the spirit oasis when Paku and some of his students found him. What anger the waterbending master had at the scene transformed into shock when Sokka pulled the pup out of the water. The pup's fur was pure white. Sokka and Katara had been surprised too, but Aang was puzzled. Once he was told about the tribal myth of white wolves, he was surprised as the rest of the group. By then the pup had wormed his way into their hearts, so they decided to keep him. Sokka named the pup Akela, after the alpha wolf in the myth. Akela had gotten along well with Appa. When the two of them met for the first time, Appa had been sleeping. Akela simply jumped onto Appa's head, made himself comfortable and began sleep as well. According to Sokka, they now had a friendship that was made in sacred snoring. Akela and Momo did not have such an easy meeting. According to Katara, when Akela saw Momo, somehow he grinned like Sokka when he was hungry and saw something that had meat. This led to a grand merry chase throughout the city. By the time it had ended, Momo was hiding inside Aang's clothes and Sokka was telling Akela that if he could not have the winged lemur for dinner, then neither could he. After that, if Momo was irritating Akela, all Akela had to do was show him that same grin and Momo was gone quicker than you could blink. Akela pushed against Sokka's leg. He reached down and scratched Akela behind the ear. The pup was big enough to reach his kneecap and it looked like he was going to get bigger. I was just thinking about what we're up against, that's all, he told him. It was hard not to, considering who it was. Flashback. The prisoner was a Fire Nation seaman, part of the fleet that attacked the Northern Water Tribe. He was captured while trying to make it back to the ships. Both Paku and Chief Arnuk interrogated him for information about the Fire Nation military forces and plans, but he responded only with silence and insults. After 4 hours, Paku and Arnuk let Aang, Katara and Sokka talk to the prisoner, thinking the Avatar might be able to get some answers out of him, leaving them with a contingent of waterbenders. Aang and Katara did most of the talking while Sokka hung back and listened, but the prisoner just gave them the same treatment. Well, what about you, little water tribe boy? He finally asked Sokka. Don't you have a method for pumping me for information? Sokka thought about it briefly. He shook his head. No, I won't do that. He did have a question though. Do you know anything about a guy named Naruto? The prisoner's head snapped up so quickly, some had hoped he had broken his neck. How do you know about Lord Naruto? He demanded. Sokka was a bit surprised at his reaction. He had honestly not been expecting it. I was there when he killed Zhao. What did you do to gain his attention? I stood in his way when he tried to take the Avatar and didn't move, he answered. Where was this going? The prisoner seemed surprised. And he didn't kill you? No, he asked me my name, looked up to the sky, asked a question but didn't get a reply. That's all? Well, he probably should not show what he had found in his pack that night, but he didn't know what else to do. He didn't get an answer, but I found this later. He pulled out a medallion with 4 strange symbols carved on it. On the top of the medallion was an upside-down triangle while on the bottom was a normal triangle. On the right side of the medallion was an upside-down triangle with a line through it, on the left side was the same triangle with the line only right side up. Each of the symbols had lines connecting it to another symbol, either curving along the side or going straight down the middle. When he saw the medallion, the prisoner was stunned. He looked at his hands, manacled and chained to the ground, both made out of ice. He took a breath and then completely melted them by fire bending. Before anyone could attack, the prisoner knelt before Sokka, his head touching the ground. Forgive me, Lord Sokka, he said. His voice was slightly muffled as it was coming up from the ground. Everyone was dumbstruck, but Sokka was able to recover quickly. Why am I forgiving you? He asked carefully. The prisoner brought his face up. I ask for forgiveness because I did not believe your words about Lord Naruto. It's okay, but I still want to know who this Naruto is and what this medallion is. I do not know about the medallion itself. But the fact that you have it means that you are also a paragon, he explained, even though what he said did not really explain anything. Sokka grew confused. A paragon, what is that? He asked. I cannot say. Only Lord Naruto can explain it to you. He almost sounded ashamed. Aang decided to interrupt. What's so great about this Naruto anyway? From what I've seen of him, he is a murderer who doesn't even care about human life. Even since their meeting, the air nomad did not hold the blonde in that high of a regard. The prisoner leapt up, looking like he wanted to do some serious damage to Aang, perhaps even kill him. Sokka got in front of him. It was almost laughable, facing down a soldier like this. But he did it. Stand down, soldier, he commanded, figuring that the soldier would respond to commands like that. The prisoner complied but glared at Aang. I will not hear you slander Lord Naruto. Every time he fights in the field, he tries to make sure that everyone gets out alive. He tries to save lives while you cower and hide, Avatar. So shut your mouth. Katara was about to respond when Sokka looked at her and shook his head. Looking at the prisoner, he asked, Can you talk about him? If the soldier was willing to tell him information, it might help if they ever run into the blonde again. Lord Naruto is the bodyguard of Princess Azula and the paragon of the Fire Nation, the soldier explained. He's been given an honorary rank and commands respect from the soldiers, benders and non-benders alike. He leads his men personally into battle and has won many victories. He is able to fight and defeat a bender on equal grounds and has done so on many occasions, both within the Fire Nation military and the enemy. Is he a bender himself? That was the clincher. If this Naruto was a bender, then that meant he would be able to figure out a way to fight him. No, he is not. Why would he consider my brother to be his equal? Shouldn't he be more worried about the Avatar? Katara asked. The prisoner laughed at her. Lord Naruto doesn't even consider the Avatar a threat. He believes that a person who runs away and lets his own people die is a weak coward with no honor. I'm not weak or a coward, Aang protested. You had to go into the Avatar state just to attack us with that giant water monster, and Lord Naruto was able to defeat you with one swing of his sword. You are a weak coward and have no honor. Therefore, Lord Naruto has no respect for you, he said derisively. Aang, feeling furious at such words, left. Katara quickly went after him. Thank you, Sokka told the soldier. He walked away, allowing the nearby waterbender's shackle to the prisoner again. You're slow, Aang. Pakka barked as his students trained. Avatar or not, you need to be better if you want to pass my expectations. He noticed Katara looking at the stairs. Sokka was standing there, Akela beside him. What do you want, Sokka? He asked the young tribesman, walking over to him. Sifu Pakku, can we speak alone? Sokka asked formally. He looked at him with a brief look of curiosity and confusion before nodding in agreement. Practice your sets until I return, he told his students. He led Sokka down the steps through the city until they reached a secluded spot. What is it that you want? He asked as they stepped out of the sight. I want you to teach me waterbending, Sokka told him. Pakku started to laugh. It was something that he had never heard before. A person who wasn't a bender who wanted to learn how to waterbend. It was downright ridiculous. You want me to teach you how to waterbend when you're not even a bender? He asked rhetorically. You would be an embarrassment to me and my teachings. He bowed his head. I apologize, I meant that want you to teach me how to waterbend without bending, he tried to explain. The laughter stopped. What are you talking about? You cannot waterbend without bending. Sokka silently cursed himself. He needed to explain this better. He could do that. What I mean is, please teach me the basic stances and sets for waterbending, that is all. Pakku was silent as he looked at Sokka's bowed head. Why? Because there is someone out there who might come after Aang and who is stronger, faster, better than me. And all I have is my machete, my club and my boomerang. You have forgotten about your intelligence and wits. What he lacked in waterbending ability, he made up greatly in smarts. Give him a few years to hone them and Pakku was certain that few, very few, would be able to match wits against him. That won't be enough to beat this guy. Sokka unexpectedly shouted, exasperated and annoyed at the fact that the older man was not getting his point. In the silence that followed, the two of them stared at each other. Is there another reason for this request? Pakka asked with suspicion. Sokka nodded his head once. Reaching into his shirt, he pulled out the medallion he found. For some reason he just could not explain, he found himself more at ease wearing it. When the waterbending master saw it, his eyes went wide in shock and surprise. I see, he said. He turned around and walked away. He stopped and looked back. Just because you're not a bender doesn't mean that I'm going to be easy on you. In fact, I am going to push to your edge and then I am going to make you break that edge, got it? His expression was hard, practically unforgiving. Sokka knew that meant his request had been granted. Yes, Sifu Paku, he answered. As he followed Paku back to where the training ground, he tried to hide a smile from Paku. He wasn't sure if it worked. End flashback. That was a long month, Sokka said to himself. Paku hadn't been kidding when he said he was going to push Sokka to his edge. The man was relentless. Lesser men would have caved or run away, but Sokka was stubborn. He needed to do this, needed to know how to fight without his weapons should the time ever come when he did not have them. His stubbornness worked out in the end as he began to improve. He also began seeing how Aang moved when he was airbending. As he got better and better, earning some praise from Paku, for a reason unknown to him, he was also getting silent disapproval from Katara. Aang did not understand what Sokka was doing but did not object to it. Sokka looked at the night sky and saw the full moon. For a moment, he was reminded of you and felt a pang of guilt. Come on, it's time we went to bed, he told Akela. He made his way to the stairs leading below deck with the pup trailing behind him. And if you fart in my face again, you're sleeping in the crow's nest. The pup simply gave a challenging look. As the two of them walked to the stairs, Sokka saw Katara and Aang talking. He heard the words Avatar and scary. He kept going, more intent on sleeping. The next morning, they were about head to an Earth Kingdom base before heading to Omashu. Both Katara and Aang had been given gifts from Paku and now Sokka stood before him. Sokka, Paku started. Your training has no doubt been one of my more unusual ones. But nonetheless, you have also proven to be one of my best students, perhaps even better than your sister. He sighed. My only disappointment is that you are not a waterbender. Had you been one, you would have one of the greatest benders this side of the world has ever seen. Sokka bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, Sifu Paku. He climbed onto Appa's back and settled in, getting a dirty look from Katara. Chief Arnuk has sent a message to a village that his father had once known, Paku told them. They will send someone to meet up with you once you have reached Omashu and begin your earthbending training with King Bumi. For now, head to General Fang's base so that they can give you an escort. Understood, Sokka answered. As Appa took off, he heard Katara muttering something. Is everything all right, Katara? He asked. Everything is fine, Sokka, just fine, she replied in an annoyed tone. He chose not to push it. If she wanted to tell him, she would. Location, FNS Royal Flame. Naruto watched as Azula gave her men a speech. It was short and to the point, driving home the points she felt they needed to hear. She was good at that. My brother and my uncle have disgraced the Fire Lord, and have brought shame on all of us, she said, walking amongst them. You might have mixed feelings about attacking members of the royal family. I understand. But I assure you, if you hesitate, I will not hesitate to bring you down. No one said a word. They didn't dare to. Dismissed. As her men left, the captain approached and gave a quick bow. Princess, I'm afraid the tides will not allow us to bring the ship into port before nightfall, he told her. She looked out at the sea from the prow. I'm sorry, Captain, but I do not know much about the tides, she said without once looking at him. Could you explain something to me? Of course, Your Highness. Do the tides command this ship? I'm afraid I don't understand. Even as he said the words, he felt a sense of dread turning in his stomach. You said the tides would not allow us to bring the ship in. Do the tides command this ship? She asked again. This time, the question came with a sharp warning. No, Princess. And if I were to have you thrown overboard, would the tides think twice about smashing you against the rocky shore? That dread morphed into a panic. As much as he didn't want to think that could happen, the princess was every inch the Fire Lord's daughter. No, Princess. Well then, maybe you should worry less about the tides, who've already made their mind about killing you, and worry about me, who is still mulling over, she told him. He bowed. I'll pull us in. Naruto stopped him before he went to the command deck. I know she told you to bring the ship in, but I want you to use your best judgment, he said, keeping his voice calm. The captain felt a little more at ease but stayed alert to the princess. Thank you, Lord Naruto. But right now, my best judgment is to obey Princess Azula, he replied. He did not want to be on the receiving end of her anger. He chuckled. I wouldn't worry. Azula won't have you thrown overboard because of this. The captain didn't believe him. I'll go talk to her. The captain nodded in thanks and went inside. Naruto walked up to Azula. How many times have I asked you to stop threatening the captain of the ship, Azula? He asked her. I lost count, she answered, half sarcastically. That got her a smack upside the head. Oh. What was that for? She demanded, rubbing her head. That was for being sarcastic when I was being serious. But you do it to me all the time. I'm your bodyguard, I'm allowed, he said lightly. Then he got serious. But back to the point, you told me that you would stop threatening captains after that incident involving that one captain's son and the bedroom. His pointed look had her blushing faintly. That happened one time and you still won't let it go, she accused. It was not like anything happened. With good reason, Azula. If you want to rule the Fire Nation, then you cannot threaten or punish everyone who displeases you. That will get you killed in the end, understand? She nodded. Good, now I'm going to let you off the hook this one time, but keep this up and I will enforce punishments, he said lightly. Azula grew nervous. What kind of punishments? Her voice didn't crack, at least she didn't think it. To those who knew Naruto in the Fire Nation, if he used the word punishment, what he really meant was that he was going to prank you and prank you hard. No one was safe from Naruto's punishments, not even Fire Lord Ozai, considering he was the first victim of Naruto's punishments. I'll just let your imagination try and figure that out, he said with an evil smirk. He walked away, leaving Azula with a sacred look on her face. Meanwhile, inside his head, the Kyuubi was laughing. You truly are evil, Gaki. I threaten her for a reason, Fox. If she keeps going like this, she's going to end up like her royal flaming asshole of a father, he told the Biju. I know that, and you're doing a decent job of guiding her. But even you have to admit that some of your methods are downright hilarious. Of course I do. That is why I do them. It's a treat to see the confident Fire Nation princess get flustered and angry, he stated with a quiet laugh. Location, aboard Appa. Sokka kept a lookout as they flew. He was the first to see their destination. There it is! He cried, pointing to a large fortress. Now knowing where to go, Aang flew Appa towards and into the fortress, landing on a terrace. They were greeted by someone instantly. Welcome, Avatar Aang. I'm General Fong, the general introduced himself while he and the men behind him bowed their heads. And welcome to all of you great heroes, Appa, Momo and the mighty Katara. Mighty Katara, I like that, Katara stated, crossing her arms. She certainly felt mightier since she really knew how to waterbend. The title gave her a certain sense of satisfaction and smugness. Fong looked around. Forgive me, but wasn't there another person with you? He asked, making Aang and Katara start to look around for Sokka. He was still in the saddle, having a conversation with Akela. You really need to stop falling asleep every time you get on Appa, he told the pup, who just yawned in reply. After he and Akela landed on the ground, he saw the general and the others. Sorry about that. Once Akela is out, he's hard to wake up. General Fong shook his head. That's not a problem, Paragon Sokka, he said shortly. He turned around and motioned them to follow. As they went into the main tower, Sokka was not quite sure, but he could have sworn Fong said that last part with distaste. Then again, how did he know what the tribesman was now? He certainly had not told anyone. Fong took them to the main hall. Avatar Aang, we were all amazed at the stories of how you single-handedly wiped out an entire fire navy at the North Pole, he said from behind his desk. I can't imagine what it feels like to handle devastating power. It's an awesome responsibility, he declared while stroking his beard, trying to look wise. Aang didn't like what he was implying. I think those stories are a little exaggerated. I never destroyed any of the ships, he began to say. But Fong cut him off. Avatar, you're ready to face the Fire Lord now. What? Shouted said Airbender. No, I'm not. He was not even close to ready. Katara agreed. Aang still needs to master all 4 elements, she told Fong. Why? With the power he possesses, power enough to destroy hundreds of battleships in a matter of minutes, he can defeat the Fire Lord, he replied, coming to his feet. I told you, I never sunk any of those ships. This time Aang was stopped by Sokka, who put a hand on his shoulder. But sir, Aang can only do that when he's in the avatar state, he told the general. You see, it's the special state where. Before Aang could even start his explanation, Fang interrupted him. I'm aware. Your eyes and tattoos glow, and you gain unbelievable power. He turned to the map beside him. Without you, we'd be slaughtered before we even reached their shores. But with you leading the way, as the ultimate weapon, we could cut a swath right through to the heart of the Fire Nation. He placed his finger on the location of his fortress, and drew it to the capital of the Fire Nation with a board stroke. When Sokka heard the words ultimate weapon, his eyes went flat, and he began to grow suspicious of the general. Akela also picked up on what the general had said and began to softly growl. Sokka looked briefly at the pup, shaking his head and silently telling him to stop. Akela did so, albeit reluctantly. Right, but I don't know how to get in or out of the avatar state, much less what to do once I'm there, Aang explained uneasily. He omitted the fact that he felt scared about the avatar state. So, it's decided then. The general turned away from the map and faced them. I'll help figure out how to get into the avatar state, and then you'll face your destiny, he declared. Okay, Katara didn't like where this was going. She stood up and the others mimicked her actions. No, nothing's decided. We already have a plan. Aang's pursuing his destiny his way. Fang didn't seem too impressed with her crossed arms and daring expression. Well, while you take your time learning the elements, the war goes on, he replied. May I show you something? He came down from his desk and led them to a window. He pointed down to a small building. Wounded soldiers were going in or out of it. Most were injured somehow. That's the infirmary, and those soldiers are the lucky ones. They came back, he told them. Every day, the Fire Nation takes lives. People are dying, Aang. You could end it, now. Seeing the indecisiveness obviously etched onto the Avatar's face, he eased off somewhat. Think about it. He walked back to his desk and sat down, watching in silence as Aang and Katara left the room, leaving Sokka and Akela. Was there something you needed? He asked the tribesman. Sokka looked the man straight in the eye. Yeah, I have a question. How many of those men were injured because of sheer stupidity? He asked back. From what he heard come out of the general's mouth, he sounded like the kind of guy who would do that. Whatever do you mean, Paragon Sokka? The distaste was much more evident now that the two of them were alone. How do you know I was a paragon anyway? I never told anyone about that. Word travels, paragon. This time, he all but spat the last word out. By now, everyone on this side of the world has probably heard that you are a paragon. So, what do you have against me, personally? Or do you dislike because of what I am? Fang's face grew hard and bitter. I've read my history. I know what your predecessors have done. This war will be won by the Avatar and by the Benders as well as the non-Benders who support him. It will not be won by upstart little brats who think they are better than the Avatar. Why don't you go home and let the Avatar, your sister, and the adults fight the war? Akela growled loudly and lunged for the general, only for Sokka to bark out, Akela, heel. He stopped, but still bared his fangs, small as they were, at the general before patting back to Sokka. Try to control your dog. We don't need a feral animal loose here, Fang told Sokka. Akela is a wolf, not a dog. And I like him feral. Sokka motioned Akela to follow him as he walked to the open doors. Just before he left, he turned back to face Fang. Let me ask you this question instead. How many men were injured and how many were killed because of your sheer stupidity when you went up against Naruto? He left the room with that question in the air. Location: FNS Royal Flame. Azula practiced the motions again and again. But no matter how many times she was able to generate lightning, she was still one hair out of place. Both Lo and Li had left her, going down below. They said it was so she could have some peace. She took it to mean they were tired of her not getting it. It was frustrating, but she kept at it. When she finally stopped, she saw her bodyguard was still in the same spot as when she started. He was sitting in a meditative position and concentrating on his outstretched right hand. After a few seconds, what looked like blue chi to Azula began to swirl around his palm. It began to compress on itself as more and more began to form and swirl. Soon enough, floating a few inches above his palm, was a blue spinning orb. She saw Naruto's eyes focus on the orb and it began to spin even faster and form 4 white blades spinning around the outside of the orb. As she watched, Azula heard a low thrumming, like something was trying to cut the air itself. The orb continued to spin until it abruptly disappeared. Naruto sighed in slight frustration. Not there yet, but definitely making progress, he said to himself. He rose and looked at Azula. Is something the matter? It's nothing. I keep generating lightning, but no matter how many times I do it, I'm always just a hair out of place, she replied, sounding as frustrated as she felt. He raised an eyebrow questioningly. Are you telling me that in order for your lightning generation to be perfect, you must have perfect hair? He asked mischievously. Before Azula could respond, he continued. I'm just playing with you, Azula. You have made some good progress with lightning generation. Do you remember what happened the first time you successfully created a lightning bolt? She looked away. Enough, Naruto. I'm glad that I managed to spread my legs in time, but what I want to know was why that lightning bolt was that low in the first. I said enough. She bent a fireball at him, which he promptly dodged. You need to lighten up, Azula. You keep going like this, and you will burn out fast. You're already one of the best firebenders out there. No! I cannot just be one of the best, I must be the best firebender there is. I have to be perfect in OW. That last bit was uttered because Naruto had bonked her on the head. Stop right there, Azula. That is your royal flaming asshole of a father speaking, and I want to hear you, not him, speak, Naruto told her in a serious voice. Now what do you think of your lightning generation abilities? Azula thought it over for a minute, trying to separate what were her thoughts, and what were the thoughts her father drilled into her. I think that they're pretty decent, she finally answered. The fact that she was able to generate lightning at all was impressive. Naruto smiled warmly. There, you see. It is okay to be decent at something, Azula. Remember that no one is perfect. He looked at the setting sun. Let us head below decks, we're both tired and hungry. A meal and some sleep will do us good. Azula nodded in agreement, and began to walk towards the stairs alongside Naruto. By the way, Naruto, what was that thing in your hand? It looked like it was made from blue chi, she asked him, her curiosity finally getting the better of her. It's just something I'm working on, that's all, he answered shortly. Once it's done, will you show me how it works? She was curious to see what would happen if he used it in combat. No, Azula. I only plan to use it when the situation calls for it. That was all he would talk about the subject, he wanted to keep what he was working close to the chest. The banging on the door woke Naruto up. Feeling glad he went to sleep in his clothes, he opened the door to see one of the firebenders in front of him. What is it, soldier? He asked. The firebender was a little nervous but kept his voice from cracking. Sir, it's Princess Azula. She had nightmare and now will not let anyone in to see her, not even Lady Lo or Lady Li. She's tried to burn anyone who walks in, he rapidly explained. Naruto nodded. Go back to your post, soldier. I'll take care of this. The soldier saluted and left. He came out of his room and walked down the corridors to Azula's room. Both Lo and Li were standing outside the door. Having nightmares, Lo said, but it was Li who continued the sentence. For her to have them is disgraceful. Naruto threw them a glare that would have melted a blizzard created by 10 master waterbenders. You know damn well who gave her those nightmares. If anyone is disgraceful, it's him, he told them both with a growl. Curb your tongue. This time it was Li who spoke first and Lo who finished. If you know what's good for you. He laughed. You know, I still don't understand why he assigned you two to teach her fire bending. You're not even benders. And neither are you, both said in unison. Yeah, but the difference between me and him is I fight the war his family started while he and the both of you sit on your asses in comfort. He waved them away. Now leave, you're not doing anything but being inconsiderate to her. You will not. They started to say but were silenced when they saw his eyes hardened. I said leave, he growled, his voice promising them a painful death if they didn't. They left rather quickly. He opened the door and walked through, closing it behind him. The candles that lights were off, but there was a small window that let in the full moon's light. The pale beam of the moon fell somewhat on the bed. Azula? He called out to the bed. Go away! The bed screamed. A fireball flew out from under the sheets, right at him. He ducked and let it fly over his head and hit the wall, dissipating harmlessly against the metal. Go away, I'm not a monster. It's all right, Azula. He stood at the end of the bed. It's Naruto. The edge of the covers lifted and Azula looked out at him, the light from the window showing the hopelessness and scared look on her face. And Naruto? She asked hesitantly. He nodded. It's me. She stared at him for a second and then leapt at him, burying her face in his chest as she held onto him, and cried. Naruto sat down on the bed with her, simply holding her and rubbing her back while she cried, whispering soothing sounds. Was it the same dream again? He asked her when she had stopped. She nodded. I was chained to a post and surrounded by people who kept looking at me with disgust and hatred in their eyes. They kept calling me a monster. The post was set on fire and I was burning, but I could still hear them calling me a monster. She buried her head into his cheek again, tears threatening to fall. You're not a monster, Azula, he told her. You have a side of you which is both kind and caring. You have only just begun to show it recently. Do you remember the orphan you met on the street? She nodded. It was 2 weeks before her father ordered her to hunt down her brother and uncle. She had been walking with Naruto and a procession of Imperial firebenders through the city to see a prototype of a new battleship that was being built. As they approached the docks, a small boy ran past Azula and grabbed her money pouch. The boy did not get far before he captured by the Imperial firebenders. As he was about to lose a hand for stealing, Azula stopped them. She walked over to the boy, knelt so the two of them were at eye level. She asked him why he was stealing. He told her that he was stealing so he could buy food for the other kids at the orphanage because the person who ran the orphanage kept all the food and only fed the orphans the bare minimum. The owner also made them sleep in infested beds and rat-chewed sheets. When they got sick, they were not treated unless they were dying. When the boy was done, Azula had a look of pure fury on her face. Looking up at Naruto and her guard, she told them that they were going to this orphanage. Looking back at the boy, she asked him if he could show them where it was. He agreed and showed them the way to the orphanage. What they saw horrified them. The so-called orphanage was a rundown building. When they walked in, they were disgusted at the conditions in which the orphans lived in. When the owner came to greet Azula, she asked him why the orphans were living like this. He told them that he was short of funds. The boy called him a liar, saying he kept a large amount of money in the orphanage. The owner hit the boy and threatened to whip him in front of Azula, Naruto, and the Imperial firebenders. Azula told the Imperial firebenders to hold the owner, and then told Naruto to go and look for the money. He came back after a few minutes, carrying a big truck full of Fire Nation money. He told Azula that it was only 1 out of 25. She then ordered the Imperial firebenders to throw the owner in prison. She then ordered Naruto to go down the docks and bring the workers who were building the prototype here. When they arrived, she told them to start fixing the building. The orphanage was going to be funded by the royal family, and the next time she would check the place, it will have better accommodations for the orphans, and it will have a better owner. She turned back to the boy, took back her pouch and opened it. She poured out about half of the money, gave it to him and told him to share with the other orphans. Those kids still think of you as their big sister. Do you think that makes you a monster? Naruto asked her. No, she answered, stopping her tears. Are you feeling better now? Yes. Naruto stood up, letting Azula stay on the bed. He turned to leave but was stopped when Azula grabbed his hand. Please stay, she said, scared at the thought of being alone. Naruto looked at her, and then nodded. He lay down on the bed with his back to the wall. Azula lay down next to him, placing her back to his chest and held his arm like it was a lifeline. She was asleep in less than 5 seconds. She is a broken child, the QB stated. It was so obvious that it was almost painful to see. I know she is. She can fix herself, but she needs a friend to help her. Naruto silently replied as he held her, and she held him in return. Is that all you want to be, Naruto? Or is it something more? The fox wondered to himself. Despite everything that seemed to point to the opposite, his Jinchuriki had his own nightmares to deal with. Location: Earth Kingdom. Aang walked into Fang's office, his footsteps echoing through the silent and all but empty hall. General Fang? He called out quietly. Come in, Aang. Have you thought about our discussion? Fang asked, despite already knowing the answer. He knew what the Avatar's answer was going to be the minute he heard him come in. I'm in. I'll fight the Fire Lord, Aang said. After a brief discussion with the general, Aang returned to the group's quarters. Both Katara and Sokka looked up from their beds as he walked in and went to his bed. I told the general I'd help him, by going into the Avatar state, he told them. No. This not the right way, Katara argued. Sokka said nothing as he absently scratched behind Akela's ear. There's a right way to do this. And it is through practice, study, and discipline. She continued. The general does have a point, Sokka began to say. But before he could finish, Katara interrupted. That's something I'd expect to hear from you. You just want Aang to glow it up or something. She almost shouted at him. That's not what I was talking, he tried to protest. But she cut him off again. If you two meatheads want to throw away everything we have worked for, fine. Go ahead and glow it up, she said in a huff as she walked out of the room. Katara, I'm just being realistic. I don't have time to do this the right way, Aang tried to defend himself. It didn't sound convincing to him either. The room was silent for a few minutes until the sound of breaking wind disrupted it. Damn it, Akela! At least aim it the other way, Sokka told his wolf pup. Somehow, Akela looked smug. What began the next day would seem to anyone else as weirdness. To start off, Fawn had Aang drink a special tea that was supposed to enhance a person's chi tenfold, and might also make Aang go into the Avatar state. The result of that idea was Aang in a sugar high that would have made little kids either join him, or watch in wonder. He was flying all around the place on an airball, while also talking at a fast pace. As this all went on, Sokka commented that Aang could talk the Fire Lord to death. Akela was trying to follow Aang with his eyes. When Aang finally crashed into one of the columns, Akela covered his eyes with his paws. Both Sokka and Katara were not quite sure if he was doing that because of Aang crashing or because he got dizzy from watching Aang fly all over the place. Sokka tried to scare Aang into the Avatar state by using Momo as a head. Not only did that fail, but Akela saw Momo and decided he was hungry. The result was Akela chasing both Sokka and Momo around the fortress, with Momo somehow managing to get stuck in Sokka's shirt, so Sokka had to stick his head out of the middle of the shirt, giving the appearance of a two-headed being, one head being human, the second head a flying lemur. The soldiers who were watching found it hilarious. The third attempt would have made any sane person check General Fang's head to see if there's actually a brain in there. He organized a ritual that had Aang wear clothing from all four nations, which, quite frankly, looked ridiculous. The shaman began to chant a lot of mumbo-jumbo, poured water and earth into a bowl, threw a torch in, used an air blower bellow, and then, just to top it all off, threw the stuff, let us call it mud, at Aang. The only thing they got out of that, Aang sneezing and splattering all the mud on Sokka, Katara, Fang and Akela. As they were about to leave, Akela shook himself in front of Fang, splattering him with more mud. To Sokka, the wolf pup was blaming the general for all this. Location: Spa Resort. Look at these magnificent shells, Iroh said as he emptied the bag onto the table of their small house. I'll enjoy these keepsakes for years to come. We don't need any more useless things now, Zuko told his uncle. You forget, we have to carry everything ourselves now. They then heard a voice that surprised them. Hello, brother. Uncle, Azula said from where she sat across the room. Naruto stood against the wall, close enough to move but with enough distance to let her take charge. Both Zuko and Iroh instantly went on their guard. What are you doing here? Zuko growled at his sister. In my country, we exchanged a pleasant hello before asking questions, Azula said lightly, fiddling with a seashell. Have you become so uncivilized so soon, Zuzu? She stood up and walked over with the seashell still in hand. Naruto followed by only a few steps. Don't call me that, Zuko yelled. He hated that nickname. She knew he hated that nickname. Iroh knew his niece wasn't here for a visit. To what do we owe this honor? He asked, some suspicion. Even though Naruto had said she changed, it was still a good idea to be careful. It must be a family trait. Both of you so quick to get to the point. She broke the seashell with her fingers, causing Iroh to scowl. I come with a message from home. Father changed his mind. Family is suddenly important to him. He has heard of plans to overthrow him, treacherous plots. Family are the only ones you can trust. She looked at her brother for a moment, then out the window. Father regrets your banishment. He wants you home. She looked back to see her brother's reaction. Zuko just stood, mentally double-checking to make sure he heard his sister correctly. Meanwhile, Naruto walked up to Azula, told her that he will be outside and walked out the door. Did you hear what I just said? Azula demanded as her bodyguard left and Zuko looked out the window. You should happy. Excited. Grateful. I just gave you great news. I'm sure your brother simply needs a moment to, Iroh began. Don't interrupt, Uncle. She snapped at him. She walked up beside Zuko. I still haven't received a thank you. I'm not a massager. I didn't have to come all this way. Father regrets? He wants me back? Zuko asked, still not sure about it. Suddenly, his dream was within his grasp. It almost seemed to be too good to be true. I can see you need time to take this in. I'll come to call on you tomorrow. Good evening. As she made her way back to the ship, she saw Naruto leaning against a tree waiting for her. When she passed him, he got up and walked behind her. Why did you leave? She asked. Because if I didn't, I would have started laughing, Naruto said. Family is important to the royal flaming asshole. That's one of the better jokes I've heard you tell, Azula. Yeah, a joke, Azula said quietly, but Naruto was still able to hear her. Am I going about this the right way, Naruto? He shrugged. You're doing what your father would do, and I know that the royal flaming asshole doesn't think friends or family are important. The question is, do you consider them important? She thought it over for a few minutes. By the time they returned to the ship, she replied, I'm not sure. Naruto simply nodded. I understand. Maybe you just need to think on it? Azula nodded in agreement as they boarded the ship. That sounded like a good idea. Location: Earth Kingdom. Aang sighed in defeat as he watched Katara walk away. He turned back around to watch the sunset. As he did, he heard Sokka come up beside him. Are you going to convince me that this is a bad idea now? He asked, turning slightly to look at the tribesman. Sokka shook his head. I know it's a bad idea, and so do you. You just want to end this war so badly that you're ignoring this one crucial point. Aang lost his temper after hearing this. Don't give me that, Sokka! You were agreeing with the general said after I told you to what I had done. He yelled at him. Sokka simply waited for Aang to be done. While I did say that the general had a point, Katara cut me off before I could finish. What I was going to say that it's also too risky to try it because there is a downside to it. Aang grew confused. What do you mean a downside? Aang, you know how I constantly use my boomerang? The airbender nodded. While the upside is that it can hit someone from far away and always come back to me, the downside is that it can take too long to come back to me. If I throw my boomerang at someone and that was my only weapon, it could give someone the chance to kill me. Every weapon has a downside, and from what I've seen, the avatar state is a weapon. How is the avatar state a weapon? When you enter the avatar state, your emotions take over and you let rage rule your actions. No, I don't. He immediately protested. Yes, you do, Aang, and when that happens, everyone in your way could get hurt. Look, my dad taught me that in battle, rage must be tempered with discipline. And how am I supposed to do that? Aang demanded. He really wanted to know how. But he was tried and exhausted by everything that had happened today. His temper was a bit short. Do what you're supposed, learn and master the 4 elements, Sokka reminded him. He calmed down when he heard that. Do you think that will help me with the avatar state? Why else would all the previous avatars go through the exact same thing? The tribesman asked in return. Aang gave a small laugh at that. You're right, Sokka, he said before his face grew troubled. What about General Fong? Look, tomorrow morning, go tell the general that you want to continue on your journey. If he disagrees, I'll do something that'll prove my point. Are you sure? Sokka just gave him a small grin. Location: Spa Resort. We're going home, after 3 years. It's unbelievable, Zuko said as he packed. He had been excited ever since he fully realized what Azula had said earlier. But while his nephew kept moving around the house, Iroh looked out the window and thought. It is unbelievable, he agreed, albeit in a different way. I have never known my brother to regret anything. Did you listen to Azula? Father realized how important family is to him. He cares about me, Zuko protested, looking over at his uncle. He could believe that his sentiment was not shared. Iroh turned around to face his nephew. I care about you. And if Ozai wants you back, well, I think it may not be for the reasons you imagine, he told Zuko. Out of the two of them, he knew the Fire Lord better. You don't know how my father feels about me. You don't know anything, Zuko said, turning away from him. Zuko, Iroh said. I only meant that in our family, things are not always what they seem. Zuko whirled around, his anger exploding. I think you're exactly what you seem. You're a lazy, mistrustful, shallow old man who's always been jealous of his brother. He stomped away from his uncle, not seeing the downcast expression on his face. Location: Earth Kingdom. Aang stood in front of General Fong. Sokka had disappeared before he woke up and Katara wasn't anywhere nearby, so he was on his own. The thing is, I don't think we'll ever be able to trigger it on purpose, Aang explained. So I guess that's it. Sure, I can't change your mind? Fong asked. If one were paying attention, one would have heard the slight pleading tone in his voice. Aang nodded, not hearing the tone. I'm sure. I can only reach the Avatar state when I'm in genuine danger. The doors suddenly burst open as a soldier ran in. General Fong! He cried. What is it? The general asked as he rose from his desk. Look out the window into the courtyard, sir. Fong and Aang rushed over to the window. What they saw surprised them. A good majority of General Fong's army was fighting, but they were not fighting an army. No, they were fighting just one person, Sokka. Location: Spa Resort. Zuko walked down the staircase that was carved into the side of the mountain. He stopped for a second to look at the ship. All he could see was the promise that the ship silently held. He started to walk again when he heard his uncle's voice. Wait! Don't leave without me, it called out. Turning around, he saw Iroh coming down the stairs with a travel pack just like the one he had on his shoulder. Uncle, you changed your mind, he said, happy that he was coming. Family sticks together, right? Iroh asked, catching up to his nephew and placing a hand on his shoulder. When he felt that hand, he was reminded of a different time and a different hand on his shoulder. We're finally going home, he said as he turned back to look at the ship, that memory echoing in his mind. As he walked down the staircase, he failed to see Iroh looked at the ship with suspicion. They're coming, Naruto noted from where he stood on the ship next to Azula. Yes, I can see that, she said with a small hint of sarcasm. He ignored that remark and turned to the captain. Captain, have the Imperial Firebenders line up, he called out. Let's make them feel welcomed. Yes, Lord Naruto, the captain answered. He turned around and began giving orders. The ship and dock briefly became a bustle of activity as people began to move around. This won't go as smoothly as you think it will, Naruto told Azula. And what makes you think that? She asked with a raised eyebrow. He shrugged. It just will. She scoffed at the simplicity of his answer. You're paranoid. I'm your bodyguard. It's my job to be paranoid about stuff like this, he replied with a straight face. Will you relax? Nothing will happen, she assured him. Zuzu is desperate to go home and my uncle won't let him go alone. This will be easy. She wondered when her brother would figure out that he was trapped. If you say so, but if it happens, and Zuko goes for you, I will not interfere. That had caught her by surprise. Why? 2 simple reasons, he answered. Number 1, I know you can handle him. Number 2, I want to see how far Zuko has come along. Azula scoffed. Zuzu was pathetic at best with fire bending. She could still remember the day he tried to impress their grandfather and failed. I don't know why you want to see how far along he's come. We both know firebending isn't the only he knows. And we both know who taught him swordsmanship. He was very agile last time, and he knew how to hide himself. He did last longer than you did when we were playing hide and seek. She scowled. Don't remind me. That was one memory that she would always remember with annoyance. It had been one of the few times Zuko had beaten her at something. You're still embarrassed about the fact that you were tied up in a tree after only 5 minutes of the game? Naruto was genuinely surprised by that. He would have thought she had gotten over it by now. Azula would have responded had Zuko and Iroh had not appeared at the other end of the dock. As the two walked down the pier, Naruto noticed that Iroh kept looking at the Imperial Firebenders on each side of them. Ten says that this is about to get ugly, Naruto thought as he silently stepped back and leapt up to the roof of the command tower. sitting down and leaving Azula with 2 Imperial firebenders behind her. No bet, the QB replied. Brother, uncle, welcome. Azula greeted them as she bowed, and they bowed in return. As he and Zuko bowed, Iroh noticed that the Imperial firebenders had filed in behind them. I'm so glad you decided to come. Are we ready to depart, Your Highness? The captain asked, turning to face her. Set our course for home, Captain, Azula ordered. Home, Zuko said quietly to himself. It had been 3 years since he had seen it. You heard the princess. Raise the anchors. We're taking the prisoners home. The captain ordered as he, Zuko and Iroh walked up the gangplank, only to stop and freeze when he realized his mistake. As he froze, so did everyone else. And here we go, Naruto thought as Azula glared at the captain. Your Highness, the captain tried to explain, but it was too late. Both Zuko and Iroh had caught on. While Iroh quickly spun and dealt with the Imperial firebenders, Zuko had thrown the captain into the water. You lied to me, he accused Azula with a look of fury. Like I've never done that before, Azula answered before turning her back and signaling the 2 Imperial firebenders behind her to attack. They were quickly defeated by him, taking them down at the same time and landing on the deck of the ship at the same time. Zuko, let's go! His uncle called out as he fought the Imperial firebenders on the pier. But Zuko would not back down now. He simply bent his fire into the shape of 2 daggers, one in each hand, and began to attack Azula. That's an interesting way to firebend in close combat, Naruto noted as he watched, his voice only loud enough for him and the Biju inside him to hear. But it's also sloppy, the QB stated as he observed as well. He's striking wildly and not focusing. The fox was right. Azula was bending no return fire. She simply ducked and weaved, avoiding the wild strikes her brother was throwing at her. When she deflected a strike, she turned it to her advantage by pushing him back. You know, father blames uncle for the loss of the North Pole. And he considers you a miserable failure for not finding the Avatar, she taunted him. Why would he want you back home, except to lock you up where you can no longer embarrass him? Good Kami, woman! Are you trying to make him madder? The fox wondered out loud. Is that a rhetorical question? Naruto asked him. Zuko simply yelled in rage and began to attack Azula again. Their fight went around the ship, eventually going up the stairs on the deck. After a few moments of twisting, turning, and deflecting, she grabbed one of Zuko's hands in a hold and then bent a blue stream of fire at him. He stumbled back to avoid it but fell down the staircase. As his eyes refocused on his sister, he saw that she began to generate lightning. But before she could use it against him, Iroh intercepted the lightning by grabbing Azula's hand and redirecting it towards the mountainside. Taking advantage of her surprise, he twisted her hand, making her bend forward and kicked her in the chest, making her fall overboard. He helped his nephew get back up on his feet, and the 2 of them got off the ship. As they ran down the pier, they saw a shadow briefly fly over them. When they reached the staircase that led back up the mountain, they saw Naruto standing in front of them. But before they could even attack him, he took one step to the side, silently giving them an offer to keep going. They took that offer and raced past him. He walked back to the pier as Azula pulled herself out of the water. The sopping wet princess glared at her bodyguard. And what do you have to say in your defense for not stopping them? She growled at him. He thought it over for a few moments, and finally gave her a fox-like grin. Told ya, he answered. Location: Earth Kingdom. Will you hold still? A soldier shouted as he tried to hit Sokka with his weapon, only to miss. Why would I do that? Sokka asked aloud before he dodged a stone ring that was bent at him by one of the earthbenders. He had been fighting against most of the army for a while now, and though it sounded odd, he felt that there was a kind of flow to the fight. It was like he could tell what they are going to do before they even did without even looking at them. He dodged a spear thrust from behind him even when he could not see the person who held the spear. Meanwhile, Aang was racing down the stairs outside of the tower, and had met up with Katara. What's going on, Aang? She asked, having already noticed the commotion. Akela was by her side. All I know is that Sokka is in the middle of that fight, he hurriedly explained, pointing down to the fight. Fang, who had gotten there before Aang did, shoved his way into the middle of the fight and ordered his troops to halt. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. Before anyone could answer, he continued. Why did you attack my troops? he demanded of Sokka, looking down at the tribesman. One of your soldiers decided to be funny and tried to trip me by earthbending. When I saw it coming and stepped out of the way, he got mad. He tried to attack me, and I retaliated. The next thing I know, I'm fighting about 3/4 of your army and proving a point to you, Sokka answered, making Fang even more furious. What was the point you were trying to make? The Earth Kingdom general asked through gritted teeth. That even an army can be beaten by one person. I'm guessing that thought never even crossed your mind when you fought against Naruto. How many of your many were injured or killed before you finally decided to pull out? Sokka asked in a serious voice. When he heard that question, Fang snapped. He did not see Sokka in front of him with his soldiers wounded all around him. He saw that spirit stand blonde back on that battleground in front of the colony, looking at him with annoyance and irritation. I won't tell you again. Leave. The words he heard that day echoed in his mind. Hold him! He screamed. A soldier tried to obey the general's order, but Sokka twisted out of his grasp and moved out of the way when Fang tried to hit him. The army formed a circle around the two as Katara and Aang tried to force their way to the front. When they were able to do so, they saw that the general was trying to hit Sokka, too angry to effectively use his bending, and her brother twisting away from him. Those moves look a little familiar, Katara thought as she watched her brother fight. She knew those stances from somewhere but could not place them. Meanwhile, Aang was trying to stop the fight. Please, General, stop fighting, he cried as he tried to stop the two of them. Fang looked at the air nomad and then suddenly, like he had calmed down in that single moment, he used his earth bending to sink Sokka into the ground up to his waist. If you want me to stop, use the avatar state, he ordered, pushing him to the side, and began to give Sokka a beating. Katara tried to stop the general but was held down by the soldiers. Akela tried to interfere but got stuck because his legs were encased in stone. They were helpless to stop the beating. They could only watch it happen. Sokka was beginning to look bad from the beating as Fang kept pummeling him. I don't see glowing, the general told Aang, who was desperately trying to go into the avatar state, but with no success. You don't need to do this, begged Aang as he tried to hold the punch the general had drawn back. Fang scowled and freed his hand. Apparently I do. Turning his attention back to Sokka, Fang punched him so hard that he spat out blood and slumped forward onto the ground. For Aang, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. As he saw Sokka slump down to the ground, he went into the avatar state and turned to glare at General Fang. It worked, it worked! The general celebrated, seemingly oblivious to what he had just unleashed. But the celebrations did not last long as the general was thrown back by a slash of air, courtesy of a truly angry Aang. Why else would he be in the avatar state? Aang then began float upward by bending a large tornado to support him. He looked down upon the fortress, like a god looking upon mortals. Avatar Aang, can you hear me? Fang shouted over the sound of the wind whipping past his ears. Your friend is safe. It was tricked to trigger the avatar state. He released Sokka from the ground and released Akela's legs from the stone. The soldiers also let go of Katara, who ran over to check on her brother. And it worked! He cried in triumph. Aang responded by suddenly slamming back down to the ground, causing a ripple of air and an upheaval of the earth to blow away the ring of soldiers and causing damage to the fortress itself. Before Aang could do any more, he was stopped by the one person he did not expect, Sokka. But there was something different about Sokka as well. Just as Aang's eyes and tattoo shined a bright white, Sokka's eyes and the symbols and the lines on the medallion, which somehow slipped out from the confines of his shirt, were shining as well. The only difference was that they were shining the darkest black one could ever see. Enough, Sokka said in a voice that was overlaid with another voice. Aang went completely still when he heard the word, but his spirit was lifted out of his body. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and when he turned to see who it was Roku. It's time you learned, the pervious avatar told him. They flew away on Roku's dragon, up to the clouds. As they flew through the clouds, Aang saw previous avatars were standing amongst them. He could barely make out the fact that their eyes were glowing. The avatar state is a defense mechanism, designed to empower you with all the skills and knowledge of all the past avatars, Roku explained. Aang then saw a vision of an Earth Kingdom avatar bending two large statues off the ground, her eyes momentarily glowing. The glow is the combination of all your past lives, focusing their energy through your body. Aang saw two visions, one of a water tribe avatar bending up a tidal wave and an air nomad avatar bending a wind that was powerful enough to bend the surrounding trees. Both of their eyes had momentary glowed. In the avatar state, you are at most powerful, but you are also at your most vulnerable, the previous avatar warned the current one. What do you mean? Aang asked him, after seeing a vision of a Fire Nation avatar causing several volcanoes to erupt. If you are killed in the avatar state, the reincarnation cycle will be broken, Roku told him, as he and the previous avatar stood before him in a line, going back farther than he could see. And the avatar will cease to exist. One by one, each avatar faded away from the current avatar's eyes, ending with Roku. Fawn carried him back to his body, flying back down to the fortress. But before he could re-enter his own body, he felt a presence nearby. I see that Roku had forgotten to mention something important about the avatar state, an ethereal voice spoke. Aang turned around to see a cloaked person standing in front of him. The cloak itself was ever-changing, the fabric was made of both black and white and the two colors kept moving around, never stopping at point. The hood was up and no matter how hard you tried, you could never see the person's face. What do you mean? Aang asked cautiously. He was not sure how, but he somehow knew that this was a spirit. He forgot to mention that there is a group of people who have the power to cut off the link between you and the avatar state, the spirit explained, like it was nothing. You've already met two of them and one of those two commanded you to stop just now. You mean Sokka? He asked. The spirit nodded in acknowledgement at his question. That's great. He can help me when I go fight the Fire Lord, he declared with a big grin. Suddenly, going into the avatar state did not seem like that big of a problem. The spirit gave a humorless laugh at those words. Such naivety, these four people weren't given this power to help you. They were given the power so that they could stop you or possibly break the avatar cycle. Those words horrified him. They terrified him to his bones in a way he would not have thought possible. You can't do that. If the avatar cycle is broken, then the balance will be disrupted, and the world will be thrown into chaos. He automatically protested. And that's a bad thing? The spirit asked him. I'll tell you a secret, little avatar. It walked up to Aang and leaned down to whisper in his ear, even though it did not look like it had a mouth. The world will be around long after your precious cycle is broken. I should know, I was here before the cycle even came into existence. Before Aang could even reply, the spirit made Shuing motion and said, Off you go now, little avatar. The next thing he knew, he was back in his own body. When he looked around and saw all the damage he had done, he had a look of sadness on his face. As Katara rushed over to comfort him and to give him a hug, he whispered, I'm sorry, Katara. I hope you'll have to see me like that again. Ha! Are you joking? That was perfect. They turned to see the general walking up to them with a slightly crazed look. We have the means to control you when you're like that. Aang threw the general a look. You're out of your mind, he accused. Fang ignored him. I'll guess we'll hammer out the details on the way to the Fire Nation. He was about to continue when Sokka, still covered in bruises, walked up to him and buried his fist in the general's stomach. While he bent over to grasp for breath, Sokka kneed him in the face, breaking his nose. When the general was reeling back from that, the tribesman grabbed the hair on the top of his head and slammed his face into the ground. That was for the beating, Sokka told him. He looked at all the soldiers. Anybody got a problem with that? They shook their heads very quickly. Akela decided to add insult to injury by walking over to the general's unconscious head and raised his rear leg. No one commented on the sound or smell that followed. Do you still an escort to Omashu? One of the soldiers asked, looking anywhere but his unconscious commander. Katara shared a quick look with Aang and Sokka. I think we're all set, she answered. As Appa carried them away from the fortress, Aang looked back at Sokka, who was being treated by Katara. You were right, Sokka. The only way for me to master the avatar state is to master the four elements. He then remembered something. You said that if the general disagreed with what I was going to say, you were going to do something. What was it? Weren't you paying attention, Aang? I did do something, Sokka replied as he tried to keep still for his sister. You mean the fight? He asked, receiving a nod in return. But it started before I went to speak with General Fang. How did the fight help? I knew what the general was going to say long before you went to speak with him, Aang, he said as Katara finished up. What do you mean? Sokka took a breath as he began to explain. After our first meeting with General Fang, I did a little snooping around and talked to the soldiers. It turns out that the general is a bit of a glory hound. After I heard him use the words ultimate weapon, I knew that he was going to get you to agree to unlock the avatar state by any means necessary. That still doesn't explain the fight, the air nomad pointed out. I was getting there, Aang. I had also found that at the same time we arrived at Omashu, General Fong had launched an attack against a new Fire Nation colony that was still being constructed. It had no defenses except for one person. It was Naruto, wasn't it? Katara asked. She did not know why, but that was the first name that came to her. Sokka nodded. From what I could find out, he apparently told the general to leave, and if he did not, they would have to fight him. General Fong didn't know who he was at that time, so he ordered the army to attack. Both Aang and Katara were silent, until Katara finally asked the question. How bad was it? Sokka's face turned grim. Would you say that the army at the fortress was fairly big? The two of them nodded. According to the soldiers I talked to, the army is about a tenth of its original size. You mean? Katara asked, completely shocked. You mean that one person killed that many people? Sokka nodded. After he killed all those people, he stopped the battle and introduced himself to the general. After he had done that, he told General Fong to again leave. This time he did. And after that, he has a hatred with anything that is associated with Naruto, which included me, unfortunately. That's all interesting. But what does that have to do with the fight? Aang demanded. I'm getting there, Aang, he replied. After we had our conversation, I went to talk to some of the soldiers that thought the general's plan wouldn't work. After a while, we came up with a plan. Some of the soldiers would start a fight with me in the courtyard for a phony reason. As the fight progressed, we would get louder and louder with the fighting and the insults until we had attracted enough soldiers to make it an actual fight. Once that happened, we would simply wait until General Fong showed up with you in tow, Aang. After I made those comments about Naruto, he flew into a rage, and we all know what happened after that. Katara and Aang just looked at Sokka as he scratched behind Akela's ear. So, you were expecting that beating he gave you? Aang asked. Yes, once you saw that I was being beaten half to death, I knew you would be enraged and go into the Avatar state, thus proving my point about the Avatar state being a weapon, Sokka answered. What he had not expected was for the beating to be so vicious. He had underestimated Fong's hatred for the Paragons. Aang and Katara did not say anything as they thought over what Sokka had told them. Not just because of what he told them, but also because of what happened when Aang was in the Avatar state. To them, how Sokka was able to stop Aang completely, with just one word, scared them. Location: Spa Resort. Naruto watched as Azula showed the crowd the wanted poster for Iroh and Zuko. As the crowd dispersed, he walked up to her side. What are you thinking about? He quietly asked. I'm not thinking about anything, I'm just annoyed, she snapped, trying to avoid looking at him. You're annoyed with me, aren't you? He asked the obvious question. She glared at him. What were you thinking, letting them get away? I was thinking that if I let them get away, it would give you more time. Her eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? She asked, not sure of what he meant. If Zuko and Iroh are on the run, you would have to chase them. It would give you more time to find your answer. What are you talking about when you say answer like that? Your answer to whether or not family and friends are important to you, the blonde explained further. For some reason, she grew troubled. I don't have an answer. I didn't expect you to have one right away. She turned back to the ship. I'm going to get some sleep. All right, sleep well. He'd stay and make sure the crew was in order. Azula walked up the gangplank, still trying to figure out what her answer was. Somehow, she thought to herself, I think I'll be dealing with this question for a while. Chapter 3: Omashu and Painful Reunions. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Omashu. Katara, Aang, and Sokka stared at what was in front of them, almost hoping that it was a dream. The city of Omashu stood in front of them, only now there was a Fire Nation banner flying over the city gates. There was a small smoke protruding from the upper level, indicating a presence of a new factory that the Fire Nation colonists must have built. I can't believe it, Aang said as he looked at the city. He looked at the siblings. I know the war has spread far, but Omashu seemed to be untouchable. Up until now it was, Sokka stated, crossing his arms and looking at the city. Now Ba Sing Se is the only great Earth Kingdom stronghold left. If he thought about it, it came across as more than a little troubling. This is horrible, Katara said as she walked up beside Aang. But we have to move on. If the city was occupied, there was no chance of them being able to find Bumi. No, Aang replied defiantly. I'm going in to find Bumi. Aang, stop, Sokka told him. We don't even know if Bumi is. What? Aang interrupted him, suddenly angry. If he's what? Alive, he bluntly stated. Aang was outraged and Katara flashed him a dirty look. He ignored both. You'll have to face the facts. Sooner or later you're going to lose someone. He looked at his sister. We should know. Katara ignored her brother. I know you had your heart set on Bumi, she told Aang, but there are other people who can teach you earthbending. This isn't about finding a teacher, he said stubbornly. This is about finding my friend. He wasn't going to go until he knew that Bumi was alive. Alright, then how do we get in? Sokka asked. Akela stiffened up as he sniffed the air. He turned around and growled, showing fangs. What is it, Akela? The tribesman asked, turning to see what it was. Hey, the group with the white, six-legged buffalo thingy, we're coming up behind you. A voice called out. A boy riding a dog came up the slope. How are you doing? The name's Kiba Inuzuka and this here is Akamaru, he introduced himself and the dog, who barked a greeting. Must you do that, Kiba? You'll scare people if you keep that up, another boy said as he joined Kiba. Oh, relax, Shino. Their dogs smelled us out before we showed our faces, Kiba replied. Akela's growl got louder. Hey! Akela is not a dog, he's a wolf. Sokka shouted at the two. Kiba looked a little embarrassed. Sorry about that, he apologized. I'm still learning, so your wolf smelled like a dog to me. No hard feelings, right? The last part was directed to Akela, who simply flicked his tail once. To Sokka, that meant Akela was thinking it over. Shino turned to face the slope. Are you coming, Hinata? He called. I'll be right there. I'm not as fast as you guys, the girl said as she came up the slope. Behind her was a woman who looked like she was in charge. You should really stop charging off like that, Kiba, she said. That's going to get you into trouble one of these days. Understood, Kurenai-sensei, he answered, respectful. Meanwhile, Sokka had his boomerang out and ready to use. Okay, who are you people? He demanded. The woman who they now knew as Kurenai looked at them as if they had just appeared. I apologize, my name is Kurenai Yuhi and I'm here to protect your group. These are my students, Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru, she pointed to the first boy and the dog, Shino Abirame, she pointed to the second boy, and Hinata Hyuga. She finished by pointing to the girl. Sokka took a good long look at the people in front of him. Kurenai had what appeared to be some sort of shirt, made from mesh with only one sleeve. The shirt was covered over with bandages with a pattern that seemed to resemble a flower stem of some kind with thorns. Though Sokka was smart enough to not gaze too long at the older woman's upper thighs, he noticed them covered in bandages. Her hair was long and black, but what the most remarkable thing about her were her eyes. They were red, but not Fire Nation red. Kiba wore black pants and a black jacket that looked like leather to the tribesman. He had brown shaggy hair, pronounced canine teeth, and had what looked to be red tribal tattoos on his cheeks that almost looked like fangs. Akamaru was, in a word, big. His fur was white while his ears had dark brown patches. Currently both he and Akela were having a canine version of a staring contest. Shino just looked odd. He wore a dark jacket with a high collar that was upturned, blocking the bottom half of his face. He wore another jacket over the first that was dark green in color, and had the hood up, covering the top of his head. He wore what appeared to be protective eyewear, and had a satchel on his back. Sokka could have also sworn that he heard the sounds of bugs on Shino. By contrast, Hinata's appearance was certainly an eye-opener, to those onlookers who did not bother to gaze too long at her. She wore a jacket that was lavender and cream, had long sleeves and appeared to be baggy. She also wore navy blue pants. She wore her blue hair long and her eyes were very surprising. They were white with a tinge of lavender, and had no pupils. Despite the different clothes they were wearing, they all had one thing in common. They wore a headband. Kurenai, Shino, and Kiba had it on their forehead, while Hinata wore hers around her neck, that had a strange symbol on it which almost looked like a leaf. So we know who you are. Now what are you doing here? Were you following us? Sokka asked, ignoring Katara's low whisper of Sokka. We were hired to protect you three, Kurenai explained. Who hired you? I believe that it was a man called Arnuk. He is the chieftain of the Northern Water Tribe on this side of the planet. She pulled out a scroll, which had the contents of their mission inscribed inside, and handed it to him. Katara had finally had enough and explained, I'm sorry about my brother, he gets paranoid around strangers. Sometimes she wished her brother would just relax a little. Shino shook his head. It is perfectly logical to be suspicious of people who you do not know claim that they are here to protect you. Your brother has nothing to apologize for. Alright then, I assume that you overheard our conversation? Sokka asked Kurenai after he read the scroll and gave it back. She nodded. You plan to go into the city and rescue someone, right? Right, he answered. Now the question is, how do we get inside? My team will be able to get in easily enough. But I don't know if we can get you in the same way. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of that, he chimed in. Alright, we'll meet up inside with the resistance, Sokka decided. Sokka, how do you there's a resistance? He was clearly confused by what the tribesman said. Yeah, how do you know? Katara repeated the question with a slightly snotty tone. He looked at them both with a deadpan expression. It's a big Earth Kingdom city that's completely occupied by Fire Nation troops. There's going to be a resistance in there, it's just a matter of finding them. Okay? No, we're going to find Bumi, Aang replied, almost shouting at him. He sighed in annoyance and exasperation. Alright, fine. But if we can't find him right away, then we meet up with the resistance. He turned back to Kurenai. Are you okay with this? She nodded. That's fine. You should search for your friend during the night, she suggested. That way, they wouldn't be so easily found out. Okay, we'll look for Bumi until dawn, and then we meet up with the resistance. He looked around. Sound good to everyone? They all agreed. It might be better to leave your dog with Appa and Akela, he told Kiba. Why should I do that? Kiba answered, narrowing his eyes. He went everywhere with Akamaru. He wasn't going to leave him behind for no reasons. Because Earth Kingdom cities don't have dogs that big. He'll be an eyesore. Kiba thought it over. Since they were a foreign land, it was best to play it safe and listen to the natives. Good point. He turned to Akamaru, who had broken eye contact with Akela, to look at him. Akamaru, I need you to stay these two for now. He pointed to Akela and Appa, who was having one of his ears scratched by Hinata, and loving every minute of it. Can you do that for me? Akamaru nodded and then turned back to Akela, to resume their contest. Aang, Katara and Sokka climbed onto Appa's back with Momo, Akela and Akamaru in tow. We're off, Sokka said as Aang yipped Appa into flying. As they flew below the bridge that led into Omashu, Sokka looked at Aang. So how are we getting inside? He asked as he and Katara threw on cloaks. They literally had to walk through the front gate last time, and he doubted they could do that now. I know a secret passage, Aang answered as they landed in front of a ledge that had a big metal pipe sticking out of the mountain. He leapt off Appa onto the top of the pipe, recognizing it for the sewer grate he remembered. A secret passage? Why didn't we just use this last time? Sokka demanded as the air nomad tried to open the sewer grate. He almost gets swept away by green sludge-like water when the grate opened, making Appa fly away with Akela and Akamaru, with Momo was sitting on Katara's shoulder. Does that answer your question? Aang asked before hopping into the pipe. Sokka stepped in and almost hurled from the smell. Taking a breath and pinching his nose, he walked forward into the pipe. As they trekked through the water, which rapidly became steeper, both Aang and Katara tried to make sure they weren't swept down the pipe. Aang used his staff to bend the air in front of him to make a path while Katara bent the water to keep the path stable. Sokka caught the downside as he had to deal with the water hitting him in the face repeatedly by the water Katara bent. However, he could tell that his sister was doing it on purpose. When they finally got inside the city, it was already night. Aang had blasted a manhole cover to loosen it, and then opened it slightly to look around. When he didn't see anyone, He leapt out of the hole and was quickly followed by Katara. "That wasn't as bad as I thought," she commented. They suddenly heard a moaning sound coming from the manhole. A green blob in the somewhat shape of a person climbed out and staggered towards them. Quickly getting over their shock after realizing who it was, Katara noticed some water in a nearby barrel. She bent the water inside the barrel to hit the thing. The result was the water washing the green muck off the person to reveal a very wet Sokka. Aang quickly followed up by bending air to dry him off. Sokka stood there quietly for a moment before realizing there were little purple octopus-like creatures on him. Screaming hysterically, he tried to pull the two on his cheeks off with no success. "They won't let go! Help!" he screamed before being tackled to a nearby wall by Aang. "Stop making so much noise," the airbender told him. "It's just a purple pentapus." While Sokka whimpered a little and cringed, he reached for the pentapus on the tribesman's left cheek and gave it a scratch on the head. Giving an eye smile, it lifted its legs from Sokka's face and came off easily, leaving only red marks where the suction cups were. As he rubbed his left cheek, Sokka tried the same method on the one on his right cheek. It met with the same results. As they got the third and final one off, the group heard someone call out, "Hey!" Looking to where the voice was coming from, they saw 3 guards coming their way. Both Katara and Sokka quickly stood in front of Aang while he made a quick hat. "What are you kids doing out past curfew?" the lead guard demanded. "Sorry, we were just on our way home," Katara explained before they start to walk away. "Wait," the guard said as he noticed the red markings on Sokka's neck. "What's the matter with him?" Katara took a quick look at Sokka's neck and came up with a lie. "He has pentapox, sir," she hurriedly explained as she turned Sokka around to face the guard. The guard walked up to Sokka and reached out to touch him. It's highly contagious." Taking his cue from his sister, Sokka put on a miserable face and began to moan. It's so awful, I'm dying," he told the 3 guards as he lurched towards them. "And deadly," Katara finished. "Hey, I think I've heard of pentapox," said the lead guard as he backed away from Sokka before turning his head to face another of the guards. "Didn't your cousin Chang die of it?" "We better go wash our hands and burn our clothes," the other guard stated before they turned around and ran away while Sokka threw in a few coughs for good measure. When the guards were gone, Sokka turned around to see Aang scratching a pentapus on his hand. "Thank you, sewer friend," he said. Location: FNS Royal Flame. The crew and Imperial firebenders had disembarked and had also set up camp for the night. A few of the Imperial firebenders were on the deck, bowing in front of palanquin that held the Fire Nation princess. On each side of the palanquin stood the twins, Lo and Li. "When tracking your brother and uncle, traveling with the royal procession may no longer be an option," Lo told the princess. "May no longer be wise," Li continued. "If you wish to keep the element of surprise, finish the 2 in perfect synchronization." "You're right. The royal procession is dead weight. If I want to catch my prey, I must agile, nimble." Azula nodded in agreement. She turned towards Naruto, standing beside her. "I need a small elite team. It's time to visit some old friends. What do you think, Naruto?" "It sounds like an idea, plus it'll help you with your answer," Naruto said from where he sat on the roof of the palanquin. If she had people she considered friends around, she would probably be able to find her answer quicker. She silently nodded. "Then we leave tomorrow, at sunrise." Naruto leapt off the roof and onto the deck. "I'll go notify the captain. We'll send the ship home in the morning. We'll only take a squad with us when we leave." He started to leave but stopped. "I just have one thing to ask you too," he told the twins. "Yes," Li asked and Lo continued. "What is it?" "Do you have to take turns speaking the same sentence?" He held up a hand, stopping them from speaking. "You know what? Forget it. Odds are you'll just give me an answer the same way." He left the ship to go talk to the captain. "The nerve of that boy," said Lo, but Li continued. "For him to insult us like that." Neither of them noticed the small grin that Azula had on her face. Location: Omashu. The group moved up to the next level of the city and quickly hid behind a lumber pile to avoid a patrol. "Let's find Bumi and get out of here," Katara said. "Where would they be keeping him?" Sokka asked Aang. Aang gave it some quick thought. "Somewhere he can't earthbend. Somewhere made of metal," he finally said. After looking out at the city to figure out what place would be able to have those conditions to hold Bumi, they quickly moved on. Meanwhile, on the next level down, there was a guard procession that was guarding a family, a mother with her toddler son as well as her teenage daughter. There really is no fathoming the depths of my hatred of this place, the teenager said in a bored tone, scowling slightly. Your father was appointed governor. We're like royalty here, her mother told her. Be happy and enjoy it. I thought my life was boring in the Fire Nation, but this place is unbearably bleak, Mai replied. Nothing ever happens. As Aang and the others tried to make their way across the level, they saw two big boulders coming down one of the ramps fast. Turning to see what on the lower level, he saw the family and the guard procession. Thinking that they would be crushed by the boulders, he used his staff to airbend the boulders out of the way. However, it caused a great deal of noise and dust, alerting the guard procession. The resistance! Mai's mother cried out, pointing to Aang. Mai moved quickly. She flung out her arms, releasing a good number of small arrows at Aang, who dodged by jumping onto the lumber pile behind him. Touching the pile only once, he then leapt to the side and began to run away along with Katara and Sokka while Momo flew away. As the two guards climbed up the ladder and onto the next level, they began to chase after the group. Katara quickly used her water whip to swat them back down to the lower level. As they fell, Mai climbed up the ladder and attacked Katara. She fired more projectiles at the waterbender, but they were blocked when she bent water into a shield of ice and then ran away with Mai in pursuit. As she chased them across the level, Aang decided to stall to her. Using his staff, he bent the air to cause a nearby scaffolding to collapse in front of Mai. Stopping quickly to avoid being crushed, she threw a double-bladed knife that ricocheted off the wall and towards Aang. Sensing danger, he turned and rapidly spun his staff, causing the knife to hit the staff. Mai quickly launched another round of projectiles. But before they could even reach their target, the platform where the group stood suddenly dropped down, taking them with it. As it fell, another platform took its place, like they were never even there. Mai just gave a bored sigh and headed back to her family. Meanwhile, the group had landed in a tunnel. As they looked to see where they were, they noticed that they were surrounded by Earth Kingdom soldiers. After staying silent for about a minute, Sokka looked at both Aang and Katara. And the two of you thought there wasn't going to be a resistance, he told them. Aang looked sheepish while Katara threw him a dirty look. Location: Fire Nation Circus. So, Ty Lee is in there somewhere, Azula said as she looked at the circus being set up, as Naruto joined her a moment later. The circus grounds looked busy as the performers and staff were setting up the performance tents, while the animal handlers gave instructions to their employees on where they need to bring the cages. Naruto noticed a group of cooks giving the rest of the performers and animal trainers their meal, while Azula continued to look for the tent where their first recruit would stay. Yes, although they're going to be moving soon, Naruto noted. No one paid attention to the two of them, they were all too busy going about their business, but he can hear the loud commotion coming from the animal trainer who spotted the animal handler placing the cage in the wrong location. Alright then, I'll go in and look around for her. She began to walk off, only to be stopped by Naruto calling her name. What is it? I want you to try two things when you're talking to Ty Lee. The first is don't strong-arm her into joining us, he told her. This was something he was confident that if she did what he told her, getting Ty Lee to come with them will be much easier. What's the second thing? He smiled. Try asking her to help you. Why would I try and do that? She huffed. If she wanted Ty Lee to come with them, she would come with them. I'm not ordering you to ask her. I just want you to try, that's all. Fine. She walked into the circus ground with Naruto just behind her. When they finally spotted Ty Lee, he hung back to see how Azula would do. Ty Lee, could that possibly be you? She called out to her friend. Azula! Chirped the girl who was currently doing a handstand on a finger per hand. After getting her feet on the ground and bowing, she leapt and ran over, giving the Fire Nation princess a hug. It's so good to see you, she said with excitement. Please don't let me interrupt your whatever it is you're doing, Azula told her. She immediately flipped backwards into a position where she was sitting on her elbows with her feet in the air in front of her. Tell me, what is the daughter of a nobleman doing here? Certainly our parents did not send us to the Royal Fire Academy for girls to end up in places like this, she asked Ty Lee as she watched a couple of the circus workers struggle with a platypus bear only for said platypus bear to lay an egg. Oh great! Another egg, muttered the animal handler in charge of the platypus bear as he looked at the new egg. Had that been any other time, she probably would have found that amusing. I have a proposition for you, Ty Lee. I'm hunting a traitor. You remember my old fuddy-duddy uncle, don't you? Oh yeah, he was so funny. Ty Lee answered with a giggle. When she thought of Iroh, she was always tempted to laugh. I would be honored if you joined me on my mission. She flinched a little when she heard those words. Oh, I would love to. She flipped herself back onto her feet. But the truth is I'm really happy here. I mean, my aura has never been pinker. Ty Lee, please, Azula said, almost pleadingly. She grew curious. What's the matter, Azula? It wasn't like her to speak like that to anyone. She always seemed to look confident in what she did. She looked down at the ground, suddenly embarrassed by what was going through her head. There's a question that I'm dealing with and I don't know the answer to it. I think that if I have you by my side, I can figure it out. Ty Lee walked to the princess, taking her hand and gently holding it. Are you still having the nightmares? She asked quietly. Azula brought her face back up and Ty Lee didn't see the confident princess of the Fire Nation. She saw the terrified little girl who would run to her room every time she slept over after having the nightmare, so she wouldn't be alone. Yes, she whispered. Ty Lee gave her a quick hug. Okay then, I'll join you but after the show tonight. Thank you? She was relieved by that answer. That was one down, one more to go. By the way, where's that cutie you have been hanging out with? Ty Lee asked as she looked around. She didn't see who she was looking for. Cutie? Asked Azula, confused by her words. Oh, you know. Your bodyguard, she clarified with a knowing grin. The one who you have a small crew. Ty Lee's mouth was quickly covered by Azula's hand. You promised not to talk about that. She gritted her teeth in frustration. That was a little too close. You can come out now, Naruto, she called out. He walked out into plain sight. Hey, cutie! Greeted Ty Lee. Are you becoming one of my fangirls, Ty Lee? He asked her amusingly. A lot of them call me cutie for some weird reason. She winced. No. Please remember that I was there last year when the great chase occurred. The three of them shuddered at the memory. Last year, Naruto had taken time in the morning to train with the domestic army, making sure that they can hold their own against an attack while they were at a disadvantage. One day, a fangirl had been watching him in secret as he trained with the soldiers. Apparently, the combination of him having taken his shirt off as he trained and the fact that he was sweating had triggered something within his secret admirer. 5 minutes later, Naruto was running for his life as the one fangirl gradually became a horde of them. The great chase lasted most of the day and destroyed quite a bit of the industry area and docks, including the buildings where Naruto tried to hide, but without any success, as the fangirls would destroy his hiding spots, forcing him to move constantly throughout the town. When Iroh had heard about the level of destruction, he said that if he had that kind of destructive power when he was invading Ba Sing Se, he would have conquered the city in a day. Somehow, what he said managed to find its way to his brother, and for quite some time afterwards, both Ozai and his generals were taking the comment seriously. What I don't understand is why they come after me. I'm no one special and I'm certainly not that handsome. Naruto wondered aloud, making both Azula and Ty Lee stare at him in silent disbelief. He still doesn't get it? They silently asked themselves. Sometimes this Gaki's innocence astounds me, the Kyuubi thought silently. It was quite funny to watch most of the time. But it was still astounding all the same. Anyway, are you coming with us, Ty Lee? Naruto asked the acrobat. She nodded. Yep, but only after the show tonight. Alright then, we'll be waiting, Azula told her. As she and Naruto walked away, she stopped. You know what? I think I'll catch your show tonight, she said, looking back. Ty Lee flinched and lost grip of the leg she was holding. She quickly grabbed her leg again and said, yeah, sure, of course. While she tried to remain cheerful, she was inwardly praying that all would go well that night. Naruto noticed the way she said it and nudged Azula, who got the silent point. I promise not to do anything stupid or dangerous during the show, she told Ty Lee. She might have once, but not anymore. Okay. Ty Lee replied, still a little nervous. Location, Omashu. The group stood in front of the leader of the resistance with Team Kurenai besides them. As it turned out, They had found the resistance almost right after they got into the city. After telling the resistance who they were and what their mission was, they kept an eye out for Aang, Sokka and Katara, letting the resistance know to bring them in. So is King Bumi with you guys? Is he leading the resistance? Aang asked with hope in his voice. Of course not, barked the leader of the resistance, angry at the Avatar's words. The day of the invasion, we were prepared to defend our city, to fight for our lives and for our freedom. But before we even had a chance, King Bumi surrendered. The group stood silent until Sokka said what actually happened that day. It was always a good idea to know the details of something. It helped form a more coherent picture. The leader began to explain. It was a week after your group had left Omashu. We had gotten word that a large force of Fire Nation troops were coming towards the city. As we prepared for battle, King Bumi and I took a walk through the courtyard when HH took a breath to steady himself. When he appeared, his voice growled those last 3 words. Flashback. My king, we're ready to defend ourselves, one of the soldiers said as Bumi inspected the troops in the courtyard. Bumi simply nodded at the soldier and continued the inspection. As the inspection ended, they heard someone from atop the wall yell out, "Somebody, stop him!" Looking up at the soldier who spoke, they only saw a brief shadow against the sun before someone landed in the courtyard and in front of Bumi. The person stood up from his crouched position. King Bumi, I presume? He asked. Yes, Bumi replied, keeping his expression neutral. I am the paragon of the Fire Nation, and I would like to request something of you. He became curious of those words. Oh? And what's that? Your surrender. The minute those words left his mouth, he was surrounded by both weapons and big rocks held by earthbenders. What say you? He continued, looking like he didn't care about being in danger. The soldiers surrounding him looked like they were about to attack him. Why should I surrender? Bumi asked, stopping the soldiers from attacking. Let's cut to the chase, King Bumi. You know who I am and what I can do. I'm giving you the chance to spare your men's lives and to avoid bloodshed, he explained patiently. When he heard that, the king of Omashu started to cackle madly. Well, when you put it like that, youngster, I really can't say anything in return. Fine, I surrender. Thank you, the paragon said, sounding very relieved. Now all I have to do is to tell the leading general that. Stand down, everyone, Bumi told his troops. They did so, albeit with great reluctance. Why do you need to tell your general that I surrendered? Because I already told him that you did, so he's not bringing an army to Omashu, but he's still skeptical. Bumi cackled madly at that. End flashback. What happened after that? Katara asked. The invasion force turned out to be just construction workers and colonists. They wasted no time in settling in and taking over our city. The leader shook his head. It doesn't matter now. Fighting the Fire Nation is the only path to freedom. And freedom is worth dying for. Actually, there's another path to freedom, Aang announced. You could leave Omashu. You're directing all your energy to fight the Fire Nation, but you're outnumbered. You can't win. Now's the time to retreat and live to fight another day. He didn't know why they didn't do that in the first place. You don't understand. They've taken our home and we have to fight them at any cost, the leader told them. When he said that, Kurenai's team had a look of slight disgust on their faces. I don't know, young. Living to fight another day is starting to sound pretty good to me, the soldier next to him said. Yeah, I'm with the kid, another soldier chimed in. The leader looked at the people in the camp. They were all talking about leaving and what a good idea it sounded. Fine, but there's thousands of citizens who need to leave, he conceded. How are we going to get them all out? He didn't see a way out without heavy fighting. Suckers! Sokka suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked at him with a question in their heads, trying to figure out what he had just said. Sokka, could you try that again? Hinata asked. He had a big grin. You're all about to come down with a nasty case of pentapox, he told them. After explaining his plan to the group, while avoiding Katara's sarcastic remarks and dirty looks, Sokka ordered everyone in the resistance to gather up enough purple pentapus. Once they gathered a good amount, they started applying them onto their skin and pulling them off, leaving the red marks. Team Kurenai had gone on ahead to make sure the citizens could arrive in the designated area safely. Soon enough, Everyone was out in the open sunlight and looked like they had been hit with a bad case of the pentapox. Sokka looked at his handiwork. The marks make you look sick, but you need to act sick too, he told them. You've gotta sell it. Conveniently enough, an old man with a cane and peg leg walked through the crowd while groaning. Now that's what I'm talking about, the tribesman stated, pointing at the old man. Years of practice, the old man said, tapping his peg leg with his cane. Okay everyone, into sick formation, Sokka ordered. As they walked away, Aang began to go somewhere else. Aang, what are you doing? Aren't you coming with us? Katara asked. No. I'm not leaving until I find Bumi, he told her. He grabbed Momo, who had leapt onto his shoulder, and put him back the ground. Sorry, Momo, I'll feed you later, he said to the lemur. And with that, he leapt away to look for his friend. As Katara joined the citizens, Sokka joined her. He went off to look for Bumi, didn't he? He asked. What's it to you? She shot back. He just shook his head and rolled his eyes before moving forward. The Earth Kingdom citizens slowly approached the front gates, freaking out the guards in the process. Some were really getting into the act by foaming at the mouth or collapsing onto the ground. Finally, one of the guards yelled out, "Plague! Plague!" before falling back while another guard banged out in alarm. Meanwhile, at the governor's mansion, on one of the balconies, the governor as well as his wife, son and Mai stood there watching the confusion. What is going on down there? The governor asked. I saw some kids yesterday who were sick with pentapox, a nearby guard explained. It must have spread. Pentapox, I'm pretty sure I've heard of that, he mused. Oh, this is terrible! His wife exclaimed in horror. What should we do? The guard asked. Drive them out of the city, but don't touch them. We have to rid the city of this disease, the governor ordered. The guard bowed and left to do his job. Fire flakes, Dad? Mai asked, holding the bowl out. The governor simply gave her a look out of the corner of his eye. Oh, how awful, said Mai's mother as she hugged her husband. Nobody noticed that the toddler had toddled away from them. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Aang was having no luck in trying to find Bumi. He did have a stroke of luck when he found Flopsy, Bumi's pet gorilla goat. Being the kind-hearted and caring boy that he is, he immediately freed Flopsy and used him to look again for Bumi. Location: Fire Nation Circus. The night show had just begun for the circus. It was a special show because Azula had decided to attend. She sat in the main seat, with Naruto sitting just off to the side. We are deeply honored to have the Fire Lord's daughter at our humble circus, announced the circus master loudly. Please tell us if there is anything that we can do to make sure that the show is more enjoyable. Azula began to say something but caught the warning in Naruto's eyes. That won't be necessary, she finally said. The performers went through their routines as both Naruto and Azula watched. Soon enough, it was Ty Lee's turn to perform. Incredible, do you think she'll fall? She asked the circus master as her friend did her act on the high rope. Of course not, he answered, confident in Ty Lee. She had never fallen before, why would she start now? Don't even think about it, Azula, Naruto whispered. I wasn't going to, she whispered back. She had made a promise, and she was going to stick with it. That is when things went a little haywire. Suddenly, every animal that the circus had somehow gotten loose and stampeded their way into the main tent. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you, Pandemonium, the Kyuubi said grandly as he and his Jinchuriki watched the animals of the circus rampage around on the floor. Oh, shut up, now's not the time for that, Naruto silently told the fox as he stood up. Killjoy, the fox muttered. What's going on? Demanded the circus master. I don't know, sir. Somehow the beasts got out of their cages, one of the circus workers told him. I can see that. We have to get this under control now. Everyone hurried to contain the situation, but the stampeding animals could not be controlled. While Ty Lee was still up in the air in the middle of her act, the animals raged below. But then a sharp whistle blew, and they stopped. Everyone looked at the animals in confusion except for one person, and that person was who the animals were looking at with fear in their eyes. Everyone else began to feel some sort of pressure weighing down on them, like it was almost suffocating them. That is enough, Naruto told them, his voice becoming rougher and turning into a growl as he came onto the floor. As Azula watched her bodyguard approach the ring, for a moment she would have sworn she had seen a head of a large fox snarling behind him. As Naruto got closer to the animals, they began to shake in fear. As he stood there watching the animals, no one knew what he was going to do. He then simply raised an arm and pointed his finger at the entrance from where they came from. "Move it," he ordered them. They quickly complied. After the animals had left in what could almost be called an organized stampede, the pressure had disappeared. "What did you do?" the circus master asked him with awe in his eyes but with fear in his voice. Naruto turned around to face him. "I simply showed them who the alpha here was," he explained simply. He looked at Ty Lee and said, "You can come down now." Location: Resistance Camp. Aang and Flopsy walked into the camp and saw Katara and Sokka come up to them along with Kurenai. Inside the camp, many soldiers sharpened their weapons and gathered enough arrows while sitting down in front of a small fire. In another section of the camp, the other resistance fighters who were not officially part of the Earth Kingdom's main army were being instructed on how to fight in an organized manner by a few Earth Kingdom officers. Some of the recruits who were benders were instructed to review their stances, while the non-benders were instructed on the proper usages of their chosen weapons. "We looked everywhere, no Bumi," Aang told them. Seeing that he was sad, Katara gave him a hug. Sokka hesitated to telling the truth, but he still did. "Well, what did you expect? Did you honestly think you would be able to find Bumi? He's the king of Omashu and a powerful earthbender as well. They're not going to keep him imprisoned out in the open." "Knock it off, Sokka!" Katara snapped at him, a scowl set firmly on her face. "I'm just stating the facts, and the both of you know it," he replied, his scowl matching hers. "Your brother is right," Kurenai told Katara before turning to face Aang. "What you did was reckless and stupid. You could have been captured as you looked for your friend. How would that help him?" "You were okay with it the first time," Katara protested. "Only because he wouldn't be going in alone, he had you two to help him," she replied, keeping her voice calm. Before Katara could protest again, Aang admitted the truth. "Kurenai's right, Katara. I placed myself in danger when I looked for Bumi alone. It was a bad mistake." His downcast tone made Katara hug him again. Hearing a whine coming from Flopsy, Sokka turned around and gave the sad gorilla goat a hug as well. "We got a problem," the resistance leader said as he walked up to them. "We just did a head count." "Oh no, did someone get left behind?" Katara asked with worry. "No, we have an extra." The leader pointed to Momo, who was desperately trying to get away from the toddler in Fire Nation clothes currently hanging on his neck. Location: Omashu. On the balcony of the governor's mansion, the governor's wife was sobbing her heart out in a chair with Mai standing next to her. As she watched her mother cry, Mai pulled out a handkerchief to give her so she could wipe her tears and blow her nose. "So the resistance has kidnapped my son," the governor stated as he looked out at the city. "Everything's so clever, so tricky, just like their King Bumi." "What do you want to do, sir?" one of the guards asked. The governor just looked at him once, and then looked back towards the mountains. He was probably going to regret it, but he knew of a way to get his son back. Location: Fire Nation Circus. Azula stood in Ty Lee's changing room while she sat in front of her mirror. Every audience member who saw the animal stampede had quietly left the performance tent after the organizer of the show had announced that he would cancel the rest of the performance tonight, so his animal handlers can calm the animal performers down. "That was an interesting show," Ty Lee commented as she took off her headpiece. "I had nothing to do with that stampede. It could have happened at any time during the show," Azula told her. She had kept her promise. "If you say so." She was skeptic. She knew Azula quite well and that was something she would do. "Ty Lee, I swear on my most prized possession that the stampede was not my fault." The acrobat turned to face her. "You swear, huh?" Azula nodded. "All right then, I'll take your word." She was willing to take that risk. They were friends, after all. "Hey, Azula?" asked the acrobat, her voice somewhat cautious. "Yes?" the Fire Nation princess asked her. "You know how I always think that Naruto has two auras?" "Yeah, you told him that back when we first met him. He told you that he had no idea what you were talking about, they didn't really know him back then. But now, she was sure he had been lying. Well, when he told all the animals to leave, that second aura got bigger and, I swear to Agni, I saw a giant fox head right behind him. Wait, you saw the fox too? She had thought that she was the only one who saw it. Ty Lee nodded. Do you know what it means? She shook her head. No, I don't. Do you think we should ask Naruto about it? Only if we have to, Azula replied. She decided to change the subject. Are you ready to leave? Just give me a few minutes. Where are we going? Omashu. Location: Resistance Camp. Aang, Katara, Sokka, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, Kurenai and the Resistance leader all sat around a fire and watched the toddler as he went after Momo. He fell on his bottom as the flying lemur got away, but soon fell in front of Sokka's club. Before the toddler could touch it, Sokka grabbed and put it out of harm's way. Seeing his toy being taken away, the toddler began to cry. Katara looked at her brother with a frown and proceeded to hit him upside the head. I'm not giving back the club, Katara. It's a weapon, not a toy, he told her, earning him a glare. As he spoke, Akela padded over to the toddler and proceeded to lick his face and nuzzle him, making the child giggle. You're so cute, Katara said as she hugged the toddler and gave it a kiss on the cheek. Sure, he's cute now, but when he's older, he'll join the Fire Nation army, the Resistance leader said. You won't think he's so cute then, he'll be a killer. He had seen enough Fire Nation soldiers to know that was going to happen. Not if you and your generation decide to set a better example. The next generation learns from the old one, so it's up to us to teach them, Kurenai told him with firm conviction, her students nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the toddler had wandered over to Hinata, crawled into her lap, and fell asleep. Hinata simply lifted the child up into her arms and began to rock him back and forth, humming a lullaby. You're going to be one heck of a mom, Hinata, Kiba told her after she had finished. Thanks, Kiba, she replied, blushing a little bit. I have a question, Shino announced out of the blue, getting everyone's attention. What is it, Shino? Kurenai asked. He didn't usually say things like that. Why is it that all the animals, besides the lemur, have started laughing? He pointed to Appa, Akamaru, Akela, and Flopsy, who did honestly look like they were laughing. That reminds me, how did Akela and Akamaru get along so well? The last time I checked, they were almost at each other's throats, Sokka asked Kiba. Don't know. When we arrived to make sure the civilians got here safely, we found all three of them asleep. The weird thing was that Akamaru was sleeping on top of Appa's head and Akela was sleeping on top of Akamaru. When we tried to wake them, they all growled at us in unison, the Inuzuka told him, shrugging in bafflement. Another friendship made in sacred snoring, the tribesman muttered before turning to Appa. Do you have some sort of weird power that makes everyone friends after they sleep on top of you? He asked the Sky Bison. Appa just rolled over onto his back and continued to laugh in his own, Sky Bison way. What's so funny, Akamaru? Kiba asked his dog. Akamaru told him, and when he was done, Kiba had busted out laughing as well. Okay, what exactly did he say, Kiba? Kurenai asked her student. He's Okami, this is just too funny. He tried to say before he began laughing again. What is it? He had finally managed to catch his breath. Akamaru told me how the kid managed to get here. He started to tell the rest of them what had happened to Momo, while they were pretending to have pentapox. After he was done telling the story, everybody had managed to start laughing. As they laughed, Momo had somehow managed to look embarrassed. After everyone was done laughing, they heard the cry of a bird. Looking around, they saw one flying towards them. A messenger hawk is coming, said the resistance leader as it landed. Kurenai rose from where she sat, walked over to the hawk, opened the compartment, and took out the letter. After reading it over, she gave it to Aang. You should read this out loud to everyone, she told him. It's from the Fire Nation governor. He thinks we kidnapped his son, Aang told them as he read the letter. So, he wants to make a trade. His son for King Bumi. At the last bit, his eyes went wide. Okay then, it's a trap, Sokka said. Just what I'd expected from you, said Katara as she looked at her brother. Nevertheless, Sokka is right. This sounds like a trap, Kurenai agreed. We need to think of something. Do you guys have any ideas? He asked Team Kurenai. Just like my brother, always coming up with plans, Katara said aloud. And look where they've got us. Sokka decided enough was enough. Katara, we need to talk. Alone. He rose and started to walk away from the group. His sister followed after him. What is that you wanted to talk about? Katara asked him once they were a good distance from the camp, far enough away so no could see or hear them. Sokka looked at her and asked, What's your problem, Katara? What do you mean? She asked, trying to sound innocent. But she was too annoyed and angry with him to make it properly work. Sokka was not convinced of Katara's feigned innocence. You have something against me. What is it? Don't have against you, Sokka. You're my brother after all, she growled sarcastically as her temper was beginning to shorten. Stop it, Katara! He shouted at her. You've been deliberately nasty, snide, snotty, and any other kind of word that describes your attitude ever since Master Pakka started training me. So, I will ask again, what is your problem? And with that, her temper was lost. You know what, Sokka? You're right. I do have a problem with you. You decided to barge in on something that you shouldn't have been anywhere in the first. Sokka simply raised an eyebrow. Is this about me asking Master Pakka to train me? He is not your master. You don't have the right to call him that. What you did was sacrilege. You had no business trying to learn waterbending when you're not a bender yourself. I'm the bender in the family, not you, Katara screamed. The silence between the two grew moment by moment until Sokka quietly asked one thing. Are you truly that childish? The fury went out of Katara and was replaced by confusion. What? Do you really think that I went to Master Pakka to learn waterbending so I could make sure that you didn't have something that was your own? I went to Master Pakka so I can learn how to protect myself. Protect yourself? Why would you need to do that? You have your weapons and intelligence, she protested. She had never seen him without any of those, at least, not voluntarily. What do you think will happen in the middle of a battle if I lose weapons? I'm not a bender, and the last time I checked, intelligence was not a weapon that can actually be used on a battlefield. I asked Master Pakka to teach me so I wouldn't end up dead. The volume of his voice rose as he kept talking. Katara took a step back as she listened to her brother, like she was about to hide from his voice. Dead? She asked, not really understanding what he was saying. Yes, dead. Maybe that's what you would like to see, huh, Katara? Do you want to see me on the battlefield, wounded as blood seeps from my body? Do you want to watch me as I slowly lose my life? Well, do you? He roared. She began to cry at that, images filling her head. Images she didn't want to see. No, I don't want that, please not that. We already lost Mom and we don't know if Dad is still alive. I don't want to lose you too. As her sobs began to lessen, Sokka let his anger dissipate and gave her a hug. Like you said, Katara, I'm not the bender in the family. You are, and that's the difference between us. Although I did learn the stances and sets for waterbending, I'm not a bender. He took a step back so he could look at her face. Are we good? Katara nodded as her tears stopped. We're good. Then we better get back to the others. We still need to come with a plan. The two of them walked back to where the resistance camp was. The tension between the two of them was all but gone. Aang took a moment to watch the sun rise before walking down to where Sokka, Katara, and Team Kurenai stood in front of Appa. Sokka kept a close eye on the view, waiting to see if the hostage will arrive along with his captors. Please remember that we are possibly going into a trap, Sokka told him as he scratched Akela's ear. I know, Aang replied. Are we ready? Kurenai asked, holding the sleeping toddler. Probably ready as we'll ever be, Kurenai-sensei, Shino answered her. Don't worry guys, this'll be easy, Kiba stated. Sokka turned to his sister. I'd like to state for the record that those words did not come out of my mouth. Duly noted, Katara answered, making them laugh a little and lose the tension that was in the air amongst them. Location, Omashu. Mai stood in front the entrance to the governor's mansion. She watched a group of Imperial firebenders carry the royal palanquin towards her. She didn't need to ask who was inside, she already knew who. As the palanquin was set down and Azula stepped out, she bowed. Please tell me you're here to kill me, she said with no emotion whatsoever. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and then laughed. It's great to see you, Mai, Azula told her as she gave her a hug. The two of them broke apart, and Ty Lee gave Mai another hug, albeit a clingier one. I thought you ran off and joined the circus. You said it was your calling, Mai asked the acrobat. Well, Azula called a little louder, Ty Lee replied as she stepped back. Actually, Ty Lee, I think that call got lost in the noise made by the animals when they were going on a rampage, Naruto said as he joined the girls. Naruto, Mai greeted him with a small glare. Doom and gloom, Naruto replied with a smile. So how do you want to die this time? Suffocation, drowning, beheading, impalement, electrocution, strangulation? He asked her, listing the ways on his fingers. How does a knife through the heart sound to you? She asked before flinging out her hand and throwing a knife at him. It whizzed through the air and looked like it was going to embed itself in his eye. Sounds a bit dull if you asked me. If I wanted a dull and boring death, I would have settled for having my skin flayed off, or suffer from multiple small cuts, he answered as he caught the knife without taking his eyes off her. Mai scowled slightly before finally grinning and replying in an amused tone, It's always fun to have you around, Naruto. If the two of you are done, I can tell Mai why we're here, Azula told them as she stepped forward, and looked at both Mai and Ty Lee. I have a mission and need you both. Count me in. Mai automatically agreed. I'll take anything that'll get me out of this place. After we're done in Omashu, I'll tell the squad leader to head back to the Fire Nation, Naruto told Azula, who nodded in agreement. I guess I have to go talk to your father now? She asked Mai. She nodded. Lead the way. The governor, his wife, Mai, and Ty Lee sat in front of Azula as she sat in the governor's chair. Naruto was leaning against the wall next to the door, keeping guard to make sure no intruder would enter the governor's residence without any reason at all. I apologize, the governor told Azula. You've come to Omashu at a difficult time. At noon, we're making a trade with the resistance to get Tom Tom back. Yes, I'm so sorry to hear about your son, Azula said sarcastically, as her facial expressions turned serious. Really, what did you expect by just letting all the citizens leave? My father has trusted you with this city, and you've made a mess of things. Forgive me, princess, the governor pleaded as he bowed his head. His wife followed his example. You stay here, she told him. Mai will handle the hostage trade so you don't have a chance to mess it up. And there is no more Omashu. I'm renaming it in honor of my father. No, you're not. Naruto interrupted her harshly. Most of the people in the room looked at him with shocked silence. They didn't know of anyone who would so openly disagree with the princess, but the silence grew dangerous as she eyed her bodyguard. What did you say? She growled. He looked at the two Imperial firebenders who stood on each side of the chair. They took the subtle order and left quietly. Would you give us a few minutes? He asked the governor and his wife. They nodded and left the room as well. What in Agni's name do you mean I'm not renaming this city? Azula demanded as she took a few steps towards Naruto. You're not renaming this city for two reasons, he told her as he came off the wall and walked forward a few steps. 1. Names are important. What are you talking about? This is the city of Omashu. Its citizens are a part of the Earth Kingdom. He gestured widely to emphasize his point. They take pride in the fact they came from Omashu. You take away the name, and they can't take pride in where they are born or who they are. She scoffed. That's nonsense. To her, one name was good as another. If you say so, Mississippi Chunky Chunky Boom Boom. She just stood there as she digested what just came out of her bodyguard's mouth. Excuse me? She asked him in a soft, quiet voice. People who knew Azula would start looking for places that provided good cover at that voice and pray to Agni she wasn't coming their way. What? He asked, acting like he hadn't really said anything. What did you just call me? Oh, that? I called you by your new name, Chunky Chunky Boom Boom, a present girl of the Earth Kingdom, he answered, acting like it was nothing. Like hell it is. She bent a fireball past his head, hitting the wall harmlessly. My name is Azula, and I am the princess of the Fire Nation. He looked at her as he slowly walked up towards her, finally stopping just in front of her. So changing the name of something or someone else is fine, but changing your name, or where you're from, is not allowed? He asked quietly. You're damn right it is, she snarled, shoving her face into his. They looked at each other with their faces only inches away. Her eyes were angry while his were calm. What you just felt is what everyone feels when a name is taken from them. Surely you can empathize with them when they feel what you have felt just now, Naruto told her softly. Do you really want to do that to these people? Azula glared at him for a few minutes, before realizing what he said. She could see what he was talking about, and was about to cast away a name the people of the city held dear to their hearts, and thought nothing of it. Yet, she was almost about to attack him when he did the same to her. I guess not, she conceded, stepping away from him. It's a valuable lesson, Azula. You would have learned it sooner or later. He turned to the door. I'll go tell the governor that we're going to make the trade. Very well, she agreed. He started walking away. And Naruto, that name is never to be mentioned again. He turned to face her. Don't give me a reason to use it, he told her with a mischievous grin before turning back. Naruto? Called Ty Lee. You said you had 2 reasons, but you only explained one. What was the second? Naruto stopped and turned, looking sheepish. Yeah, sorry, forgot about that, he said as he scratched the back of his head. Well, what is the second reason? Mai asked. Now she was curious about it. The royal flaming asshole doesn't deserve be named after a diaper, much less a city. You know, some might call that treason, Azula noted dryly. While she wasn't sure of the number, she knew that there were only a brave few people who speak ill of her father candidly and get away with. Her uncle was obviously one of them, as he is considered family. Naruto, on the other hand, is another issue entirely. Naruto scoffed and told the 3 girls. The day he gets off his ass and actually fights in this war, I might start respecting him, and I stress the word might. He left the room at that. They waited at the base of a gigantic state of the Fire Lord. Aang with his hat on with Katara and Sokka behind him with Akela at Sokka's feet. Kurenai stood to his side, still holding the sleeping toddler while her team behind her. Soon enough, they saw the other party coming up the stairs. Team Kurenai silently analyzed the group coming towards them. They figured that while the 3 girls could be considered a threat, they could also be dealt with. It was the cloaked, hooded one that they couldn't figure out. To any shinobi worth their kunai, that little fact would put them on guard immediately. Strange, but that cloaked person smells familiar, Kiba thought as he stared. I can't place him though. Aang, Hinata whispered as her team can observe by how there would be opponents walked. Be careful of them. These are not civilians, they are fighters. Understood, Aang whispered back, before turning to Kurenai. If this turns into a fight, how do you two want to this? She looked at him briefly before turning her attention to her team. Shino, keep them close by using your bugs while Kiba and Akamaru keep them occupied. Hinata, get in close and disable them using your Juken. Katara, support Hinata with your waterbending, she ordered. That should take care of the 3 girls. What about the 4th person? The airbender asked, looking at the hooded person accompanying the girls. I'll take care of him, Sokka told everyone while Akela growled in agreement. Just be careful. That guy somehow smells familiar, Kiba told them. Can you tell who it is? Shino asked. If he smelt familiar to Kiba, odds are that they knew him and therefore knew how to fight him. But the Inuzuka shook his head. No, he just smells familiar, but I don't why. Alright then, be on guard with the cloaked one, Kurenai ordered. By the time their conversation was over, Mai's group was coming towards them. Mai's hand gave a little flick and up above, the iron coffin that held King Bumi began to lower. Hi everybody! Called out the king of Omashu. That is a strange man, Kiba commented, Akamaru nodding in agreement. The man was locked up in a coffin that left only his head out for everyone to see, and yet, he was acting like this was nothing. You brought my brother? Mai asked as Bumi landed behind her and the others. She kept her voice calm and neutral, trying to betray anything. Kurenai showed the sleeping toddler, safe in her arms. He's here. We're ready to trade, Aang told them. I'm sorry, but a thought just occurred to me. Azula interrupted. She turned to Mai and asked, Do you mind? Of course not, Princess Azula, she told the princess. Oh boy, here we go, the QB said in a suffering tone. Knock it off, Fox. We need to focus here, Naruto told him. Do you feel that? The QB was silent for a few seconds as he felt what his Jinchuriki had felt. Yeah, I do. You catch on quickly, Gaki, he said in praise. 3 years under your tutelage and fighting in a war makes learning quickly a necessity, the blonde told the fox before refocusing on the trade. We're trading a 2-year-old boy for a king, but not just any kind of king. A powerful earthbending king to boot. It just doesn't seem like a fair trade, does it? Azula asked, Bumi nodding in agreement. Mai looked at her brother as she thought it over. You're right, she answered, stepping forward. The deal's off. If she didn't get out of the city fast enough, she was going to hear about this from her parents. Well, of course the deal is off, Mai, the cloaked person announced as he walked past Mai, but he stopped about halfway towards the other group. The deal was off before the negotiations started. That voice sounds familiar, Team Kurenai thought. But where have I heard it before? What do you mean? Mai asked him. It's simple, really, he replied, keeping his gaze focused on the Avatar's group. We brought our piece to the table, they did not. What are talking about? He's right in here in my arms, Kurenai argued. She lifted the toddler up slightly so they could see him better. Is he now? The cloaked person asked, his voice slightly mocking. He snapped his fingers. As the sound of the snap echoed all around them, the toddler being held by Kurenai simply disappeared. Or were you hoping to get something for nothing? How did you? She had been caught off guard when she felt her chakra had been disrupted. But more so, she was shocked by the fact that someone from this side of the planet knew enough about chakra to effectively use it. If you're going to try and fool me with a genjutsu, do a better job next time, he told her, sounding annoyed and disappointed. How did you know it was a genjutsu? The person smirked at that. Why should I have to tell you? Azula noticed that he was having fun with all of this. It looked like he was trying to send them up the proverbial wall, and while she found it annoying that he did it with her, she found it amusing when he did it to anyone other than her. Who the hell are you? Kiba shouted, pointing his finger at the cloaked person, who simply was unfazed by his outburst. He couldn't help but chuckled. I guess the Inuzuka clan isn't as good at recognizing sense as they thought they are. How the hell do you know what clan I'm from? I don't even know you. He sighed. Such a shame. I would have thought you of all people would recognize who I am. He looked directly at Kiba. Isn't that right, Inuteam? Suddenly everything in the conversation came back to him. The fact the person knew about genjutsu, the fact he knew Kiba was from the Inuzuka clan, his voice, his scent, and the insult. There only one person who used that insult on him. His face and eyes widened at the realization of who he was talking to. It can't be. Naruto? He asked in a confused voice, making Team Kurenai look at him, and then look at the person in shock. Ding 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 ding. The Inu team gets it in one, Naruto announced out loud as he lowered his hood. Naruto turned to the tribesman and gave him a small nod. How are you doing, Sokka? I'm doing fine, Naruto, he answered. He wasn't sure why, but they had just slipped into a casual conversation. But I do have a question, why are you wearing the hood? We already know who you are. He pointed to Aang and his sister. Actually, I had my hood up for 2 reasons. 1, the sun was glaring into my face, so I had it up to give me some shade, he explained. It seemed like the easiest explanation to give as he and the girls came up to the platform. However, there was another reason as well. And the second? Asked Sokka. To make sure that, on the off chance that some of my fangirls are here, they don't recognize me, he said, suppressing a small shudder at the mere prospect of it. Sokka looked a little confused. So, your fangirls won't recognize you? He repeated. It sounded quite ridiculous out loud. Naruto nodded and shuddered at the thought of them catching him. It's a scary but true. If one of my fangirls catches even one glimpse of me, I would be running for my life for quite some. By this time Kurenai had found her voice again. Naruto, is that really you? She asked him, almost not believing it. But he was right there, standing before them. And the delegation from Konoha has found their voices, he remarked sarcastically, making Ty Lee giggle while Mai and Azula smirked. What are you doing here? Your banishment was repealed. She and her team, as well as the others, had been looking for him ever since it had been repelled. And all this time, he had been on this side of the planet. And your point is? He asked her, sounding bored and uncaring. Why haven't you come back? Well, I wouldn't have heard about it if I was here for 3 years, now would I? His remark hit home. He wouldn't have heard about it if he hadn't been in the elemental countries. You can come home now, man. The charges were proven to be baseless, Kiba said with glee. He was looking to catching up with the blonde and seeing how he had changed. But the next thing to come out of Naruto's mouth stunned the Inuzuka. So? He asked. Every member of Team Kurenai went still at those words. They had told him he could come home, and he made it sound like he didn't want to. Hey, Naruto? Called out Sokka, who took the silence as a moment to talk. Back in the Northern Water Tribe, we had a Fire Nation prisoner. He called me the paragon of the Water Tribes. He began to explain. Naruto's face brightened a little at those words. I take it that you found the medallion? Yeah, I did. The prisoner started calling me a paragon after I had shown it to him. So, what exactly is a paragon? Before Naruto could answer, Kiba interrupted. That's all you have to say? So? What are you talking about? Naruto asked with exasperation and annoyance, his face showing that. Can't you see I'm talking with someone? We have just told that your banishment has been lifted, and you can return to the village. Logically, you would be happy to hear that, and would try to get back to the village as soon as you could, Shino said. He was sure that was how Naruto would have reacted at the news. Oh, buzz off, bug boy, the blonde waved him off, trying to get back to the conversation with Sokka. Naruto, please stop this, Hinata suddenly spoke up. Let's go home. Everyone has been waiting for you. You can be a shinobi again. The silence was almost deafening. Naruto said nothing as he thought over the conversation. To Team Kurenai, it looked he was about to accept their offer and their hopes raised. They were stunned when he simply laughed. You make it sound like I hate my current job, white eyes, he told her, earning a shocked gasp from her and warning growls from Kiba and Akamaru. You have also forgotten that the old hag did not actually banish me, I left. So that makes me a missing nin, therefore I don't have to go back. The bingo book would have listed the price of the bounty on my head, if Konoha paid attention to the fact that their ninja had just left without notifying the Hokage about it. I suppose that all of you would have been richly rewarded for capturing me in the first place, he finished smugly. You're coming with us, Naruto, Kurenai told him as her team got into their fighting stances. If you refuse to come willingly, then we will force you to come with us. They had looked for him for too long. They weren't going to stop just because he didn't want to come. She was confident that once he was back in Konoha, he would be back to normal. I like to see you try, he told them with a smirk. But before everything goes to hell in a handbasket, I like to finish my conversation with Sokka. He turned to the tribesman in question. I take it that you already studied waterbending? He was surprised by the blonde's words. How did you know that? He asked that. Your posture is relaxed but also ready to move at a moment's notice. Your sister also has the same posture, and I know she's a waterbender, he pointed out. Plus, you were up in the Northern Water Tribe for some. You were bound to learn it. Yeah, I've studied waterbending and a little of airbending, he admitted. He was traveling with the last airbender after all. That's good thinking on your part. Naruto complimented him with an acknowledging nod. Do you have any questions for me? Just one, what exactly is this medallion? He asked, pulling out his medallion. Naruto would have answered, but he noticed Team Kurenai. Sorry Sokka, but I'm gonna have to tell you later, your protectors are spoiling for a fight. He gestured to the shinobi team to emphasize his point before turning to Azula. Do you mind if I have a little fun, princess? It makes no difference to me, she answered, shrugging her shoulders. While she kept a collected posture and expression on the outside, on the inside she was getting excited. It was always entertaining to see her bodyguard fight, at least when it wasn't her fighting him. Things are different now, Naruto. We're not genin anymore and you haven't had a teacher in the past 3 years, Kiba told him. He and his teammates had trained hard in the past 3 years. Who says I didn't have a teacher? Naruto asked as he undid the clasp on his cloak and pulled it off. Underneath the cloak, he wore a brown shirt underneath a black vest that was tied off at the waist with a steel-colored cloth belt. his pants a dark red color. He wore boots but didn't tuck the legs of his pants into them. He had a jian slung across his back, but to others it seemed odd how he had done it. He had slung it so that the handle of the sword was pointing to the ground, just under his left arm, while the scabbard jutted out into the air from behind his right shoulder. His appearance made no attempt to hide the muscles he clearly had, causing Katara and Hinata to involuntarily blush. Despite having seen it before, Ty Lee and Azula also sported blushes. Azula was able to hide hers better but not by much. Sokka, allow me to show you a simple earthbending trick that paragons can use. Think of it as a lesson. He took a strip of cloth from his pocket and tied it around his eyes. Now then, let's begin. At that point, Kurenai had disappeared and suddenly, tree roots sprang up from the platform, grew quickly, and coiled around Naruto. Soon enough, he was pinned against a tree with two roots holding him. He did not struggle against the roots as everyone watched him. Azula, Ty Lee, and Mai with worry, Team Kurenai with satisfaction, and Aang, Sokka, Katara, and Akela with curiosity. It's over, Naruto, Kurenai said as she appeared out of the tree above him. If she was honest, she was a little disappointed. She had hoped he would put up more of a fight. However, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she drew her fist back. But before she could knock him unconscious with the fist, he made a fist of his own with his right hand and slammed it into her face, tearing through the roots that held him in the process. If you're going to hold me with genjutsu, Kurenai, at least try. That was pathetic at best, he told her as the genjutsu failed. He had been hoping for a little more but was so far disappointed. With any luck, that wasn't their best, he thought as he waited. She recovered and leapt back over to where her team was. He broke a B-rank genjutsu like it was nothing, and he didn't even see me. She thought to herself in surprise. Apparently, he had changed in the past 3 years, but she had no time to worry as she quickly gave orders to her team. Kiba, Shino, Hinata, containment formation. If a solo attack wouldn't work, teamwork would definitely do it. Understood, Kurenai-sensei, replied Shino. Team Kurenai had used this formation before. Kiba and Akamaru would engage the target, but not to beat him. They would just wear him down. Meanwhile, Hinata would get in close and use her Juken to hit the target's Tenketsu. After the target's chakra was cut off, Shino would hold him down with his Kikeichu while Kurenai would apply a genjutsu on the target, subduing him. Let's go, Akamaru. Kiba leapt at Naruto with Akamaru on his side. Getsuga, Fang over Fang. The two of them started twisting around, spinning faster and faster until they looked like small, gray tornadoes. As they hurtled towards Naruto, he did nothing but wait. When it looked like they were about to hit him, he simply knelt, letting them pass each other overhead. Crap! We missed, Kiba thought. Both he and Akamaru tried to do a U-turn in midair so they could try to hit Naruto again. But it was an idea only. As both Kiba and Akamaru passed over Naruto, he whipped out his arms and plunged his hands into the two tornadoes, quickly grabbing Akamaru's tail and Kiba's leg. Tossing Akamaru up into the air, he swung Kiba down and punched him hard in the stomach. The Inuzuka's breath was taken right out from him, and he tried to keep his last meal down, especially when he crashed into the platform. That slowed him down enough for Naruto to take advantage of. The blonde stood back up and kicked him back over to his teammates. He then jumped upwards, and roundhouse kicked Akamaru in the side, causing him to crash back into the ground in front of Kiba. Still the same, Ina team, always rushing into a fight, stated Naruto as he landed on the ground. He was a harder fight back in the Chunin exams, he thought. The difference here is that you already know how he fights, the Kyuubi reminded him. And he doesn't know how I fight now, he replied. That was when he felt his legs somehow go numb. When he sensed the bugs, he knew who was trying to attack him. Trying to hold me with your Kikeichu, Shino? He asked aloud. Shino said nothing. That way he wouldn't let Naruto find out that he had moved closer and off to the side a little. Not talking so that you'll hope I won't find out that you've changed your position. Shino was surprised by Naruto's question. How did he know? I was completely silent as I moved and I did it while he was occupied with Kiba, he thought. Points for trying, but the blonde disappeared with a smoke plume. In his place was a piece of lumber from a nearby pile. He used the Kawarimi, body replacement. Shino quickly spun around to try to find where Naruto had gone to, only to see his covered eyes looking at him. You still fail, he said before decking Shino. He kicked him back towards his teammates, dissatisfied with their lack of effort. That's 3 down. I'm not impressed. Sensing the incoming attack, he leaned back to avoid Hinata's fist and remarked mostly to himself, while trying to avoid having his tenketsu closed, and now its Mississippi white eyes turned to subdue me. Please Naruto, just stop. I don't want to this, Hinata said as she attacked, her old stutter coming back. She had worked hard to get rid of that stutter, but it sometimes popped up when she didn't need it, like now, for instance. He said in a disbelieving tone as he kept avoiding her strikes. Even though it had been 3 years since he went up against the fighting style of the Hyuga clan, he remembered enough of it to completely avoid her strikes. Please, Naruto. Stop this. I don't want to fight you. If anything, she wanted him to stop all this and come back with them. In that case, please hold still so I could beat you, he replied. But he didn't strike back. He just kept avoiding her strikes with ease. Hinata didn't say any more, she just kept trying to hit him with her juken but she kept missing. Naruto stayed just out of her reach by ducking, weaving and dodging. As Katara watched the fight, she realized something. He's moving like an airbender. When she looked over at Aang, she could see that he had realized it too. Sounds like your friends are about to join us again, Naruto commented, making Hinata take a quick glance behind and saw that her team was about to rejoin the fight. Taking advantage of her distraction, he swept her legs out from under her, making her fall. Moving quickly, he grabbed her hair and pulled it back, exposing her throat, which he grabbed tightly with his other hand. Move and she dies, he barked out, his hand beginning to tighten around her throat. The rest of Team Kurenai stopped cold. Let her go, Naruto, Kiba demanded. It was probably a redundant thing to say, but it wasn't the time to think of things like that. No, the blonde replied shortly. You won't do this, Naruto, Kurenai told him. Despite what you think, you're not a killer. And how would you know I'm not a killer? Naruto asked as he continued to tighten his grip, slowly suffocating Hinata. The Konoha Jonin smiled. Despite everything that had just happened, she was still sure she knew him. Because you're Naruto Uzumaki, and you would never hurt your friends. Naruto sighed and released his grip, allowing Hinata to breathe again. Just when they thought he was about to let her go, he spoke. Mai, could I please borrow one of your knives? She took out one of her many knives and threw it to him. He caught it in the air, and said thank you. Mai simply gave a nod as Naruto plunged her borrowed knife into Hinata's stomach. The other side looked on in horror at what they had just witnessed. All of them flinched as they heard Hinata scream while Azula, Mai, and Tai Li let nothing show. What are you screaming about? Naruto asked her derisively as she stopped screaming. I didn't stab anything critical. However, if I were to drag this to your left, he pulled the knife lightly in that direction, making Hinata gasp in pain. I would tear open your liver and that would kill you. Naruto, you bastard! Yelled an outraged Kiba. He would have done something if his teammate wasn't being held hostage. Oh, relax. I'm not going to kill her like that. He pulled the knife out of her and tossed it back to Mai, who wiped it clean and sheathed it. It takes too long. He formed a Rasengan with one hand and asked, have you ever seen what a Rasengan does to a face? It's not pretty. Perhaps I should show you what it does. He brought the Rasengan closer to Hinata's face. The swirling edge of the blue orb seemed to hover an inch before her cheek. Alright, Naruto, you win. Just don't do it, Kurenai begged, knowing that they were defeated. What do you want us to do? That's simple, turn around and leave. The king stays with us, he ordered, still holding the Rasengan close to his hostage's face. What about Hinata? I will let Hinata go so that we know one of us can act in good faith, he replied, reminding her of her failed genjutsu attempt. What happened to you, Naruto? She asked. What happened to that kid who would shout about being Hokage one day? What happened to the kid that we all cared about? He grew up. Spending 3 years fighting in a war and protecting someone from assassinations will do that to a person. He released Hinata and let the Rasengan fade away. As soon as she felt his grip leave, she ran back to her team. That kid died the moment that Konoha made it clear that he was no longer wanted. As soon as Hinata reached her, Kurenai turned to face Aang and the others. We're leaving, she stated. But what about Bumi? Asked Aang. We can't just leave him, can we? His friend was right there, within easy reach. They couldn't just leave him there. You knew this could happen, Aang. We took a gamble and we lost, Sokka told him. Right now, it's best if we get out of here. If they didn't, things might get even worse. That was very nicely done, Naruto. You did well against them, Azula told him as he rejoined them. It wasn't hard. They were predictable, that's all. I faced tougher enemies out on the battlefields, he replied as he took the cloth off his eyes. He was a little disappointed with their performance against him. He would have thought they would get better in 3 years. But that was not the case here. He wasn't sure if they did not know how to deal with him, or if it was because of what he had been through in the last 3 years. Mai gave a signal, and the iron coffin holding Bumi was being taken back up. See you all later, he called out as he gave off a mad laugh. Aang watched as his friend was being pulled upwards. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to save his friend. Bumi! He shouted as he raced across the platform. Get back here, Aang! Sokka called out to the airbender. Aang ignored him as he leapt up the scaffolding and then off it. As he opened his glider and began to fly, his hat came off, showing his arrow tattoo. As they watched this whole spectacle, Naruto simply turned to Azula. I told you it was going to be him, he said. Yes, you did, Azula replied. And now, it's my lucky day. She raced up the scaffolding after her target. Well, I've had my share of fun. Naruto turned around and started to walk away. It's your turn, girls, he told Mai and Ty Lee, who rushed towards Sokka and the others. We need to get out of here, Katara said as she readied herself for a fight. Sokka was already blowing on the bison-shaped whistle that was always carried by one of them. Way ahead of ya, he told her. He looked at Team Kurenai, which was still in a bit of a mess. Can you guys move? He asked them. Yeah, we can, Kurenai answered. They might have been hurt, but they could move. We need to get out of here and you guys have already fought, so it's our turn. Katara, give us some cover while I get them out. Akela, stay with Katara and help her out, Sokka ordered. Katara didn't argue. Akamaru, you do the same but stay close to her, Kiba told his partner, who barked in acknowledgement. As they tried to get to the ladder, Sokka was tripped by a fist coming up from under the platform. He skidded to the edge but stopped just as his head was hanging out over the edge, which Shino and Kurenai pulled him away from. Jumping out from a hole in the platform, Ty Lee went after him. Katara was about to stop her when Mai flung a couple of knives at her. She quickly bent her water to tear off some of the wooden planks on the platform. They leapt up just in time to block the knives. Using her water, Katara shoved the planks back at Mai before bending her water into a whip and throwing it at Ty Lee. Grabbing her ankle, she quickly dragged the acrobat back, allowing Sokka and the others to escape. Then they heard a yell coming from above. Bumi's iron coffin, with Aang on it, fell past them. Taking notice of where they were going to land, one of the many slides of Omashu, Aang acted quickly and bent the air below them into a cushion so that they landed safely on the slide. Azula watched them speed away for a second before jumping into a cart and going after them. Just like old times, isn't it, Bumi? Aang asked as they flew down the slide. He couldn't help but laugh in excitement at it. Aang, I need to talk to you, Bumi shouted, but the wind muffled his words so Aang heard something a little different. It's good to see you too, he replied. Then he noticed that Azula had caught up with them. Meanwhile, Katara was fighting against Mai. Akamaru and Akela were keeping a close guard around her so that Mai couldn't get close and Ty Lee had disappeared from her sight. She bent her water while Mai used projectiles. After bending backwards to avoid a water whip, Mai shot a needle from her ankle holster. Katara quickly formed her water into ice to block the needle and Mai used that to charge forward. Katara melted the ice back into water and shot at Mai, who had just flung her arm in a throwing motion. The water engulfed her arm and hardened back into ice, effectively trapping her arm. However, Katara's victory was short-lived. Ty Lee appeared from behind and rushed Katara, sweeping the legs out from under Akela and Akamaru in the process. Taking advantage of the Water Tribe girl's surprise, she jabbed several points in Katara's arms before leaping away to Mai's side. Once that happened, the ice surrounding Mai's arm melted and fell on the ground. Not sure what exactly had happened, Katara tried to bend the water, only for it to rise sluggishly and then fall down again. How are you going to fight without your bending? Mai asked mockingly, pulling out a three-bladed knife. But before she could throw the knife, it was knocked out of her hand by Sokka's boomerang. I seem to manage, the tribesman declared from atop of Appa. The sky bison quickly landed in front of the two girls and blasted air at them so hard that they flew away. Katara as well as the dogs quickly got on board after that. Katara joined her brother on Appa's head while Akela and Akamaru joined Team Kurenai in the saddle. Soon enough, Appa flying down the city with everyone on board looking for Aang. Katara saw him first. "There he is," she said, pointing to a particular slide. "We can catch him." Sokka brought Appa down closer to the slide while Aang was trying to defend himself from Azula's fire. "Hang on, Bumi. Our ride's here," the air nomad told his friend. As Appa got right alongside the slide, Aang bent the air to lift Bumi's iron coffin up over Appa. Sokka and Katara tried to grab hold and bring it down, but it sailed over their heads. Both Aang and Bumi smashed through a different slide before landing in the first one again. Azula quickly bent her fire into a wheel and sent it after them. Watching the fire wheel come after them, Bumi gave a grunt of effort and lifted his chin, causing a small column of rock to shoot up from the slide and stop the fire. It was also giving them the bonus of stopping Azula by smashing her cart into it, making her jump out of it and land on her feet. After skidding to a stop on the slide, she watched the two of them race away. "You could earthbend? All along?" asked a stunned Aang. He couldn't believe that his friend could do something like that. "Well, they didn't cover my face," King Bumi replied. As they got near the end of the slide, he moved his chin and caused another column to shoot up at the end. Aang jumped off as the iron coffin landed on top of the column. "I don't understand. Why didn't you free yourself? Why did you surrender when Omashu was invaded? What's the matter with you, Bumi?" Aang demanded. He had a lot of questions and he wanted them to be answered. "Listen to me, Aang. There are options in fighting called Jing. It's a choice of how you direct your energy," Bumi told him. "I know. There's positive Jing when you're attacking and negative Jing when you're retreating," Aang told him, sounding a bit like a little know-it-all brat. "And neutral Jing when you do nothing," exclaimed the king of Omashu. That he did not know. There are 3 Jings? Well, technically there are 85, but let's just focus on the third. Neutral Jing is the key to earthbending. It involves listening and waiting for the right moment to strike, he explained. "That's why you surrendered," Aang said, realizing what his old friend had done. "Isn't it?" "Well, I also surrendered because that youngster Naruto asked so nicely. But it's also the reason why I can't leave now." When he heard that, the Avatar became disheartened. "I guess I need to find someone else to teach me earthbending," he said as he turned away from his old friend. "Your teacher will be someone who has mastered neutral Jing. You need to find someone who waits and listens before striking," Bumi assured him. Out of nowhere, Momo landed on Aang's shoulder, making him turn to face Bumi again. "Hey, Momo," he greeted the lemur, happy to see him again. Momo's mastered a few Jings himself, Bumi noted, earning a screech from the lemur. "Goodbye, Aang. I'll see you when the time is right." He pushed his coffin back onto the slide and bent the rock to push him back up the slide, laughing madly all the way. As he watched his friend disappear, Aang saw Appa arrive. The atmosphere was a little tense as they headed back to the resistance camp. No one really talked to Aang, who finally decided to break the silence. "Are you all mad with me?" he asked them. "We're not mad, we're disappointed," Sokka answered, making him a bit nervous. "We will talk about this later," Kurenai told them. "For now, let's get back to the resistance." They all nodded in agreement and let Appa continue his flight. The silence had returned and now, it was beginning to make the flight seem longer. No one said a word, which didn't help Aang's nerves. When they landed just outside of the camp, they noticed that it was too quiet. "They should have noticed us landing," Sokka noted. "A landing sky bison did tend to make some noise." "Let's move quickly, something might have happened," Kurenai ordered. They hurried to the camp and when they saw what had happened, they didn't like it. All the civilians were gagged and bound. All the warriors and earthbenders were all on the ground and not moving. And sitting on a rock in the middle of the camp, and playing with the toddler, was Naruto. "It took you guys long enough," he said when he looked up and noticed them. "What did you do, Naruto?" Hinata asked in shock, looking around at everyone there. "Huh? Oh, you mean them?" He gestured to the people on the ground with a free hand, which soon went back to playing with the toddler. "Don't worry, they're only unconscious. By the way, my congratulations to you, Kurenai, the blonde said to her. Congratulations? She was suspicious of those words, as she didn't know what he meant. When you trapped me in that genjutsu, I looked for your chakra so I would know where to attack. I was quite surprised when I found you. Now that I think about it, you look like you're almost glowing. I just surprised that Inu team here hasn't figured it out yet. He pointed to Kiba with a free thumb. Care to explain by what you said, you bastard? Kiba growled, insulted about his smelling ability being derided. The blonde ignored him, focusing on the toddler in his lap. Why are you here? Katara asked with caution, figuring that it was now best to trend with caution with him. I'm just here to get Tom here, he answered, bouncing the toddler on his knee, making him giggle. Also, to finish my conversation with Sokka, as we were kind of interrupted last time. Okay, what is this thing and what do these symbols mean? He showed Naruto the medallion again. That's an easy one. It's the medallion of the paragon of the water tribe. It shows that the person who wears it is a paragon. There are only 4 paragon medallions. He reached into his shirt with a free hand and drew out a similar medallion. The difference between the two was the pattern. The top of Naruto's medallion had the right side triangle, while Sokka's had the upside-down triangle on the top. Well, what do the symbols mean? Sokka asked again. They are the ancient symbols for the 4 elements. Yours starts at the top with water and goes clockwise with earth, fire and air, the blonde explained. Sokka took a closer look at Naruto's medallion. I'm guessing that yours is fire, air, water and earth. You catch on quick. Sokka continued with his questions. Why did you make me a paragon? Because when I met you, you had the 2 requirements that were needed to become a paragon. His answer was short and yet confusing. What does that mean? The first requirement is easy, but the second one is a little more difficult, he told the tribesman. Now he was even more confused but went with it. What's the first requirement? Simple. You're not a bender. The collective word that everyone said was, huh. When he saw how confused they were, the blonde clarified for them. To have even the chance of being a paragon, you cannot be a bender. Sokka decided to continue with the questions. What's the second requirement? Naruto smiled and answered, the guts to never give up. That didn't make enough sense to him, so he had to say it. What? Think of it like this. Back in the Northern Water Tribe, if I had continued walking to get Aang, what would you have done? He asked. I would have fought you myself, the tribesman answered without hesitation. Even if you knew I could have easily killed you? You were going after one of my friends. If I was going to die, then I might as well take you down with me, he told the blonde, and he meant every word of it. He protected both his friends and his family fiercely. Naruto's smile turned into a full-blown grin. Excellent answer. That's why you're a paragon. Okay. I only have one question left. Sokka told him. What does a paragon do? Basically, we keep an eye on him. The blonde pointed at Aang. Me? Why me? Asked the airbender in surprise. He looked at the air nomad with a curious gaze, and asked, let me ask you something, Avatar Aang. Have you ever heard about avatars that have gone power mad or just insane? No, because that would never happen. The avatar was there to bring peace and balance to the 4 countries, not rule over them. No avatar would do that, he was sure of it. He laughed at that. You've never heard of them because every time an avatar has gone mad or tries to conquer the planet, the paragons have stepped in. What are you talking about? Aang asked, uncomfortable with what the blonde had already said. The 4 paragons are there to watch and monitor the avatar in case he does go mad with power or just lose his sanity. When that happens, the paragons will kill the avatar, Naruto answered, keeping it short and to the point. No one said a word as the information went through their heads. Sokka was the first to recover, remembering something that had happened to him. Paragons also have a power over the avatar state, don't they? He asked Naruto. He nodded. Yes, they do. A paragon can cut the link between the avatar and the avatar state. I'm guessing you've already used that ability? Sokka nodded. Well, that's all the time I have for you, now I must be going. Naruto told them as he stood up from the rock with Tom in his arms. Where do you think you're going, Naruto? Shino asked him. I'm leaving, isn't it obvious? And you do think you can go? You are surrounded, and you have just been in battle. You are tried and you plan to leave with someone. It is logical for you to surrender now. Naruto gave a mischievous grin. 2 things, bug boy, he told Shino. Number 1, I barely broke a sweat when I fought you guys. Number 2, remember when I said that you were trying to get something for nothing? Before they could answer, both he and Tom disappeared with poof. As they waved the smoke that was left, they saw a note left on the rock. Sokka picked it up and read aloud to the group. I guess I'm better than you when it comes to that. Naruto. Aang looked around at everyone. What do we do now? He was still stunned by the fact that he apparently had a group of people who would kill him if he made a mistake. Once he realized that, he couldn't help but remember that spirit he met at Fang's fortress. Let's get the civilians untied and wake up the warriors and earthbenders, Sokka decided for them. After that, we leave Omashu fast. In the meantime, my team and I need to make a report, Kurenai said, turning to her team. Lady Tsunade must be told of what has happened. Location, Omashu. Azula sat within the palanquin as Mai and Ty Lee walked beside it. So we're tracking down your brother and uncle, huh? Mai asked. It'll be interesting seeing Zuko again, won't it, Mai? Ty Lee's eyes had a slight mischievous glint in them as she looked at her friend. Mai looked away and smiled for an answer. It's not just Zuko and Iroh anymore, Azula told the 2 of them. We have a 3rd target now. They walked in silence for a little bit before Mai asked another question. Where's Naruto? She didn't see the blonde anywhere nearby. He told me that he was going to see your parents. He'll meet us at the camp, Azula replied. The governor held his wife as they stood on the balcony, looking sadly out to the mountains, which they could still see in the evening light. Although Omashu became peaceful with the resistance's sudden departure, as well as the civilians who went with them, it was a little too quiet for the governor's comfort. The governor's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of someone knocking on the door. My lord, Lord Naruto would like to speak with you, a guard spoke from behind them. Bring him forward, the governor told the guard. Even though he didn't want to speak anyone, one could not casually refuse Princess Azula's guard, especially if he had some important message to deliver, or a request to make. They soon heard footsteps coming up behind them. Naruto greeted the 2 of them. My lord and lady. They didn't turn around to look at him. What is it that you want? He asked. I brought you something that I think you would like, Naruto replied casually. What is it? He and his wife heard a cooing sound they knew very well. Quickly turning around, they saw Tom in Naruto's arms. There they are, the blonde said to Tom as he knelt and placed the toddler on the ground. When he noticed that his parents were there, he began to walk toward them, cooing at them. Tom! Cried his mother as she rushed forward, picked him, and hugged him. The governor enfolded them both in a hug of his own. Thank you so much, he said as tears ran freely down his face. Naruto smiled as he bowed his head. It was nothing, he told them as he walked past them to the edge of the balcony. I'll be sure to tell Mai that her brother is safe. He assured them before jumping over the railing and into the night, leaving the reunited family to enjoy this moment. Location, Azula's camp. He walked into a newly created campsite and noticed Mai and Ty Lee were sitting at the fire. Although it was not as big as the Resistance's camp that he came across, it was enough to hold up to 4 people. Hey cutie, Ty Lee chirped when she saw him walk up to them. Hey Ty Lee, he greeted back. He looked over at Mai. I got something to tell you, doom and gloom. What is it? Mai asked him, acting like she didn't care. Your brother is back with your parents. When she heard those words, a rare smile came onto her face. Thank Agni for that, she said in relief. He looked at her like she had just done something weird. Did you just use an emotion? Mai's warm expression turned cold quickly as she began to finger a knife. Don't push your luck, she warned him. I'm certain I can hit you from here. All right, he said, putting his hands in mock surrender. When she stopped fingering the knife, he put his hands down. I take it she's in her tent? He asked Ty Lee. She nodded. Yeah, she is. They both looked over at the biggest tent in the camp. It wasn't a huge tent, but it was still the biggest. Thanks, he told her before walking over to the tent. He could hear the sounds coming from the fire reaching out to his eyes. It was still there when he stood in front of the tent flap. When he stepped in, he saw Azula sitting in a meditative pose in front of 3 candles. It was only when she looked up to see Naruto enter her tent did she pause her meditation. "So you're back," she said while breathing in and out. As she did, the fires on the candles raised and lowered with her breathing. "Yeah, I am." He stayed silent for a few minutes as he watched her breathe in and out. "You know, it's been a while since I've seen you do that exercise," he finally commented, breaking the silence. It was one of the things that all those firebender teachers kept pounding into my head. No matter who she had, they always told her the same thing. He gave a small smile. "Never forget the basics," he recited, having been there for some of her lessons. She nodded her head in agreement and continued the exercise. Again, he stayed silent for a few minutes before realizing that she was worried about something. "What's worrying you, Azula?" She stopped the exercise but didn't turn to face him. Naruto noticed the anxious look on her face, but he simply smiled. "I have both of my friends here with me, but I still don't have my answer. What if I never find it?" That little thought made her worry. If there is one thing Azula did not like, it was to worry about minor things that may become major issues. She felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw him standing behind her. "Don't worry. This is one of those things that take time. You just need to have some patience, all right?" he told her, assuring her with an easy smile. She nodded. He removed his hand from her shoulder and stepped back. "All right then. Have you decided who to go after?" he asked. His tone grew more serious. "Yes, we're going after the Avatar," she answered. "Going after him would be much better than going after her disgraced brother and uncle." "Understood," he replied, not batting an eyelash at what she said. "I took the liberty of requesting 3 mongoose dragons from Omashu. They should be here in the morning." "3?" she asked, turning to face him with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, for you, Ty Lee, and Mai." "Where's the 4th one?" "What do you mean?" the blonde asked, confused by what she meant. "I highly doubt that you will be able to stay with us if you're not riding one as well," she pointed out. Mongoose dragons were among the fastest animals she knew about. He grinned. "Princess, if anything, those mongoose dragons will have to take rest periods in order to stay with me at my top speed." He turned around. "I'll see to it that the squad goes back to Omashu before leaving for the Fire Nation." "Naruto," she said, stopping him at the tent flap. "Those people today, the ones that were shocked to see you. Who are they?" She knew that they knew him in some way, but that was it. "My past," he answered shortly before leaving the tent. "What are you hiding from me, Naruto?" she thought to herself. Deciding to think about it, she went back to her exercise. "You're going to tell her who they are sooner or later, kid," the Kyuubi told his Jinchuriki as the blonde went to set up his sleeping bag. "I know, Kyuubi. I just hope it's later," he mentally replied. Location: Konoha. "Cammy, do I need a drink?" Tsunade said aloud as she went through the paperwork on her desk. She pushed back away from her desk and looked out the window. The afternoon sun shined down on the village, sometimes getting obscured by the occasional cloud. All in all, it was a perfect day. "It's times like these that make me think of him," she thought, remembering a certain blonde. "Where are you, Naruto?" "Lady Tsunade!" Shizen yelled from the hallway, bursting through the doors. "What's the matter, Shizen?" she asked, worried that something had happened. Her apprentice held out a scroll for her. "This just came through the transport seal. It's from Kurenai's team and was marked urgent." Tsunade took the scroll, opened it, and began reading. After a few minutes, she looked up. "Shizen, get Team Asuma and Team Guy in here, ASAP," she ordered. "Them? They just got back from a mission, why do you need them now?" She simply showed her the open scroll. She stood completely still, reading and rereading the first sentence. "I'll go get them right away." She left the office fast. Tsunade put the scroll down and reached for her hidden stash of sake. That first sentence stayed fresh in her mind. Lady Tsunade. Naruto Uzumaki has been found. Chapter 4: Memories and Questions. Talking. Thinking. Biju spirit talking. Biju spirit talking. Location: Konoha. Both Team Asuma and Team Guy stood in the Hokage's office, having gotten the request to come urgently. Tsunade looked at them from where she sat and could not help but feel guilty that she is requesting their presence, only hours after they came back from a B-rank mission. However, the nature of Shizen's urgency when she was told to summon the two teams meant that something important had been brought up. "I'm grateful that you all got here quickly," she said to them, but Choji blushed when the Hokage can hear his stomach grumble. "You can get something to eat afterwards, Choji." "Sorry about that, Lady Tsunade," said Choji quietly. The rest of his team turned their attention back towards her. "What's the problem, Lady Tsunade?" Asuma asked curiously. He and his team remained relaxed, and even though their mission was complete, his mind automatically clicked as soon as they arrived at the Hokage's office, waiting for a new mission that they will accept. It would not be this urgent if Shizen did not rush towards us with a worried look on her face. "Straight to the point, I see. Very well, I will tell everyone here in this room." She paused as Team Guy also nodded in agreement, allowing her to continue explaining. "As you all very well know, Team Kurenai sailed for what we have always known as the Bending Countries, just a month ago. They were given an A-rank mission to protect someone, but because of the nature of this mission, I cannot tell you the name of this client." "We know that part," Choji said, remembering seeing that team off. "So why did you call for us?" "When they met up with the person in his group, they were going to rescue a friend from out of a city by trading him for someone else." She sighed before continuing. "When they went to do the trade, they encountered Naruto Uzumaki." She watched as everyone digested the information. As she did, she remembered what had happened when the Fire Daimyo arrived at Konoha. She had sent a messenger hawk to him just before he left the capital for Konoha. She requested that when he arrived at the village, he ordered an investigation into Naruto Uzumaki. When he arrived at Konoha, the Fire Daimyo precisely gave the order for an investigation to be launched, which she found odd, as the daimyo had always acted indecisive when it came to important issues like that. He ordered a full detailed report regarding the runaway shinobi to be compiled, everything from his academy records to his team missions, as well as interviews made to the other shinobi except for Team 7, which the Hokage knew would be biased, or so she thought. The entire process took about 2 weeks, during which it was discovered that the records for each mission Naruto was on were intentionally falsified. They were made to look as if Naruto did little on the mission, while Sasuke took most of the credit. The men appointed by the Fire Daimyo to launch the investigation brought this to Tsunade's attention, who immediately called a council meeting and had asked that the daimyo attend. When the council meeting began, she told both the shinobi and civilian councils about the falsified records before demanding that the civilian council explain their actions. They objected, saying that she had no way of proving that they had falsified the records. That was when she pulled out her trump card. To the shock of the civilian council, she showed them the mission record for her retrieval. It stated that Naruto was attacked and knocked unconscious by 2 Akatsuki members. They would have taken him away had it not been for the intervention of Jiraiya and Sasuke. After chasing the 2 away, the 3 of them continued looking for Tsunade. As they did that, Jiraiya had taught Sasuke the Rasengan while doing nothing to help Naruto. The record continued like that, praising Sasuke while barely mentioning Naruto at all. Jiraiya also mentioned that it was pointless for Sasuke to learn the Rasengan while he already learned an advanced move like the Chidori from Kakashi in the first place, when he was asked by the daimyo's men regarding Sasuke's alleged mastery of the Rasengan. When she had finally finished reading, Tsunade told them that she remembered that mission differently. She remembered Sasuke being sent back to the village after being injured and that it was Naruto trying to learn the Rasengan. She also told them that no shinobi was stupid enough to tamper with a mission record that dealt with a potential Hokage. She then ordered the ANBU in the room to detain the entire civilian council. Once they were bound, she ordered Inoichi and the members of his clan present to read their minds. The result was discovered that not only had they falsified the records, but they had also bribed the teachers of the academy to torment and ignore Naruto as well as tamper with his grades. Out of all the teachers who accepted the bribes, only Iraka Yumino stubbornly refused to accept it, resulting in a failed assassination attempt on his life by a former teacher, Mizuki. As soon as Inoichi reported this, Tsunade stripped the civilian council of their positions and status with the full backing of the Fire Daimyo. However, news of their arrest had spread like an infection, and a small riot occurred because of it. No one knew who incited the riot against the Hokage, but Tsunade had her suspicions. In the meanwhile, New council members would be picked out later once everything had settled down. Later, the Fire Daimyo officially declared that the ruling for Naruto's banishment was void because of the civilian council's blatant hatred for the young shinobi and their falsification of his records. In addition, the witch hunt against the banished shinobi was also politically motivated. Surprisingly enough, the percentage of the civilian population who held a grudge and hatred towards Naruto was only 8% of Konoha's total population, both civilian and shinobi combined. But those 8% of the civilians who held such contempt were placed in important positions throughout the village, and if word of a power struggle reached their ears, a possible civilian rebellion would have erupted. After the Fire Daimyo and his entourage had left the village, Tsunade brought the Konoha 11 to the hospital. She took them to a file room, leaving the door open behind them. She took a file off the shelves and put it on the table in front of them. She told them that they wouldn't leave the room until they had read every single file. If it took more than a day, food and drink would be delivered to them. She walked out the door, closed it, and locked it. They did not understand why Tsunade ordered them to read the files on Naruto's records, but they read them all the same. However, they discovered that the file was about an incident where Naruto had been attacked while on his way to the academy. They remembered the day Naruto was beaten and arrived late because he sustained 2 broken arms and a broken leg. The teacher had yelled at him for being late. As punishment, he made Naruto do 100 push-ups, and if he stopped for any reason he had to start over again. Sakura, Ino, Kiba, and Sasuke, along with the rest of the class, had laughed at him as he tried to do the push-ups but kept collapsing. The others just ignored him. After reading that file, they felt ill in their stomach, but they just grabbed another file, thinking that the first one was the only one on Naruto. It didn't take them long to find out that all the files were of Naruto, and it was a big room. It took them all day to read all the files. When they had been let out, the first thing they did was rush to the bathrooms and throw up. After that was done, they went straight to Tsunade and demanded why she had made them read all those files. "So that you could glimpse at the hell that boy has been through," she answered. She then told what had really happened to the Kyuubi the day he attacked Konoha. Out of all the members of the Konoha 11, only Team Asuma's members were aware that their fathers had sensed the political corruption that started to get out of control. After that explanation, the Konoha 11 made it a priority to find Naruto every time they went on a mission. They were going to bring their teammate and friend back, despite not knowing where he went. "What happened?" Shikamaru asked, bringing her attention back to the present and the group in front of her. "Did he join with Team Kurenai?" "Come on, Shikamaru, it's Naruto we're talking about here." "Of course, he joined them," Ino told her teammate. "YOSH. Ino is most correct. Naruto would have rejoined with his comrades and tried to youthfully rescue their friend," Guy cried out. "I agree with Guy-sensei. Naruto definitely would have tried to join with Team Kurenai, especially if Lady Hinata was there," Niji stated. It seemed like the thing the blonde would do when he met them. Now they would probably see him once Team Kurenai came back. While everyone began to agree with Niji said, Tsunade stayed silent. "He didn't join them, did he?" Shikamaru finally asked, silencing everyone else in the room. They all stared at her, silently hoping that wasn't the case. She sighed, knowing what came would shock and stun them. The Bending countries have been in a war for the past century. It was instigated by one of the countries, called the Fire Nation, when they instigated a mass murder of an entire nation they called the Air Nomads. Everyone was indeed shocked by what she told them, but she didn't stop. Apparently, their motive for this was to prevent the rebirth of someone called the Avatar. "I'm guessing that this Avatar figure survived?" the Nara clan heir asked her. "Yes, the report states that the Avatar fled the Air Temple where he had lived when he learned he was to be taken away. He was caught in a storm in the middle of the ocean and encased himself in an iceberg. He stayed that way for 100 years. I know this is related to the mission that they were on, but what does this have to do with Naruto?" Asuma asked. He couldn't see how all of this would be relevant. When they went to go to the trade, they met up with the other party. The other party consisted of the Fire Nation princess, her 2 friends and her bodyguard, Naruto Uzumaki. The words came out easily enough, but they still hurt. The expression on everyone's face was obvious: denial, complete and utter denial. "That can't be right. Naruto is not so unyouthful that he would join with that kind of country," Lee argued. In their minds, the blonde would have joined with Team Kurenai to fight against the Fire Nation, alongside the Avatar. "Lee's right. We're talking about Naruto. He would never join the Fire Nation, Not of his own free will, Tenten said. She was sure that he must have been brainwashed or something. Tsunade shook her head, silently telling them they were all wrong. Not only did he join the Fire Nation of his own free will, but he's also been fighting in their war for 3 years now, she continued, further crushing their hopes. I take it that Team Kurenai tried to get him to come back. Shikamaru didn't like where this was going, but the questions had to be said. They did, and he refused. They tried to take him by force. What happened? Choji asked, despite not wanting to hear the answer. The question came out involuntarily. He defeated them easily. He broke through a B-rank genjutsu and took out Kurenai with a single punch, as well as Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino. The Hokage told them. What about Lady Hinata? Niji demanded. She didn't mention his cousin and that worried him. She also tried to attack him, but from what the report says, he didn't fight back until he distracted her. He grabbed her by the neck and threatened to kill her if they continued to fight. To make his point clear, he stabbed her in the stomach and formed a Rasengan, threatening to use it on her face. Needlessly to say, afterwards the trade negotiations fell through and Team Kurenai with their charges had to leave the city and the surrounding areas, she answered, making him angry. Essentially, you called us in to have us help out Kurenai's team, Asuma said, figuring out why she called them in. He also realized that what they heard just now was relevant. Yes, I'm upgrading this mission to S rank and I'm sending you all to help Team Kurenai. Your primary mission is to help with the protection of the Avatar. Your secondary mission is to try and locate Naruto Uzumaki, she said to all of them. Is there anything else we should know about Naruto? Guy asked her. According to Hinata, his chakra control became well controlled that she could not see it unless he had used a jutsu. That should be impossible, Niji objected. There was no way that the Naruto he fought could have managed to get that much control over his chakra in just 3 years. Lady Hokage, Shikamaru spoke. The Rasengan that Naruto created during the fight, did he create a clone to help make it? No, he formed the Rasengan with only one hand, she answered him. Her answer made everyone minus the Nara clan heir look at her with surprise. Then I think it's safe to say that his chakra control has at least improved, he commented to himself. While everyone digested the thought of Naruto improving his chakra control, Ino asked a question. Shouldn't Lord Jiraiya be able to track Naruto via the toads? Tsunade shook her head. He tried as soon as the banishment was declared void and repelled. He asked the toads to reverse summon Naruto to empty Mayaboku. When they attempted to do it, it was revealed that, somehow, Naruto had put a block on his name in the summoning scroll. A block? Repeated Tenten. What's that? A block is something someone with summon contract uses when he doesn't want to be found but still be able to contact them. To put simply, the only time the toads will be able to find and or reverse summon Naruto is if he summons them first, and if he stays in the same area, she explained. While she knew the principles behind a block, she had never used it herself. And he hasn't summoned them in over 3 years and possibly will be constantly on the move. Shikamaru noted. So there went the option of using the toads. That's all the information I have for you. While you are out looking for Naruto, be sure to also look for intelligence on him. She told them all. Now I want you all to reconvene here in 20 minutes so that you'll be able to reach the bending countries. But Lady Tsunade, it took Team Kurenai a month at sea to get there. How are we supposed to get there without leaving the village? Ino protested, not knowing how long it will take both teams to get into the bending countries. We have already figured out a way. We have recently placed a seal in the mission records room. The seal allows messages from far away, such as other countries across the sea, to come in quickly. If we add enough chakra to the seal, we'll be able to send you all through to Kurenai and her team. Dismissed, barked Tsunade. They all left the room, except for one person. What is it, Guy? She asked the spandex-wearing shinobi. Why wasn't Team Kakashi notified about this? He asked in return. Why do you think? Lady Tsunade, they should at least be told. This is their teammate we're talking about and that is exactly why Team Kakashi wasn't notified, she cut him off. The primary mission is to protect the Avatar, not find Naruto. If they had the chance to abandon the Avatar and go after Naruto, you and I both know they would do so in a heartbeat. Guy remained silent, so she continued. It's for the best, Guy, now go pack for the mission. Also, you are not to tell anyone else about this conversation. He nodded once and left the room. Tsunade leaned back in her chair and sighed. How long were you listening, Jiraiya? Was the question she asked aloud, looking up at the ceiling. The air beside the window twisted and shimmered, revealing Jiraiya standing there. Since you said that he was the bodyguard to a princess, he answered. It sounded like one of those cheesy tales where the princess falls in love with a bodyguard, but I doubt that is the case with Naruto this time around. How is it that he kept up with his training? There are no shinobi in the bending countries, she demanded, looking over the part of Team Kurenai's fight against him. The report had been on her desk the entire time in plain view. My spy network is only in the elemental countries, but I think I know who taught the Gaki, he said in reply, looking at the report in general. Who is it? Tsunade demanded. You know as well as I do. There's only one who could have taught him. Her eyes went wide at the thought. How would the Kyuubi be able to teach Naruto anything? The last time she had checked, which was, admittedly, 3 years ago, the Biju would look for the slightest opportunity to get free. He was sealed inside your grandmother and Kushina. He was bound to pick up a few things over time. The Toad Sage was certain the fox knew to train Naruto just from the stuff he knew. It was probably more than a few things, she commented, and he agreed. If Naruto was taught by the Kyuubi during 3 years of war, Jiraiya left the sentence hanging, but both shared the same thought. Dear Kami, he'd be a shinobi that hasn't been seen since the Shodaime Hokage and Madara Uchiha during the clan wars. Location: Earth Kingdom. Zuko glared at the swordsman that was walking away from them. Upon arriving at a small Earth Kingdom town that was known for its position as an important trade hub, a random swordsman harassed them, forcing Iroh to dance and sing while dodging his swings. At the end of it, he laughed and made a nasty comment, flicked a gold coin at them, and left. I hate him, he growled, his fists tightening. He wanted to get up and teach that arrogant ass a proper lesson in swordsmanship. Hatred is something that should not be given lightly, nephew, Iroh told him. That man did nothing to you, so you have no reason to hate him. He shook his head. You misunderstood, uncle. I don't hate him in particular. I hate his kind. His kind? Asked a somewhat mystified Iroh. He had never really heard his nephew speak like that. Zuko nodded. The kind of people who think they're invincible and can do whatever they want if they have a sword in their hand. The novices who think they're masters just because they know a complicated technique. He took a breath to calm himself. They're just amateurs, the lot of them. That guy included. Iroh looked interested. How is that man an amateur? He had thought the man was quite competent. He had no stance to speak of and only knew how to swing back and forth. He felt the need to attack you just so he could show off. He listed the fact off with his fingers. Zuko, if I had just met you as a stranger and heard what you've just said, I would have thought you were a swordsman rather than a firebender. Iroh praised him, overly impressed by what he said. Thank you, uncle. He felt a small amount of pride at those words. He hadn't been praised much for anything before. I never did find out how you took an interest in swords. All he knew was that his nephew had just one day started using them. Zuko looked out at the town as he remembered that day. Naruto talked me into it. It was an awkward conversation that I had with him. Flashback. Zuko stood on the family beach, panting in exhaustion. Hearing footsteps on the sand, he turned around and Naruto coming towards him. Hey Zuko! Greeted the blonde. What do you want? He growled. He was trying to train, and his irritation was evident in his voice. What's the matter? Naruto asked, tilting his head slightly. Nothing's the matter, he replied, trying to focus on what he was doing. But that was a little hard with him right there. Right, that's why you're standing on a deserted beach, panting in exhaustion. You've been practicing your firebending again, haven't you? What's it to you? You're not even a firebender, so why should you care whether I'm practicing my firebending or not? The Prince of the Fire Nation yelled at him, his temper snapping. He held his hands up in surrender. All right, no need to bite or burn my head off. He didn't want to make what was going on worse. Zuko took a breath, while calming himself down with the breathing exercises all firebenders are taught at a young age. Sorry, I'm just mad. What happened? the blonde asked him. Azula decided to get all the kids on the island together and have a fire-bending contest. Every time I tried to do what she did, I failed and got laughed at as a result, he explained. As he did, the memories of that contest came back, sharply reminding him of how he kept failing. So they basically called you a talentless loser? Yeah. He didn't want to admit it, but it was pretty much the truth. Oh, don't let that get you down, Zuko. Naruto put an arm around him, a cheerful smile on his face. While you could be unskilled in one thing, you could also be a genius in another. He was confused by that. What are you talking about? He asked, wanting an explanation. Why don't you try something that isn't fire-bending? Like what? I don't know. The blonde's face had a look of extreme concentration. Why don't you try swords? Swords? Asked Zuko. Why would he try to use swords? Yeah, try using a sword. And where am I going to find a teacher to show me how to use one? He asked, sarcasm lacing his voice. Actually, I think I saw a guy with a sword the next beach over. Come on, you could ask him to help you. Naruto grabbed his hand and raced off, bringing Zuko along for the ride. End flashback. After that, he dragged me over to where the swordsman was, and I introduced myself to Master Piandao. He seemed curious when I asked if he could show me how to use a sword. He decided to teach me swordsmanship, and I took to his teachings like a turtle duck to water. Zuko finished his story. I see, so that is why you detest a swordsman like that man, Iroh said. It would make sense, considering who his nephew learned from. Zuko simply nodded, staring in the direction the swordsman went. Location: Azula's group. Okay, people, the rest period's over, Naruto stated as he stood on the edge of the hill. He came back from a reconnaissance mission to see if their intended target had shown up yet, but to his disappointment, he was not there. Could we please take it slow this time, Naruto? Ty Lee asked with a whine. They had been riding hard all day and she was sure her whole backside was sore. Yeah, I'm not one for killing our rides, Mai stated as she looked at her mongoose dragon. The creature had gotten its breath back, but it still looked tired. Fine, answered Naruto both with annoyance and exasperation. Oh, relax. It's not a fate worse than death, Azula told him as she got into her saddle. Look, I'm just trying to make sure we stay with the Avatar. The last sighting we had 4 hours ago was that the sky bison flying towards a giant swamp. Plus, I'm going as fast as the mongoose dragons are and I'm not breaking a sweat. Then it won't hurt to slow down. We're at the swamp's edge, so we have to move slower now. As you wish, he told her with resignation in his voice. Lead on, princess. They proceeded into the swamp. Location: aboard Appa. They flew across the giant swamp. On board, everyone was doing their own thing. Aang was steering, both Katara and Sokka were reading a waterbending scroll, Akela was sleeping against Sokka's side and Momo was looking over the edge of the saddle. Both Kurenai and Hinata were doing the same thing, only they were looking for anything that could attack them. Shino was meditating and Kiba was double-checking his equipment, while Akamaru watched the clouds. Aang stared at the swamp below. He couldn't exactly say what it was, but something was trying to talk to him, and it was coming from below. Sokka stopped reading as he noticed something. Hey, are you taking us down for a reason? He asked Aang, looking over at him. The air nomad said nothing, he just kept looking down. Aang, called Sokka, finally getting his attention. Why are we going down? What? Aang asked. I didn't even notice. Then he realized that Appa was indeed going down. Are you noticing now? The tribesman asked him, sarcasm out in full force. Is something wrong? Katara asked as she and Hinata joined Sokka. I know this is going to sound weird, but I think the swamp is calling to me, Aang told them. Is it telling you where we can get something to eat? Because I'm hungry, said Kiba. The only thing he really had to eat was soldier pills, and those weren't snacking material. No, I think it wants us to land there. No offense to the swamp, but I don't see any land there to land on, Sokka told him. All he could see were either trees or the swamp water beneath the trees. I don't know. Bumi said to learn earthbending I would have to wait and listen. And now I'm actually hearing the earth, do you want me ignore it? He asked them. Hinata activated her Byakugan. I'm not seeing any chakra signals down there, she announced. The canopy was making it a little difficult, but she couldn't see anything that had a chakra signature. Perhaps it is best if we keep going, Kurenai suggested. Akela woke up, took one look over the edge of the saddle and then looked at Sokka, giving him a look that asked why they were going down. The tribesman could only shrug in response. Okay, if it's such a bad idea, Aang said. Bye, swamp. He yipped Appa into flying higher in the sky, making them go farther. As they flew away, they heard something coming up behind them. Kiba looked behind and then quickly whipped his head back around. I don't want to cause panic, but there is a tornado right behind us. He all but shouted at them. Sokka looked to double-check. Aang throw in another yip. We gotta move, he told the airbender. They tried to outfly the thing, but it kept getting closer and closer to them. Soon enough, it was so close that it began to pull Akela in. Sokka quickly grabbed onto his wolf's hind legs but was also pulled off the saddle. His feet were grabbed both Kiba and Shino. As they tried to bring them back down, Akela turned his head and looked back at them. Sokka immediately knew that look. Now is not the time for you to fart in my face, Akela, he warned. Seeing the danger his friends were in, Aang quickly jumped into the saddle and bent together a big sphere of air that encompassed Appa entirely. While both Sokka and Akela landed safely in the saddle, Appa flew into the tornado. Aang did his best to hold the sphere together, but the twisting fury of the tornado as well as the difficulty of holding that big of an air sphere together made him lose his concentration. The air sphere collapsed, and everyone went flying. The humans and one animal went one way, the rest of the animals went another. Thankfully, the humans managed to land in the drink, if water in a swamp can qualify as that. Aang managed to on his feet, while the others did not. Where are Appa and Momo? He asked, taking a quick look around. And where's Akela? Sokka asked as he looked around as well. Both were worried. Hey, have you seen Kiba? Hinata asked. No need to worry, I'm right here, Kiba announced as he lay in the water with his partner right on top of him. Did you really have to land on me, Akamaru? The dog barked in the affirmative. Then please get off. Location, Azula's group. Hey, did you guys hear that? Ty Lee asked them as they traveled through the swamp. Hear what? Mai asked, completely bored. Once they had gotten into the swamp, all she saw was tree, water, roots, and more trees. It sounded like something crashed. It was faint and a little far off, but she had heard it all the same. Ty Lee, what could have crashed in the middle of a gigantic swamp? Azula asked her, exasperation filling her voice. Well, let's see, Naruto began, lifting his hand to count on his fingers. It was a rhetorical question, Naruto, she told him, now annoyed. I know, he replied as he counted off the number of things that could crash in a swamp. Then why are you still counting? Because I like riling you up. It's a perk of being your bodyguard. He grinned at her, prompting her to bend a fireball at him, which he avoided. But in all seriousness, right now, there's only one thing I can think of that could have crashed. He became serious as he looked at Azula. And that's a sky bison. She nodded in agreement. Let's keep moving, she ordered. They continued to travel deeper into the swamp, now aware of the fact that their target must be close by. Appa was currently caught in a big tangle of vines. Both Akela and Momo were still in the saddle. Hearing Appa's cries of frustration, the flying lemur hopped out of the saddle and began to chew through the vines. After getting through a few of them, the sky bison was free but was caught by surprise by gravity and fell to the water below. After landing with a splash that got everyone wet, and after everyone shook their fur dry, Appa took off. But again, he got caught again in a tangle of vines. As Momo chewed the vines, Akela was on his stomach, covering his eyes with his paws. He then proceeded to, somehow, tell Appa off. Aang had disappeared into the trees to see if there was any sign of the other animals. While everyone else waited below in the water, Katara noticed something on her brother. Sokka, you've got an elbow leech, she told him. Sokka freaked out. Where? Where? He whipped his head around frantically trying to find it. Where do you think? She asked him sarcastically. Sure enough, it was on his elbow. Why do things keep attaching to me? He demanded as pulled the leech off and threw it away. Akamaru, now is not the time to look for lunch, Kiba warned his dog as he became interested in the leech. Aang flew back down on a vine. You couldn't find them? Katara asked as he landed in the water. No, he answered. And the tornado had just disappeared. Feeling a presence, they all looked towards the swamp, like something was beckoning them to go deeper. Let's keep moving, Kiba said before taking out a kunai and began to hack through some nearby vines. Maybe we should be a little nicer to the swamp, Aang suggested. He had a bad feeling what the Inuzuka was trying was not a good idea. What do you want me to do? Say please and thank you as I cut through them? He asked sarcastically as he continued hacking away. Kiba, maybe you should listen to Aang. Something about this place feels alive, Katara said. She could feel something around them. You've got a point, Sokka told her. But we also have to find Appa if we don't want end as something's dinner. He pulled out his machete and began helping Kiba cut a path through the vines. They soon began to make headway into the swamp. But as they went deeper and deeper in, they still didn't have any luck finding Appa and the others. After a while, it began to grow dark in the swamp until night had finally fallen. Appa? Momo! Katara called out as they walked along a giant tree root. Akela, you out there? Sokka yelled as well. But they didn't get an answer. There is no way they can hear us or see us. It's the same for us, Kiba told them. That's easy for you to say. You've got Akamaru, Sokka pointed out. He sighed. It was too dark to see anything now. Look, let's just make camp for the night. They heard something pop and saw a small plume of smoke coming up from the water. What was that? Katara asked in a nervous voice. It's just swamp gas. Sokka pointed out before they all inadvertently smelled said gas. It didn't smell good. They heard something that was the rough equivalent of a banshee shrieking. After jumping together and holding each other, while Team Kurenai looked like they were ready to fight, they noticed that said shrieking was coming from a small fat bird. I think we should build a fire, the tribesman stated before heading over to some smaller roots and began hacking off parts. Sokka, the longer we're here, the more I think you shouldn't be doing that, Aang told him. It felt wrong to let that happen. Do you have any better ideas? He asked. If it helps you sleep tonight, just think that I asked the swamp and it said that it was fine. The answer he got from Aang was a scowl. Soon enough, they had a fire going in the remains of a big, hollow tree trunk. The trunk helped keep the heat from the fire contained, keeping them warm. Does anyone else get the feeling that we're being watched? Katara asked after she had briefly looked out at the swamp. She had that niggling feeling at the back of her head that was telling her that they were being watched. Come on, we're all alone out here, Kiba told her. He started swatting at a fly that was buzzing around his head. The fly then flashed a huge light in front of their faces. It temporarily blinded them while also waking up every animal that were in the surrounding trees. Except for them, Aang stated as he looked at how many eyes were watching them. Kiba, please stop talking, Shino told his teammate. Yeah, I'm done, he agreed. Finally, time to sleep, Ty Lee said as she lay down on the tree root. Traveling through the swamp at a quicker pace had made her backside feel even worse. When she got off her mongoose dragon, she felt stiff as a board. The girls all took to their bedrolls, happy to sleep. As she got into her bedroll, Azula noticed Naruto was still watching the swamp. Naruto, nothing will attack us, she told him. They had made camp on a root that was big enough to hold them all and high enough so that no one was in danger of rolling directly into the water. They had to fall first. You don't know that, he told her. He knew nothing about this place, and that made him nervous. Lack of information about something could get people killed, a fact that he knew all too well, having lost soldiers that way. You're right, but I do know that no creature will attack us if the fire is going, and we've put a good number of sticks on and around the fire. So just go to sleep, she ordered. That fire will run out eventually. Just go to sleep, Naruto, she repeated her order, her voice already getting slurred with sleep. He sighed as he watched her fall asleep. I might as well. He laid down against the root slash. Hey Kit, just be glad you can willingly be a light sleeper, the QB told him. Years of experience and practice, he told the Biju lying down so that his face was looking at the fire, and fell asleep. Yeah, I know. He was to blame for that. Aang, Sokka and Katara slept back to back while Kiba, Shino, Hinata and Kurenai slept by themselves, Akamaru sleeping next to Kiba. The fog had seemed to grow thicker as they slept, and from the fog came the vines. The vines slowly crept up to the group and began to wrap around them. When the vines had wrapped the group so that they couldn't get loose, it gave them a rude awakening by dragging them into the fog. Sokka reacted immediately by whipping out his machete and stabbing it into the root underneath him. Katara and Hinata were dragged off together while Aang and Kurenai were dragged off together in a different direction. The same went for Kiba, Shino and Akamaru. Sokka cut himself loose from the vines and stood up. He looked around nervously to see where the vines were coming from. They suddenly appeared in front and tried to grab him. He turned around and began to run, but a trip sent him crashing down the root and into the water. He then ran off to avoid the vines that were still coming after him. Both Katara and Hinata were struggling against the vines that had them. Managing to get a hand near her water pouch, she quickly bent the water to slice the vines off, allowing her to get free. She fended off the vines while also freeing Hinata. Once the pair were free, they ran off into the fog. Both Kiba and Shino had managed to grab hold of a kunai and started cutting off pieces of the vines. After freeing Akamaru, they also ran deeper into the fog, trying to get away from them all. Aang and Kurenai were tied together and were trying to break free. After managing to get his hands loose, Aang bent the air that was between him and Kurenai and the vines to form an air sphere, thus getting them loose from the vines. They took to the trees, but a vine had grabbed Aang and dragged him back down to the ground. Kurenai jumped down, grabbed a kunai, and cut off the vine while Aang air blasted the rest of it off his leg. After taking a giant leap, courtesy of an air blast right beneath them, both Aang and Kurenai landed another route that was further away from the campsite. They also realized that they had lost sight of the others. "Guys?" called out Aang as he looked around. The sudden loss of warmth on Naruto's face woke him immediately. He took a look at the campfire and immediately got out of his bedroll. "Everyone wake up!" he ordered in a loud voice. The three girls began to stir as he started screening the surrounding area. "What is it, Naruto?" Azula asked, immediately waking up. This wasn't the first time she had heard that loud a voice come from him. When it did, it was always best to follow everything he said. "The fire is out." He pointed at the damp fire pit, where the fire used to be, answering her question. "So? You woke us up because of that?" Mai asked. If one paid attention, one could tell that she was annoyed. "Look at the fire, Mai." All three of them looked at it. It was out, but only some of the sticks were burned. Another thing was the fact the fire pit was completely wet. "Well, we are in a swamp. Maybe some of the water managed to hit the fire and doused it," Ty Lee suggested. She knew it was probably wishful thinking, but she could also hope. "We're on a giant tree root that is about 10 feet above the water line. Also, if the water managed to douse the fire, there would be a runoff," he pointed out again. Before anyone could say anything else, the water below them suddenly surged upwards. Splitting into 4 different streams, it hit them and forced them off the root, washing away the mongoose dragons in the process. Each of them was pushed deeper into the swamp but in 4 different directions. After a while, the 4 water streams stopped and then fell back into the water below. "Now all I have to do is make sure they find where I live, and I'll be satisfied," someone who had watched the whole thing said as he stepped out of the shadow of a nearby tree, a mad and sadistic grin on his face. He was looking forward to having his guests for food. "Aang! Sokka!" Katara called out as she and Hinata made their way through the swamp. They had walked through the night, trying to find the others with no success. "Kiba! Shino! Kurenai-sensei!" Hinata looked around with her Byakugan active, but the surrounding trees somehow made hard for her to see anything. "It's no use using it," she muttered to her as she deactivated it. "Don't worry, Hinata, we'll find them," Katara told her before looking out at the swamp. She then saw a person but their back. "Hello? Hello? Can you help us?" she asked as she and Hinata made their way over. As they got closer, she thought the person looked familiar. "Mom?" she asked before finally recognizing who the person was. It was her mother. "Mom!" she cried before running over to her, Hinata behind her. "I can't believe." But as she grabbed her mother's shoulder and tried to look at her, it turned out that her mother was just a tree stump. Katara knelt and began to cry, memories of her mother coming back to haunt her. Hinata watched all of this and was reminded of her own mother. Ka-san, she whispered as tears fell from her face as well. Both girls then felt a hand on their shoulder. Turning around, they saw Hinata's mother standing behind them. Ka-san, is that you? Hinata asked. The woman only smiled in response before a small cloud of fog passed in front of her. When it passed, Hinata's mother had disappeared, but they could hear her voice saying, "Do not worry, it'll be alright." "Guys! Where are you?" Kiba shouted as he, Akamaru, and Shino walked through the swamp. "Are your Kakashi getting anything, Shino?" Despite their best attempts, they couldn't see far ahead, due to a seemingly thin barrier of fog surrounding them. "No, they can't seem to get past the fog barrier," Shino answered. "Every time he tried, they would just come back to him." Just then, Akamaru went shock still and began to whine. "What is it, Akamaru?" Kiba asked as he looked in the same direction. What he saw made him go still. "That's not possible," he said before rushing over to a particular tree. "What is it, Kiba?" Shino asked as he followed, but when looked in the same direction, he too was shocked. Standing beneath a gigantic tree was a man. But Kiba knew this man quite well, he just hadn't seen him in a long time. "Dad?" he asked with hope in his voice. Shino was surprised at what he saw, but it's something else that his attention. Sitting underneath a different tree, across from Kiba's dad, was a little girl that looked to be about 5 years. "Shina?" asked Shino. Both Kiba's dad and the little girl opened their mouths to say something, but both Kiba and Shino took that moment to blink. When they opened their eyes again, what they thought were people turned out to be just oddly shaped roots. "You still think about him?" Shino asked after a quiet moment. "Every day, you?" replied Kiba. He had lost his dad when he had been 5. What hurt the most for him about that was he didn't realize it until he had gotten older. "The same, it's been so long since they left us." At that point, a gentle wind blew past them. And in that wind, somehow, the three of them then heard the voices of the ghosts saying, "We never left you." "Aang!" yelled out Sokka as he hacked his way through some vines, the non-moving kind, mind you, Katara. Muttering curses against the swamp and the vines, he continued to forge his own path. As he did, he managed to trip over one of the vines, making him land in the water. After lifting his face out of the water, he noticed a shaft of sunlight, and in the middle of that shaft was a vision of you. He walked up to her, finding it hard to look away. "I'd like to say that I'm hallucinating or something like that. But I'm not, am I?" he asked her quietly. "You didn't protect me," the vision told him angrily. "Only because you didn't let me protect you," he replied. He wanted to. The spirits know he wanted to protect her. But she had refused. Even if she had done it gently, it still hurt. The anger on her face disappeared. She smiled and floated down, so that it looked like she is standing in the water as well. "I know," she told as she cupped her hand to his cheek. He tried to touch her hand with his own, but it passed right through it. He closed his eyes, trying to fight back the tears. When he opened them again, you vanished into thin air. Just as he was about to continue, he saw someone out of the corner of his eye. "Who's there?" he demanded as he whipped around. He pulled out his boomerang, ready to fight whoever was there. A man stood before him, a fellow tribesman, if the coloring of his clothes were anything to go on. He was older, much older than Sokka. His build was bulky and muscular, like he had been fighting all his life. He also had the scars to prove it. He wore an eye patch over his right eye and had half of Glasgow's smile carved onto his face, on the left side of his mouth. He was bald, whether it was shaved or not was unknown. Strapped to his back was large, double-bladed axe. And hanging in front of his clothes for everyone to see, was the same paragon medallion Sokka had. The man seemed to silently study the younger tribesman before nodding his head once and disappearing into the fog. What was that all about? Sokka briefly wondered before deciding to keep looking for the others. He left the area, hacking apart any vines that stood in his way. "Katara!" yelled out Aang as he and Kurenai made their way through the swamp. "Appa?" Kurenai kept looking around for anybody else. "Aang, look over there." She pointed to a large rock that jutted out of the water. On top of the rock were 2 girls with a boar that had wings. One girl wore a fancy dress while the other wore a formal kimono with a symbol on it. They were too far away to see what the symbol was. The winged boar was standing closer to the girl in the fancy dress than the one in the kimono. "Hello?" called out Aang. "Who are you two?" The 2 girls just giggled and took off in different directions while the winged boar just flew off. Hey! Come back! He told them as he leapt after the one in the dress while Kurenai chased after the one in the kimono. While Aang was lead on a weird and direction-confusing chase, Kurenai was able to catch up to her target much faster, using her training to close the distance. Who are you? What are you doing here? She demanded as she faced the girl in the kimono. The girl just smiled and slowly walked closer to Kurenai. As she readied herself for a fight, Kurenai saw something that made her eyes go wide. The symbol on the kimono was one she knew. It was the symbol of the Sarutobi clan. Who are you? Kurenai asked again, this time with curiosity. The girl now stood in front of Kurenai. She simply brought her hand up and touched Kurenai's stomach. Though she could see the hand touching her, she couldn't feel it. The girl spoke and what she said floored Kurenai. Ka-san. Kurenai took a couple of steps in shock. Ka-san? What does she mean by? Then it all came back to her. By the way, my congratulations to you, Kurenai, the blonde said to her. Congratulations? She was suspicious of those words, as she didn't know what he meant. When you trapped me in that genjutsu, I looked for your chakra so I would know where to attack. I was quite surprised when I found you. Now that I think about it, you look like you're almost glowing. I'm just surprised that Ina team here hasn't figured it out yet. If it's true, then who? The symbol on the kimono. Suddenly it was all clear. Dear Kami, I have to tell him, she thought to herself as she looked down at her stomach, although there was no clear sign of the surprise yet. When she looked back at the girl, she was gone and Aang stood in front of her. Are you okay, Kurenai? He asked, openly concerned. Why yeah, I'm fine, she answered, not wanting to tell him what she had just learned. Did you see where they went? She asked, changing the subject. He looked around to see if either one of them was nearby. There's one of them. He pointed to the girl in fancy dress, who was standing on a nearby tree. She just giggled and ran away. Aang went after her and Kurenai followed. Appa, Momo and Akela watched the humans in the boats that were in front of them. Appa considered getting closer until the tall, thin one in the middle boat said that they were going to be eaten. At that point, the sky bison essentially did a U-turn and started running away. While Momo hung on for dear life, Akela was barking for all his worth. If anyone besides the Inuzuka clan, and Kakashi Hatake, could speak and translate canine, they would basically tell you that the wolf was a backseat driver. Ty Lee jumped through the trees at a fast pace. She had lost track of where she was and was trying to get back to the campsite. But the water had sent her far away and she was lost. Where is everyone? She wondered out loud. She then landed in the water below, the splash echoing all around her. My! Azula! Naruto! Are you guys out there? She yelled. When she didn't hear an answer, she kept moving forward through the swamp. She then saw someone standing with their back to her. Ty Lee didn't know how, but she could tell that the person was female. She wore a green kimono that was armored and wore bracers on her arms and a sword on her waist. Her hair was brown and braided into a ponytail. Excuse me? Do you know where my friends are? Ty Lee asked as she approached the woman. She didn't know why, but she felt nervous and cautious. The woman turned around to face Ty Lee. She wore white makeup that covered her face entirely with both red and black accents around her eyes and also wore a metal headdress. She looked at Ty Lee for a moment, and then she pointed off to the left. Thanks. The acrobat chirped and ran off in the pointed direction. But she stopped as the details of the woman came back to her. Quickly turning back around, she saw that the woman had disappeared. Was that me? She asked. Did she just meet her future self? That could be, young lady, a voice from behind her said. Whipping around and being ready to strike, Ty Lee saw an old man facing her. If that is you wish, he told her. He wore a red gown-like robe that tied off with a white sash. He wore a white coat as well as a white scarf over the robe and a funky-looking hat. It was red except for a small white part in the front. On the white part was the symbol for fire. Who are you? She asked cautiously. Someone who tried to take care of Naruto when he was younger, he answered cryptically. But I failed. His face grew sad. But a smile graced his lips as he looked at her. It's good to know that there are people who still consider him to be a friend. He will need that. Ty Lee was about to ask more, but then she blinked, and the man was gone. Deciding to wonder about him later, she ran off in the direction that was pointed out to her. Mai walked silently through the swamp, trying to make her way back to the camp. Though she would never tell this to anyone, being alone in the swamp unnerved her. She just felt exceedingly small against it all. "Does anyone else live here?" she asked out in a bored but slightly scared voice. "Where are they? I wasn't sent that far away, was I?" she thought. They had been caught off guard by the sudden attack, and she wasn't exactly sure how far she went. She then saw, in the distance, 2 people standing side by side. Not knowing who they were, she walked cautiously to them, quietly fingering a knife. As she approached them, she saw that the man on the right was old while the one on the left was young. Another thing that she noticed about the old man was the fact he wore the headpiece of the Fire Lord. "Excuse me," she called out. The young man turned to face her. He wore a military uniform that she had never seen before. He wore a dark red coat over what seemed to be a white uniform that consisted of pants and shirt. The reason she could tell that it was military was because it was crisp and clean, like it was ready for a parade. "Have you seen my friends around?" she asked, her face an emotionless mask. The young man nodded and pointed behind him, in the direction the old man was facing. "Thank you." She took a closer look at the young man. His face looked a little familiar, but she couldn't place it. "So, who are you two?" she asked. The old man turned to face her, and Mai took a step back, falling in shock. Standing in front of her, as an old man, was Zuko. She could tell, not just by his scar, even though it was obvious, but by the fact she knew it was his face. Then she realized why the young man looked so familiar. Despite looking a little different, she could see Zuko in the young man. That meant the two of them were related somehow. As she got up out of the water, she saw that the old Zuko and the young man were gone. "What was that?" she asked out loud, not expecting an answer. "A possibility," a voice told her. Spinning around and drawing out the knife she had been fingering, she saw someone. Standing on a tree limb above her was a masked person. He wore a short kimono on the outside and shirt-like piece of clothing on the inside, as well as split skirt. His hair was long and black, but you couldn't see his eyes because his mask hid them so well. "Who are you?" she asked. The person reached for the mask and pulled it off, revealing a feminine-looking face. "Someone who told him that only when you are protecting someone precious to you is when your true strength is shown," he answered, being cryptic. "Him?" asked Mai. The person smiled. "I believe it's the one who calls you doom and gloom." "Naruto," she answered with a little annoyance and looked away. She didn't want to think about the blonde at that point, she just wanted to get out of the swamp. "You know he calls you that to show he cares about you. He considers you to be one of his precious people." Mai turned back to look at the person to say something back, but he had disappeared. She shrugged and moved on. She could worry about ghosts who apparently knew Naruto later. Azula moved through the swamp, wanting to find her friends and get out of there. "Where are they?" she asked to herself as she walked forward, a small feeling of nervousness beginning to build inside her. As she passed by a giant tree, she saw a child standing in the middle of a clearing, the water of the swamp rippling around his knees. The child was crying where he stood, his shoulders shaking with each sob. "Are you okay?" she asked the child. He turned around and she looked at him in surprise. Standing in front of her, complete with whiskers, blue eyes, and blonde hair, was Naruto as a child. "No! Stay away. I didn't do anything wrong!" he cried as he backed away from her. His eyes were alight with fear and hurt. "Hey, I'm not going to hurt you!" Azula protested. She might be many things, but a willingness to hurt children was not one of them, despite her own habit of tormenting her brother. "That's what they all say." He fell to the ground and began to cry again. "What did I do? Am I really a demon? Why do they keep hurting me?" As she watched him weep again, she couldn't take it anymore. She walked up to the child, knelt, and gave him a hug, holding him tight enough to be comforting. "Let me go!" he protested as he struggled against her grip. "It's going to be okay, Naruto," she told him, trying to make her voice sound soothing and calming. "It will be alright, no one is going to hurt you." He finally stopped his struggling and his tears began to dry. "Thank you." She felt him just disappear from her hug. She stood up and back away from the spot where he was. "Please, Great Agni, please tell me that wasn't what I think it was," she begged to herself. She knew that her bodyguard had problems, but she hoped they hadn't been that bad. Yet what she had just seen was something that would plague her mind. Is there anything else that I will discover about you that I don't know, Naruto? It was. She spun around to where the voice was coming from. Standing in front of her was another surprise. And Naruto? She asked. The man looked like Naruto, only older and without the whiskers. The Naruto lookalike shook his head. No, I'm not him, but I am responsible for the hell he's been through, he told her, his eyes filled with sadness and shame. What do you mean responsible? She didn't like the way that had sounded. It said to her that he had done whatever happened to Naruto on purpose. But he didn't answer her question. Your friends are that way. She turned to where he was pointing and then turned back, but he had disappeared. I should go find everyone else. She ran off in the direction that had been offered. But I will find out who that man is and his connection to Naruto. Damn it all, to Kami and back. Naruto swore as he leapt through the trees. I knew that it wasn't going to be that easy for us. He had separated from the girls and he had no idea where they were. He had also lost his Jin, sheath and all, when he was blasted back by the water. Don't sell yourself short, Kit. You were awake the second the fire went out and became immediately alert, the QB told him. And yet, we were still separated. It's my duty to protect them, and now, I don't even know where they are. He was beginning to panic at the thought of not finding them. He had already lost of comrades on the battlefield and off it, whether it had been from ambushes or their wounds. He couldn't lose Azula and the others. Control yourself, Naruto Uzumaki. The fox barked out like a commander on the field of battle. What was one of the first things I drilled into your head? It was vital to remember those lessons, especially now. Naruto landed on a root of a tree that was almost submerged in the water. Your emotions do not control you, you control them, he recited. That was a vital lesson, he knew it. It had meant the difference between life and death one too many times. You're letting your emotions take control over your actions. Now calm down, take a breath and then start looking for them again. Naruto did so and began his search again, leaping through the trees. 5 minutes later, he spotted someone standing on a root and facing a tree while also standing in its shadow. Excuse me? He called out as he landed on the root. Have you seen my friends? There are 3 of them and they're all girls. One doesn't show emotions, another has a bubbly personality, and the third one sometimes acts like she owns the world. Sometimes? Demanded the fox. Shut up, furball, was the order he shouted in return. He really didn't need it right now. Your friends are that way. The man pointed off to the right. Thanks. He was about to head off but was stopped when the man spoke again. Do you know his name? He asked quietly. Naruto turned back to look at the man but once again, could only see his back. But this time he could see that the man wore a white cloak that had 9 magatama in rows of 3 and what looked to be a sterilized ripple pattern in the shape of an eye. What are you talking about? He asked. His Biju, on the other hand, was having different thoughts. Is that who I think it is? But he's dead. The QB silently thought in disbelief. I am here to give you some advice, Naruto Uzumaki, the man said to the blonde. No matter how hard you run or fight against it, your past will come back to you. The question is, what will you do when it catches up? Who are you? Naruto asked carefully. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that the man was smiling. I was like you once. I faced impossible odds and it looked like there was no hope. I drew a line in the ground and said that this is where I stand and where it stops. I had held my ground when others had turned tail and ran and I was victorious. After all, he slowly began to turn his head. Your stubborn, furry friend knows me quite well. Naruto didn't see much of the man's face, but what he did see was the glowing, purple eye that held a ripple pattern. He took a step back. I don't know why, but it feels like I should respect this guy but also be afraid of him as well. By the time his thoughts were back in order, Naruto realized that the person had disappeared. Where'd he? I don't have time. I need to locate the others, he said as he took off in the offered direction. Hey QB, what was that guy talking about when he asked if I knew your name? He asked the fox. It's something I'll tell you at a much, much later date, the QB answered. They didn't have time for it now. Aang and Kurenai went after the giggling girl but could never stay with her. She was always one tree away. As they looked through the trees and bushes, they finally saw her just standing on a root. Who are you? Aang asked before rushing at the girl. But as he got close, it turned out to be Katara. He crashed into her, which sent them straight into Sokka. All three of them crashed onto a U-shaped root. Standing just below the root was Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino. Guys, you're here. Have you seen Hinata or Kurenai-sensei? Kiba asked. We're right here, Kiba, Kurenai answered as she and Hinata landed on the root. The shinobi there were all relieved to see one another. Thank Kami. We've been looking all over for you. So did we, Hinata told him. Everyone was looking for everyone else. Actually, we chased two girls, Aang replied, gesturing to Kurenai and himself. It had pretty much occupied their thoughts once they had seen them. Girls? Asked Katara. Out of all the answer that could have come out of his mouth, she hadn't expected that one. Yeah, Kurenai and I saw two girls. We went after them but lost one of them. We kept after the other girl who kept giggling or laughing. So, you saw someone as well? Shino asked. Once he said that, everyone looked at him. Yeah, did you see anyone? Shino and Kiba looked at each other for a quiet moment before he answered. I saw Shina. And I saw my dad, Kiba told them. While Kurenai and Hinata looked sad at those words, the others looked confused. Okay, you saw your dad, Sokka said, pointing at Kiba. He got that. But who is Shina? He asked Shino. He remained quiet for a few minutes. Shina was my twin sister. She had contracted a rare disease when she was 5. She died less than a week later. Everyone else was quiet. I'm sorry, Katara finally answered. It is all right. I take it that you two saw someone as well? He asked her and Hinata. If he and Kiba had seen something, they must have seen something as well. We saw our mothers, Hinata told them. That was all she was going to say about it. Just thinking about it made her remember her mother, and she didn't want to do that right now. They all turned to Sokka, the one person who hadn't spoken yet. Why are you looking at me for? He demanded. Well, right about now you would be saying that there was a perfectly logical reason for all this, Aang pointed out. If there was anyone who could insist that there was nothing weird going on and a rational reason for it, it would be Sokka. Well, I like to say this was all because we were scared and hungry. But I don't think that's the case here. He told the air nomad. Something was going on here, and Sokka needed to find out what it is. So, you did see someone? Katara asked. She had been surprised by her brother's answer. Usually, he would have denied anything spiritual was going on. I saw you. He made it sound like he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't tell them about the other person he saw. That, he felt, should stay with him. It's funny, but all our visions led us here right here, Aang noted as he looked around. So where is here? The middle of the swamp? Asked Katara. Yeah, the center, he said as he turned around and noticed a tree where the definition of huge would be on the small side. It's the heart of the swamp. It's been calling us here. I knew it. Yeah, a tree was calling us, Kiba said. Next, you'll be telling us that we were being hunted by some sort of monster made of vines. At that moment, there was a big splash of water and a big, green monster made of vines appeared behind them. In the moment of shock and surprise that followed, Sokka looked over at Kiba. You just had to say it. Ty Lee ran through the water, trying to find one of the others, before crashing into someone familiar. My! She cried in joy as she leapt up from the water, pulled the other girl up, and hugged her. She was so glad to see a familiar face. Nice to see you too, Ty Lee, Mai said her. Now please let go. I need to breathe. Sorry, she apologized, letting go. I'm just glad to see someone else. Before she could say anything in response, they heard someone landing nearby. Good, the two of you are already together, Azula said from atop a nearby root. Thank Agni it's you, Azula, the acrobat said happily as she climbed up the root with Mai behind her. I guess that old man did point me in the right direction. That got the attention of the princess. Wait, you saw someone too? She nodded. Yeah, actually I saw 2 people. Same here, but I saw 3 people, Mai told them. Who did you see? Ty Lee asked her. I saw an old man wearing the Fire Lord's headpiece with a young man that was probably his grandson, she answered, thinking back to them. She could still see them perfectly. How did you know that it was his grandson? She took a breath to steady herself. The old man, it was Zuko. And the reason I say that it was his grandson was because I could see Zuko in him. That's only two, who was the third? Azula asked, curious to know. The third person was a stranger to me, but it sounded like he knew Naruto, she told them, getting their attention. Hey, the old man that I met said he knew Naruto as well, Ty Lee put in. That couldn't be a coincidence. It just couldn't. It is a bit strange that we saw people that are connected to Naruto, isn't it? I don't know what to make of it. Ty Lee, what happened with you? Mai asked her. I first met this woman in a green kimono with armor and face paint. She grew quiet at this point. What is it, Ty Lee? Azula asked. It was rare for the acrobat to fall silent like this. Not to mention a little disturbing. The woman looked like me, she told them. It was like I was looking into a mirror, but with a 10-year difference. Then she disappeared and the old man showed up. So, what did you see, Azula? Mai asked, looking at her. She might have not looked like it, but she was curious. Azula looked away with a sad face. I saw Naruto, but as a child, she said, sounding almost ashamed about it. Ty Lee was very curious. Oh, what was the cutie like? Naruto didn't really talk about his life before they found him on Ember Island. For her, that was like a mystery that looked to be unsolvable. He was terrified of me. He thought that I was going to hurt him. He kept asking what he did wrong and if he was a demon. Out of all the things she thought would come out of her friend's mouth, that wasn't one of them, dear Agni. What did he go through? She asked. She was horrified by what she heard. And if the subtle expression on Mai's face was any indicator, she felt the same. I don't know, but after he disappeared, another person showed himself. He looked like Naruto, only older and with no whiskers, she told them. He said that he was responsible for what happened to Naruto. But before I could anything else out of him, he told me where you guys were and then disappeared. What are you going to do? Mai asked, not letting anything slip past the emotionless mask she wore. What we are going to do is to not tell Naruto about what I saw, no arguments, she ordered. They both nodded in agreement, even though their curiosity burned now. They then heard a loud thump behind them. There you three are! Exclaimed Naruto said as he walked hurriedly towards them. They all heard the relief in his voice. I guess that guy was right. What guy? Mai asked him. Now it wasn't a coincidence if he had seen something too. That's not important, he said shortly. Right now, we need to get out of this swamp and regroup. No! We are not losing the Avatar, Azula protested. The Avatar was in the swamp. He could be just past the next tree for all they knew. They couldn't give up his trail now. We've already lost the Avatar as well as the mongoose dragons, the blonde told her firmly. We don't have any idea of where we actually are or where the Avatar is. We need to leave the swamp. When I was heading this way, I think I passed near an edge of the swamp, Ty Lee offered. It had been a brief glimpse, but she was sure of it. Take the lead, Ty Lee, Naruto ordered. They began to leave, but he noticed that Azula hadn't moved. Azula, it's for the best. We need to capture the Avatar, nothing else matters, she argued. She couldn't fail her father. Not like Zuko did. His face turned cold at those words. So, you are willing to risk your friends' lives to go looking in a swamp for someone who is possibly on the other side of or not even in it at all? You're willing to do that and potentially sacrificing the means to your answer on something like that? She tried to come up with a defense, but his rhetorical questions had left her without one. He was right. There would be another chance to hunt the Avatar. Which way did you come in from, Ty Lee? She asked with a defeated sigh. This way, follow me, she answered cheerfully. Everyone split off just as the monster swung its arms at them. It reached for Sokka as he ran through the water. It grabbed him and began to drag him back. Seeing his situation, Kurenai grabbed hold of his arms and tried to pull him out of the grip of the vines. But they proved to be too strong as Kurenai was dragged into the grip as well. Aang saw what was happening and quickly bent the air into a slicing wave. It flew at the monster and cut off the end of its arm. There were no hands on this thing, letting Kurenai and Sokka to fall back into the water with a splash. The monster retaliated by flinging his other arm at Aang, hitting him, and sending him away in the air. Sokka and Kurenai tried to cut themselves of the scraps of vines that were still attached to them. However, they noticed that the vines were floating out of the water and reattaching to the damaged arm, lengthening it back to what it had been before. The monster swung his arm again at Sokka and Kurenai, but this time, Shino had knocked Kurenai out of the way, so the monster grabbed Shino and Sokka. "Shino, is there any chance of you using your bugs?" Sokka demanded as they were lifted up. "The vines are holding me too tightly. My Kikaichu cannot get out," Shino answered. He could barely even move in the grip. The monster began to glide through the water away from the rest of the group. It was stopped when Hinata landed in front of it. "Hack Kusho, 8 trigram vacuum palm," she shouted as she put her palm out in front of her and gave a thrusting motion. The monster was pushed back and was momentarily distracted, which allowed Kiba and Akamaru get in close. "Gutsuga, fawn over fawn," the Inuzuka yelled as he and Akamaru drilled through the arm that held Sokka and Shino. As soon as they fell to the ground and had gotten clear, Katara bent the water into ring-like shapes and sent them at the monster. As she bent a continuous barrage at the monster, slicing off chunks while it tried to reattach the vines, Sokka noticed something about the monster. "There's someone in there," he announced to the group. "He's bending the vines." Katara bent one last water ring at the monster, slicing off the top half of the wooden mask that passed for a face, as well as the top part of the monster itself. For a moment, it looked a small tower that was made from vines, but that moment was over when vines from the water tried to restrain Katara. That idea was stopped by Aang as he landed in front of the monster and blasted it with air. As the vines disassembled, they could briefly see the person who was manipulating the vines before he was covered again by said vines. "Why did you call me here if you just wanted to kill us?" Aang demanded. "Wait!" the person cried before the vines fell, revealing a middle-aged man with gray hair and beard. He wore a green loincloth with leaves in the front. "I didn't call you here." The group all gave each other a look and then faced the man again. "We were flying over, and I heard something calling to me, telling me to land," Aang told the man. "He's the Avatar, stuff like that happens to us a lot," Sokka explained. In the back, Kiba muttered, "Tell me about it." He and his team hadn't been around them for long and they already were going through some weird stuff. "The Avatar," the man repeated. "Come with me." He gestured behind him and walked toward the center of the swamp, where they could spot a large tree sitting in the middle. The group just lowered their weapons and followed him. "So, who are you then?" Katara asked as they climbed the tree. It was a little steep, but they were able to manage. Soon enough, they had reached a level surface. "I protect the swamp from folks who want to hurt it," he explained. "Like these two with their knives." He gestured to Sokka and Kiba. Kiba looked sheepish, but Sokka wasn't. "So, there is nothing mystical about this swamp then, huh?" the tribesman asked, generally curious about it. "Don't worry, the swamp is a mystical place, it's sacred," he told them as he sat down. "I reached enlightenment right here under the banyan grove tree. I heard it calling me, just like you did." "Yeah, it sounds really chatty," Kiba said. "We almost got killed in here." "Knock it off, Kiba," Kurenai told her student. "They really didn't need that right now, otherwise they would probably end up in more trouble." "Sorry," he replied. Akamaru just rolled his eyes in exasperation. The man continued, like the two of them hadn't said anything. "See, this whole swamp is actually one tree spread out over miles. Breaches spread, then sink and take root and then spread some more, one big living orgasm, just like the entire world." As they took in what he said, Aang looked at him. "I get how the tree is one big thing, but the whole world?" he asked. That seemed a little far-fetched to him. "Sure, you think you're any different from me or your friends or this tree?" the man asked back. "If you listen hard enough, you can hear every living thing breathing together. You can feel everything growing. We're all living together, even if most folks don't act like it. We all have the same roots, and we are all branches of the same tree." "But what did our visions mean?" Katara asked. That question, and the fact she saw her mother, was the one thing that was bugging her. "In the swamp, we see visions of people we've lost, people we've loved. Folks we think are gone, but the swamp tells us they're not. We're still connected to them. Time is an illusion, and so is death," he explained. "So that's what they meant when they said that they never left us," Kiba quietly said to Shino, who only nodded in agreement. The two of them both knew there was a little more to it, but they were happy with that answer for now. But what about my vision? Aang asked. It was two people I had never met. You're the Avatar, you tell me, he said with a small smile. Taking the challenge, the Avatar thought hard about it. Time is an illusion, he said to himself. So there'll be people I will meet. The man nodded. When Kurenai heard this, she brought her hand down to her belly. The vision of the girl in the kimono came back to her. I guess I will meet you soon, she thought to herself. The man then glimpsed at something beneath Sokka's shirt. Hey, youngster, what's that under your shirt? He asked. Sokka reached inside his shirt and pulled out his Paragon medallion. The man's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of it. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a Paragon, he apologized, bowing his head slightly. It's okay. I'm still new at it, the tribesman assured him. How do you know about the Paragons? Well, legend has it that the first group of Paragons were first to attain enlightenment under the Banyan Grove tree. It was here they found their last teacher, who taught them an ability that only a Paragon can have. Well, that's informative, he remarked, silently filing the information away. Now we just need to find Appa, Momo, and Akela. I think I know how to find them. Aang placed a hand on the tree and began to concentrate. Everything is connected. He saw Appa being caught in a net by people who wore clothes that were like what the man wore. He also saw Akela being caught in the net as well. Come on. We have to hurry, he told the others before speeding off into the swamp with Katara close behind. The others were right behind them. He tore through the swamp, intent on finding the lost animals. At the speed he was going, it wasn't long before he saw the boats that the men were in. He also saw Appa and Akela trapped in the net, and also saw Momo's tail sticking out of a bag in one of the boats. He instantly sent a blast of air at the boats, breaking one of them and sending the two people in it flying into the water. Appa? Akela? He cried out as he jumped out of the bush and landing on a root in front of the boats. As Katara joined him, he sent another air blast at the person, a short, chubby man, who held the bag containing Momo, sending him into the water as well and letting Momo free. We're under attack. Another person, a tall, thin man, exclaimed before bending the water around him, sending a wave at Aang and Katara, who pushed it back. After a few moments of fighting each other via the wave, Katara realized something. Hey, you guys are waterbenders. You too? Asked the tall, thin one. That means we're kin. Katara looked a little put off by that remark. Sure, the unique-looking waterbenders may look like kin, but they were so detached from their original home that they are practically different people now. As the three of them let the wave collapse, Sokka and Team Kurenai as well as the man approached Aang and Katara. Hey Hugh, how you been? The tall thin man asked the man. You know, scared some folks, swung some vines, the usual, the man now known as Hugh said casually. Hugh? Asked Shino as the rest of the group looked at the guy. I think it's best to take it in stride, Shino, Hinata told him. They had gone through a lot that day. I think we're almost there, Ty Lee told the rest of the group as they walked into a clearing. They had been following for the past 2 hours now. Well, that's good to know, Mai commented dryly. She almost desperately wanted to get back on dry land. She was quite certain her feet were waterlogged. Look, there's some dry land right ahead, she pointed out. As they approached the dry land, they saw that there was a hut on it as well as a fire going with knives lying next to it on the ground. It looks like there's someone already here, Naruto noted. The fire was crackling merrily and even from where he stood, he could tell there were no rust spots on the knives. Hello? Azula called out. Is anyone in there? Suddenly from behind them, the water surged forward and hit them in the backs, knocking them to the ground and putting them in a daze. Before they could react, someone had tied their arms behind their backs and their legs together with rope. Well, there we are, a voice said. They looked up and saw a man in ragged, Northern Water Tribe clothing standing above them. I was beginning to wonder if you ever show up. But then again, when I separated the four of you, I knew it might take a while. You were the one who separated us? Ty Lee asked. I did just say that, didn't I? He told her with a smile that sent shivers down her spine. What are you going to do with us? Mai asked in a seemingly bored tone of voice. But even though she looked bored, she felt incredibly nervous. Why, my dear, the four of you will be my dinner. I always do enjoy a feast, the man said with a mad giggle. When they heard those words, their eyes went wide in horror and shock. You're a cannibal, Naruto stated, cold outrage shining in his eyes, replacing the horror and shock that had been there mere moments before. Aren't we all? I just happen to like a different kind of meat. He gave off a mad laugh. Before he could do anything else, Azula had freed herself from her bonds and jumped up. Did you really think that rope would be able to hold me? She taunted arrogantly. The burnt remains of her rope fell to the ground all around her. The man didn't say anything, only to thrust out a hand and bend the water into a whip-like shape. He attacked Azula with the whip, only for her to dodge him. But he got her the second time. The whip wrapped around her leg and pulled, making her fall to the ground. He then noticed that the others had gotten free as well, so he bent the water again and froze their arms and legs. Oh, I do enjoy the feisty ones, the man said as he let the water whip dissipate and fall to the ground as he walked over to Azula. You know what? I'm going to have some fun with you. She didn't know what it was exactly. Maybe it was the way he said it, or how his eyes gleamed with lust. But she suddenly felt very afraid. You keep away! She yelled, kicking him in the chest with both feet, pushing him back. She got up and tried to get away, but he grabbed her legs and pulled her back down to the ground. She landed face first right next to the fire and the knives. Deciding that enough was enough, he reached down and flipped her over onto her back. Now stay put, you'll like it and soon, you'll be begging for more, he told her as his hands reached for her pants. It was then she acted. In her right hand was a knife she had managed to grab before he had flipped her. Moving in speeds that only desperation combined with fear could give a person, she slashed the man's throat with the knife. Blood gushed out of the throat as the man choked to death on his own blood. The last look he had on his face was one of shock and surprise, like he had never expected her to do that. Azula quickly freed Tai Li Mai and Naruto from the ice that was holding them. As they stood up and messaged their frozen limbs, she stared numbly at the corpse that lay on the ground. We better keep moving, Naruto told them. The edge of the swamp is just over there. He pointed off onto the distance. They could see the trees thin out and lead into solid land. They began to move away, but Naruto noticed that Azula was still staring at the body. Azula, are you okay? He asked. What? She asked, coming back to the present. Yeah, I'm fine. Are you sure? He knew what it was like to kill someone. People were never just fine afterwards. I said I was fine, Naruto. She snapped at him. He saw how close her temper was to snap and decided to drop it. Very well, let's get moving. They made their way out of the swamp, their eagerness to get out of there quickening their pace. When they finally got clear of the swamp's edge and took a quick breather, Tai Li saw something. Hey, aren't those our mongoose dragons? She asked, pointing to a hill in front of them. Sure enough, the mongoose dragons were sunning themselves there. On the backs of the mongoose dragons were the packs they had left there. Isn't that helpful? Naruto commented dryly. That night, after being introduced to the Foggy Swamp tribe by two of its members, though, the short chubby one, and Du, the tall thin one, they were led to the village and given dinner. How you like that possum chicken? Du asked the group. Tastes just like Arctic hen, Sokka answered. So why you were guys interested in eating Appa and Akela? You got plenty of those big things wandering around. He pointed to the catgator behind Tho and Du. You want me to eat old Slim? He's like a member of the family, he told them before tossing a fish at the catgator. Nice Slim, Sokka said as he tossed the insect in his hand at the creature. It just bounced off his snout, making him growl at Sokka. While Sokka flinched a little, both Akamaru and Akela raised their heads and growled back at Slim, making him shut up. Du laughed. Oh, he doesn't eat no bugs, that's people food. Hey Du, could you please not talk about bugs? Shino can hear you, Kiba asked, pointing over to his teammate. When Shino had discovered the fact that the tribe ate bugs, he almost had a fit of hysterics. His teammates managed to calm him down, but now every time he saw someone eat an insect, he would flinch, dropped his head, and muttered the horror. What's the matter with him? Du asked. He's kind of a bug bender, Hinata explained, trying to find the best way to explain what Shino was to them. Sorry about that then, he told Shino, who nodded in response. Then he saw the giant bug that Sokka ate and shuddered. If that kept up, it was going to be a long night. Where'd you say you was from? Though asked Katara. The South Pole, she answered. She was still surprised by the fact that there were waterbenders in the Earth Kingdom. She had thought they were all in the North Pole. Didn't know there were waterbenders anywhere but here, he told her. They got a nice swamp there, do they? No, it's all ice and snow. And it was home for her. No wonder you left, he said after he and Du looked a little wide-eyed. You know, Sokka, I'm surprised, she told her brother. You haven't even tried to say that there was nothing mysterious about the swamp. Well, I like to say that, but I can't. Something is out there in the swamp. I just don't know what it is, he answered. They then heard the cry of a screeching bird. But as they turned to the noise, they saw a vine rise and smack the bird away. After watching this play out, Sokka just turned to the rest of the group. I rest my case. Kurenai then felt a tingling sensation in her hip pouch. Opening it up, she saw that the seal tag with the kanji for fly was glowing. Standing up, she walked away from the group, which her students noticed. What's the matter, Kurenai-sensei? Kiba asked, bringing his attention from his food to her. I think we're about to receive a message from the Hokage, she told them. Once she had enough room, she slapped the seal down on the ground and backed away. Suddenly the area was filled with smoke, and they all heard a poof. When the smoke cleared, Team Asuma and Team Guy stood before Kurenai, who had a look of surprise on her face. Why are you guys here? It was Asuma who answered her, while giving her an easy smile and a small hand wave. Nice to see you too, Kurenai. Who are they? Sokka demanded as he reached for his boomerang. It's okay, they're friends, Hinata told him, her voice reassuring. Aang, Katara, Sokka, this is Team Asuma, Kurenai introduced. Asuma stepped forward. Hey, the name's Asuma Saratobi. These are my students, Shikamaru and Nara. He pointed to the boy with the lazy expression on his face and spiky black hair in a ponytail, Choji Akimichi. He pointed to a tall, big-boned boy with brown spiky hair that went down to his waist, and Ino Yamanaka. He pointed to a girl with long blonde hair done up in a high ponytail. Asuma wore a black suit as well as a dark green jacket of sorts over the suit. He wore a sash at his waist that had the symbol for fire on it. His black hair was short and spiky. He also had a beard that connected with his sideburns but no mustache. Shikamaru wore the same thing as Asuma minus the sash. He also wore mesh armor underneath the suit and his jacket was lighter shade of green. He wore studs in his ears and his headband was attached to the sleeve of his suit. Choji wore a red suit that had plated armor on it. On the chest was the kanji for food, although Aang, Sokka and Katara did not know that. He had swirl marks on his cheeks. He also wore studs in his ears and the cloth of his headband was red. Ino wore a purple, sleeveless blouse, and a purple apron skirt over a shorter skirt that black with fishnet shorts underneath that. She wore fishnet warmers on her elbows and knees. She also wore studs in ears but didn't seem to wear a headband. And this is Team Guy, Kurenai finished. Guy stepped forward. Hello to you all, it is very youthful to meet you. I am Konoha's green beast, Might Guy. These three youthful people are my students, Rock Lee. He pointed to bull-style haircut boy, Niji Hyuga. He pointed to a boy with black hair that reached the middle of his back and eyes that looked like Hinata's, and Tenten. He pointed to a girl with brown hair that was done up in buns. Guy was something to look at. He wore a green spandex jumpsuit with orange leg warmers. His headband was worn around his waist like a belt, and a jacket the same color as Asuma's, only his was unzipped. He probably had some of the biggest and bushiest eyebrows that Aang, Sokka, or Katara had seen in their lives. Rock Lee was the spitting image of his teacher. He wore the same suit and leg warmers, but he wore bandages around his hands and wrists where Guy did not. He also had the same haircut and the same eyebrows. His forehead protector was worn like a belt as well, and he wore a jacket the same color as Shikamaru's. But unlike his teacher, he had it zipped up. Niji was, thankfully, wearing something quite differently than Guy or Lee. He wore a white shirt that had loose sleeves and white pants. Over his pants was a navy gray apron. Unlike his teacher or teammate, he wore his headband on his forehead. Just like Hinata, as they apparently shared a name, he had the same kind of eyes. Tenten wore a white blouse with a high collar that had a red fastener on it. She also wore red pants that looked a little puffy. She had on black, fingerless gloves and on her back was a big scroll. Her headband was also on her forehead, and the cloth was also red. "Hello, my name's Aang," the airbender introduced himself. He then introduced the rest of the group, including Appa, Momo, and Akela. "Asuma, I need to talk to you." Kurenai grabbed him by the arm as everyone else got to know one another and catch up. "Alone." "Okay," he replied, following her away from the small village. "So, how've you guys been?" Choji asked as he walked forward and sat down with the group. He reached out and took one of the sticks with bugs on it. After inspecting it for a moment, he began to slowly eat it, ignoring Shino. "We've been doing okay," Hinata answered as the others joined them, sitting down around the fire. "Lady Hinata, are you alright? We heard from Lady Tsunade about the encounter with Naruto," Niji asked as he went to her. "I'm fine, Niji," she assured him. But she could tell that he didn't really believe her. "So how are the two of you related?" Katara asked. "Niji is my cousin," she answered. Then she noticed something. "By the way, where are Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, and Sakura? She would have thought that they would be here." "We honestly don't know. Lady Tsunade only called us in for the mission," Ino replied. Guy suddenly looked away with an expression of unease on his face. He quickly brought his attention back to the group, but Shikamaru had noticed what he did. "Speaking of the mission, has there been any change to it?" Shino asked. He wanted to focus on something other than what was for dinner, and the mission would be an ideal choice. "Lady Tsunade has upgraded the mission to an S rank. Our primary mission is still to protect the Avatar, but our secondary mission is to try and find Naruto," Niji filled Team Kurenai in. "So, how are we going to do that?" Kiba asked. "We're still figuring it out. We didn't come up with a definitive plan until we got your input," Shikamaru explained. Before they could any further, a cry of "What?" coming from the swamp. A few minutes later, both Kurenai and Asuma came back to the group. Both had looks of stunned wonder on their faces. "What was all that then?" Du asked. "Kurenai just told me something that was probably the most surprising thing I've ever heard," Asuma explained, a slightly dazed look replacing the stunned wonder he just had. It was like he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "What was it?" asked Do. I'm pregnant," Kurenai told them with a small blush on her face. For about a minute, the only thing that was heard was the sound of crickets. Then, there was a cry of "What?" coming from all three teams. Both Hinata and Niji activated their Byakugan to validate what Kurenai said. As she's telling the truth, Hinata announced as she and Niji deactivated their Byakugan. Her stutter had come back momentarily, but she didn't really think about it. All she could see was how brightly her sensei's chakra was glowing and building around her stomach. Meanwhile, Kiba was currently kicking himself. This was what Naruto meant, back at Omashu. And the blonde had been right, he should have realized it. Guy immediately hopped up from where he sat. "YOSH. It seems that your flames of youth have melted the Ice Queen's heart," he shouted with tears falling from his face. "To celebrate this most youthful moment, I will do 400 laps around this swamp." "Yash, Guy-sensei!" cried out Lee as he jumped up, tears also falling. "If we cannot do that, then we will do 800 laps as well as 1200 push-ups." "Lee!" Guy grabbed Lee into a tight hug, which Lee returned. "Guy-sensei!" "Lee!" "Guy-sensei!" "Lee!" "Guy-sensei!" "Lee!" "Guy-sensei!" As they hugged each other, somehow the image of a setting sun appeared behind the two. "Do not look directly at them," Niji and Tenten warned everyone in perfect unison. Everyone quickly looked away after that warning. After finally managing to get the hug fest to stop, everyone started to ask Kurenai and Asuma questions. Everyone, that is, except for Sokka. "Sokka, what's the matter?" Aang asked as he noticed the tribesman was still sitting down and had a look of concentration on his face. "Something made that tornado and forced us to land, Aang, and it wasn't a weird occurrence of the weather," Sokka told him. "I just want to know what it caused it." Before Aang could say anything, they heard a voice. "I caused it," it spoke. Looking around, the two of them noticed that time had seemed to stop. Everyone else was frozen, stopped in whatever motion they were doing. And standing on the opposite side of the fire was the same cloaked person Aang had met over Omashu. "You!" asked the air nomad in a stunned voice. Hello to you too, little avatar, replied the spirit. Who are you and what did you do? Sokka demanded. He slowly reached for one of his weapons, trying to make himself ready for a fight. I froze you two in a moment in time so we could talk, it answered him, like it was nothing at all. That's nice, but you didn't answer my first question. Who are you? I've been called many things over the years. But recently, I prefer to be called Sifu. I know the Paragons and the Avatar rather well. How? Asked Sokka with suspicion. Even though he had stopped reaching for a weapon, there was something in the spirit's voice that convinced him that he wasn't a threat. He was still unsure of the spirit before them. Oh, that is simple. I was the last teacher of the first Paragons, and I have known every Paragon since, he answered, like it was obvious. Both Aang and Sokka looked at him with surprise. They had thought the last teacher would have been human and therefore dead. Wait a minute. Hugh said that the Paragon's last teacher taught them one ability that only they knew. What are they? Aang asked. Though they couldn't see it, they knew that Sifu was smirking. Trying to give yourself an edge against them, little avatar? He asked. He tried to defend himself but couldn't find a good answer. It's being able to cut off the link between the avatar state and the avatar, isn't it? Sokka asked the spirit. Since he had experienced that power before, it stood to reason. Sifu's only response was to nod. Sifu turned his gaze at Aang, who remained unnerved. It seems to me that you have a question, little avatar. Yeah, I have a question. Why did you train the Paragons? Aang demanded. He still couldn't believe that they were there to kill him. They threatened the balance of the world just by that act alone. Can't you see that they're a threat to the world's harmony? Don't you mean a threat to you, little avatar? He asked with cold fury lacing his voice. The avatar took a step back in fear as he heard that voice. Suddenly, he felt very tiny, and very weak. I'll tell you why I trained them. Because it had been necessary then, and it's still necessary now. Before Aang could say anything else, Sokka cut in. Sorry about that, Sifu. He gets like that sometimes. The tribesman apologized on behalf of his friend, while also silently telling him to stay quiet. Sifu sighed in exasperation. Trust me, Sokka. It seems like every avatar I meet gets like that when they find out about the Paragons. That's another thing. Just how have you been around? Once again, they couldn't see it, but they knew Sifu was smiling. While I'm not as old as some of the spirits out there, I am one of the few spirits out there that Ko is afraid of. Before they could ask anything else, he continued. I think it's time you went back to your friends. He disappeared and just like that, time started to flow again. Aang and Sokka sat on the ground, watching their friends begin to move again. The four of them sat around a campfire with the mongoose dragons sleeping nearby. So, what do we do now? Ty Lee asked. She was awfully glad to get out of that swamp, but she had no idea what they would do now. We head for Udao. It's the closest Fire Nation colony as well as the closest military base, Naruto told them. When they had been separated, they had left some necessary supplies behind. Now they had to restock. You okay with that, Azula? Mai asked, looking over at her friend, who was staring at the fire. Yes, she answered curtly, not taking her eyes off the fire. Are you all right, Azula? Ty Lee asked cautiously. She knew when the princess got like this, it was always best to tread lightly. Yes, I'm all right. Because ever since we left the swamp, you've been kinda. I'm all right, Ty Lee, drop it. She barked out. After a second of silence, she took a breath to calm herself and stood up. I'm going to bed, she told them before heading into the tent that she had. She is not all right, Naruto said after she went into the tent. So, what are you going to do about it? Mai asked. Right now, I'm going to do nothing. If he did something, odds are it wouldn't be pretty. So, what happened to you two in the swamp? If something had happened to him, something must have happened to them. What about you? Did you meet someone? Ty Lee asked back. Yeah, I did. But I didn't really see the guy. I only saw his back and a side of his face. He looked at the two of them. Who did you guys see? Well, I think I saw a future version of me, and I saw an old Zuko and his grandson. But we also met people who sounded like they knew you. He immediately paid attention. Who were these people? Both Ty Lee and Mai described the two people to him. Why would they see Gigi and Haku? He wondered to himself. Either of the girls knew who had shown themselves to them. It was a little weird. Hey Naruto, Mai said, getting his attention. Yes, doom and gloom? She ignored that. If they got into that now, the subject they were on would be forgotten. Those people we saw, who are they to you? She asked him, looking intently at him. He sat there silently. It went on like that for a couple of minutes, and it felt like he wouldn't tell them. I knew them once, a long time ago, he finally answered. Are they dead? Ty Lee asked. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that they were. He simply nodded. No one spoke for a while after that. They were hoping he would elaborate on what he said, and he chose to remain silent. I think it's time we all went to bed, Mai said, breaking the silence. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, she agreed as she hopped up. Both she and Mai went into the small tent that the two of them shared, leaving Naruto at the no tent of his own. He opted to sleep by the fire. As he laid out his spare bedroll, he noticed someone out of the corner of his eye. Standing up and quickly turning around, he came face to face with a fair-skinned woman with red hair and dark gray-blue eyes. While Naruto didn't know who she was, the Kyuubi's jaw had dropped. What the? She's dead and we're not in that Kami-forsaken swamp. How is she here? He silently demanded, despite knowing that he wouldn't get an answer. Who are you? Naruto demanded, his hand reaching for a kunai he kept in a pouch. The woman gave a sad smile and lifted her hand to touch his face. But as she did that, he took hold of the kunai. I'll ask again, who are you? The woman opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, a single leaf flew across Naruto's eyes, which distracted him. When his eyes refocused, the woman was gone. Who was that? Any ideas, Kyuubi? Asked Naruto as he put the kunai away. I'm not sure, the Kyuubi lied, for he knew that person and he knew her very well. I'd have to go through my memories to double-check. All right. The blonde took his word for it. Good night, Fox. Good night, Gaki. The sound of Azula screaming woke him up immediately. Tearing himself out of the bedroll, he ran into her tent. There he saw her thrashing around in her sleep, in the hold of a nightmare. Azula, wake up! He told her as he grabbed hold of her. Her eyes snapped open, but she wasn't fully awake yet. Let me go! She cried as she tried to get out of his grip, thinking she was still in the nightmare. Calm down, Azula, he told her. It's me, Naruto. When she heard his name, she began to calm down. As she stopped struggling against his grip, she took a breath to calm herself. Sorry, Naruto, she apologized. Was it the same dream? He asked. Surprisingly, she shook her head. No, not this time. It was the man from the swamp. I slashed his throat, but he didn't die. I tried to run, but no matter where I ran to, he always seemed just behind me. He had finally caught up and was about to. She couldn't finish the sentence. The mere thought of it was making her tremble in his arms. She was the princess of the Fire Nation. She could not tremble at a dream. He was about to do what he was going to do to you in the swamp? He quietly asked her. She nodded. That's when you woke me up. She couldn't hold it in, not to him. She looked at him with scared eyes. Why? Why can I still see him? He pulled her into a hug. You just killed someone for the first time. Nothing really prepares you for it, he said. So you had nightmares too? She asked as she remembered that night. She had always thought he hadn't, given the way he had acted. Yes. He looked at her. Do you want me to stay? He asked her. She nodded. Naruto? Could I listen to it? She asked him, blushing slightly. He also had a slight blush on his face but nodded anyway. He stood up and removed his boots, putting them to the side. He undid the cloth belt and let the vest fall off his body by simply rolling his shoulders back. He took off his shirt and stood before her. She had seen it before, but what she saw still made her blush a little. 3 years of constant training and fighting had changed his body. His muscles were lean, like a runner, but also hard. When she saw them, she knew that they could move underneath his skin like they were flowing through water. He wore his Paragon medallion over his chest, but he also wore a small, beautiful, green crystal as well. She knew for a fact that his fangirls would die just to see him as he was now. And she was proud to know that he would only do this for her. He lay down on the bedroll and pulled her in close. "Good night, Azula." She got closer, melding her body to his, laid her head on his chest and listened. She listened to the gentle beating of his heart. To her, it was a piece of music that soothed her and lulled her to sleep. "Good night, Naruto," she replied, already getting sleepily. Soon afterwards, the pair were fast asleep in each other's arms. She was walking down the royal gallery when she felt a presence behind her. Turning around, she saw the same man she had seen in the swamp. "You!" she exclaimed. The man simply nodded. "Why are you here?" she demanded. As she looked around to see if there was anyone else, she somehow knew that this was a dream. "We came here to talk to you," he told her. She was confused by those. "We? What do you mean by we?" "He means me," a voice told her. Stepping out from behind the man was a woman with bright red hair. Even though Azula didn't know it, it was the same woman Naruto had seen. "What do you want?" She knew that the man was somehow important to Naruto, and so by extension, the woman must also be important to her bodyguard. However, she didn't know what they wanted. "He considers you to be one of his precious people, never lose sight of that," the woman told her. "Please protect him as much as he protects you." As she listened to those words, she narrowed her eyes at the two of them. "You're talking about Naruto." They both nodded. "What is he to you? Why do you care about him so much?" They began to fade away, but she heard the man say one more thing before they disappeared. And what he said stunned her. "It's only natural that we would care about our son. What parent wouldn't?" Location: Earth Kingdom. The swordsman walked down an alley in the middle of the night. Hearing a door creak, he spun around and drew his swords. "Who's there?" he demanded as he waved his swords around. Hearing footsteps coming from behind him, he turned around again, but he was too slow. He was quickly disarmed and thrown at some nearby crates. Looking back, he saw someone in black garb standing over him. The person reached down and took his swords. It was then he saw the person's face, or rather, the blue mask that covered his face. The former swordsman looked at the masked person with surprise. "The blue spirit," he said, knowing who it was. The blue spirit began to walk closer to the man, the sword seemingly gleaming in the light of the moon. "What do you want from me?" "Humiliation," the blue spirit answered. "But I've never done anything to insult you," the man protested, but the blue spirit now stood directly in front of him. "Please don't kill me," he cried as tears fell from his face. He wanted to live, and he would do anything to be spared. The blue spirit put the two swords into the sheath on his back and then grabbed the man by the shirt, bringing him face to face. "So, there's nothing a fat man dancing for his dinner, huh?" the blue spirit growled. "Well, there's also nothing like a coward begging for his life." Before he could even respond, the blue spirit punched him in the face and knocking him. As the man collapsed on the ground, it awoke the surrounding houses. By then, the blue spirit had disappeared. Chapter 5: Seeing and Listening. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Azula's group. "Are we there yet?" Ty Lee asked out loud. They had been walking up a staircase carved into the mountain, and it seemed like forever since they had been at the base. "Yes, we're there," Azula answered. As they walked up the last step, they saw the walls of Yudao stretched out before them. Just above the walls were the green-tiled roofs of the colony's buildings. She would have they would be red. They were a colony of the Fire Nation, after all. "It took us long enough to get here," Mai said as she looked at her mongoose dragon with an annoyed look. When they had reached the base of the staircase, the mongoose dragons had been worn out because of hard riding. So, they had dismounted and walked up the staircase alongside them, and asked, "Can we head inside now?" "Good idea," Ty Lee agreed. She wanted to get inside so they could find a place to relax a little bit. They were about to move forward when Naruto held out his hand, motioning them to stop. "Wait a moment," he told them as he kept scanning the surrounding area. "What is it, Naruto?" Azula asked him, becoming alert. "We're about to get a visitor." She was confused by those words. "What are you?" Before she could finish the sentence, they heard a whistling sound and then saw something crash in front of Naruto's feet. Looking up, they saw that someone garbed all in black. They could tell that the attacker was female because the clothing did not hide her curves and she had not covered her hair, which was brown and done in a female's hairstyle. "You're getting better, but you still can't hit me," Naruto told the attacker as she pulled the chain in her hands and retrieved the object in front of Naruto's feet, which turned out to be a spiked meteor hammer. He walked forward, putting some distance between him and the girls. He shifted the Jien on his back. He had packed a spare, just in case the one he had been using was lost or destroyed. The attacker growled, swung the chain a little, and hurled the meteor hammer at him again. He ducked his head to dodge it, and then the attacker threw the other end of the chain, which was also a spiked meteor hammer, at him. He did a little jump, and as he was in midair, he shot out his hands and landed in a perfect handstand. Shifting his weight forward, he let his body fall to the ground. As he was about to hit the ground, he tucked his body in and rolled forward. He then leapt forward out of the roll and charged at the attacker. The attacker reacted by bending the earth in front of her to form a barrier. Naruto didn't slow down in response to the earth-bending attack against him. As soon as he reached the wall, he put one foot on it and immediately started to run up it. He cleared the top in less than 5 seconds. Drawing out his Jien, he stabbed it into the top of the barrier. He then proceeded to use it as a handle to swing over to the other side of the barrier, disappearing from Azula's, Mai's and Ty Lee's sight. He tried to pull the Jien out of the barrier as he landed, only to have it snap in half, leaving him with a ruined sword. "Damn it," he swore underneath his breath. Not letting something like that stop him, he got in close to the attacker and swept her legs out from under her. As her back hit the ground, she felt the tip of a knife touching her throat. "Lower the barrier," he told her, his voice void of emotion. She did just that. As the barrier collapsed, Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee rushed over to where Naruto was. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Ty Lee asked. She had gotten worried once he had gone over and they couldn't see him. "I'm fine," he replied. He threw a glare at the broken pieces of the Jien. "I'm annoyed to hell and back at the sword, but I'm fine." "What are you waiting for, Naruto? Kill her!" Azula commanded. His attacker was at his mercy. Now was the time to finish it. He should kill her right now and be done with it. He looked at her and then smiled. "Now why would I do that?" he asked her as he put the kunai that he had used against the attack away. He held out his hand to the attacker. She took it, and he helped her get up. "I'm going to get you one day, Naruto," she said with determination shining in her eyes as she pulled down the mask covering the bottom half of her face. He simply laughed in response to the newcomer's declaration. "That's the spirit," he told her, making her smile back at him. "Who is this earthbender, Naruto?" Azula asked. That dangerous tone in her voice, the one where everyone who knew her would find a good hiding spot, should have warned him to answer the question carefully. However, since he had been with her for so long, he didn't fear that tone. "Azula, Mai, Ty Lee, this is Kori Morishita," he introduced them to the attacker. "Hello, it's nice to meet you all," she greeted them with a welcoming smile. "Why was she trying to kill you?" Ty Lee asked. "It was weird. One minute, they were battling it out, and the next, it was like it didn't happen." Both laughed at that. "Kori wasn't trying to kill me. She's been trying to beat me in a spar ever since I was first posted here," the blonde told them. "So far, she hasn't succeeded." That earned him a frown from her, which he had just smiled in response. "Why didn't the soldiers stop her?" "I can see them up there," Mai told him as she pointed up to the gate. When they all looked up at the walls, they did indeed see Solidar walking their patrol and looking down upon them. She couldn't really see them, but she was fairly certain that they were amused. "They know what she's been trying to do. Also, her dad is the mayor of this place." He pointed behind him at the town to emphasize his point. Kori looked a little embarrassed by that fact, if the small blush on her face was anything to go by. After a minute of silence, it was Azula who spoke. "We should enter the town and introduce ourselves to Mayor Morishita then," she spoke. "It was protocol after all." "Agreed. Let me greet the troops first." As they approached the gate, he turned to the others. He took a few steps forward and looked up at the guards above the gate. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and proceeded to bellow. "Attention to all military personnel. You know damn well who's talking right now, so pay attention. I am currently standing in front of the gates with Princess Azula and her 2 friends. If these gates are not opened within 15 seconds, I will be taking over the morning training exercises and everyone will attend, no exceptions. He lifted his head up to look at the sun. I am timing you, starting now. Never had Azula, Ty Lee, or Mai seen a gate be opened that fast. Not only was the gate opened quickly, but there was also an honor guard waiting for them on the other side. It's good to see you again, Lord Naruto. They all chorused together. It's good to see you all again as well, he told them with a warm smile as the group walked through the gate and into the town. The honor guard was about to fall in behind them when he spoke again. However, you took 16 seconds to open the gate. Therefore, I will see you all on the training field at 4 in the morning. Never in her life did Azula think to see the men and women of the Fire Nation army, the mightiest army this side of the planet has ever seen, cry like babies when they heard what came out of Naruto's mouth. Location: Jailing. Aang, Sokka and Katara stood in a marketplace with Momo on Katara's shoulder and Akela at Sokka's side. Team Guy stood nearby, keeping an eye out for any potential threats. After the meeting with Sifu and talking about Kurenai being pregnant, the teams from Konoha had finally gotten down to brass tacks. They eventually decided that the teams would remain separate but would work together. One team would guard Aang and the other 2 teams would try to locate Naruto or get information on him. Seeing as Team Kurenai had already done the part of protecting Aang and his group, Guy volunteered his team to do it next. The first village they came across after the swamp and an encounter with some unique Fire Nation men on Komodo rhinos was not an incident they liked to remember. Apparently, that one little village detested the Avatar, but when they learned Sokka was Paragon, they all but fell to their knees, welcoming him. One of the villagers revealed to Sokka that one of the previous Paragon's brother founded the village they currently reside in. After getting into a trial that was weird, dumb and was rigged to an extent that even Guy and Lee could tell, Aang had transformed into Kyoshi and had essentially confessed to killing the village's founder, who was a tyrant. The mayor was all set to have Aang executed, but Sokka had stepped in and revealed a trump card. He pulled out a scroll he brought with him from the Northern Water Tribe that was titled Basic Laws of the Nations. He announced that even though Qin Village had a bad judicial system, they still had to obey the basic laws that the 4 nations followed. One of those laws was that a paragon could overrule a court's decision if he felt it was unlawful. With that said, he declared the ruling of the case was void because of their prejudice against the Avatar. The mayor grumbled but complied. However, something strange had occurred. Kyoshi, who still had control over Aang's body, noticed what Sokka had said and saw the paragon medallion he had when he showed it to the mayor. She immediately tried to attack him. She blew past Team Guy and Katara but was stopped when Sokka had, without conscious thought, cut the link between Aang and the Avatar state. The same Fire Nation troops appeared again, but this time, Team Guy was ready for them and easily beat them. After the celebration that night, they decided to quickly leave the town that Sokka had stated was the worst village they had ever visited. Now they were at the marketplace in the town of Jailing, but not to shop for supplies. Katara and Sokka went in one direction, while Team Guy went in another direction. Tintin noticed the stalls and gazed at what appeared to be sets of pears on the basket as the merchant chatted with a female customer, who had finished paying for her purchase. In another section of the marketplace, Guy was in the middle of an argument with a merchant who was selling bags of rice, but when he tried to pay him in rios, the merchant was upset. "We only deal with Earth Kingdom chiens, none of that paper currency," the merchant snapped, who snatched the bags of rice back from Guy's hands. "Where can I go to exchange for your local currency?" Guy asked back, but the merchant snorted. "I don't know. It's not like we're dealing with the merchants who travel here from across the seas. No one knows what the market is like across the seas, west of the Fire Nation. Now scram." He turned his attention back towards the other customers who grumbled about waiting too long to buy their portions of rice. On a different area of the marketplace, Katara and Sokka looked around and looked at what appeared to be an expensive green bag with a strap. She looked at bag, before turning her head towards Sokka, who was also looking at the bag. "It's pricey, but I really do like it," Sokka said. He was currently conflicted in whether buying the bag or not. "Then you should get it," Katara told him. "You deserve something nice." "I do, don't I?" he rhetorically asked her. "But no, it's too expensive. I shouldn't." "Alright then, don't." She walked away with Aang behind her. He was about to follow when he changed his mind and got the bag. Akela just rolled his eyes at Sokka's antics. Meanwhile, Niji stood against the wall next to Lee. I can't believe he's agonizing over a simple bag, he muttered. It was completely ridiculous. But it's a bag with a most youthful shade of green, Lee told his teammate. Then he turned serious. Besides, would you rather go with Tenten when she discovers a weapons shop and learns about the sales on those things? The two of them shuddered at the memory of Tenten's last weapons shopping spree. The next time that happens, they were wearing body armor. Tenten noticed the shudder. You guys okay? She asked. We're fine, they answered in unison. Meanwhile, a guy had come up to Katara and Aang. Hey, do you kids like earthbending? You like throwing rocks? He handed them a small piece of paper. Then check out Master Yu's Earthbending Academy. As the man walked away, Aang looked at the paper. Look, there's a coupon on the back. The first is free. Who knows, this Master Yu could be the earthbending teacher you've been looking for, Katara told him as she and Sokka, bag in hand, also looked at the paper. Sokka turned his head to ask Team Guy what they thought, but when he saw the stony expressions on their faces, he decided not to. Location: Yudao. Cory! Cried the mayor as his daughter entered the building's foyer, which had been done in subtle style. Not that anyone had been paying attention to it at that moment, with Azula's group behind her. Where have you been? You know that you had a meeting with a son from the Akatambo family today. The frown on his face was seen by everyone there. Before she could reply, Naruto asked, so that's your excuse this time? You wanted to avoid a guy? Cory's cheeks blushed with embarrassment. It wasn't like that, she told him. He replied, not believing a word of it. Naruto, is that you, my boy? Mr. Morishita asked as he recognized the person talking to his daughter. The frown on his face disappeared and was replaced with curiosity. He looked at the man, and casually waving his hand in greeting. Nice to see you again, Mayor Morishita. The mayor walked up to him and proceeded to give him a bear hug. It's good to see you again, my boy, he declared, tightly squeezing him in the hug. Sir, I need air, Naruto wheezed out. He could feel the air in his lungs being squeezed out, and was finding it hard to take in more. The mayor realized what his hug was doing. Sorry, he apologized as he let go. Sir, there are days when I think you tried to kill me with those hugs, the blonde told him as he gasped for air, silently glad to be able to breathe again. Nonsense. If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead, he replied. There was no pomposity or arrogance to his words. He genuinely believed that he could do it. After he got his breath back, he gave the mayor a mischievous smirk. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but isn't that what your wife said to you just before she asked you out on a date? He asked with an innocent expression that everyone knew was false. The mayor's face blanched. Why did I ever tell you that story? He said with a groan, covering his face with his hands. He still regretted having drinks with the blonde, even if it had been a while now. Before Naruto could continue, Cory interrupted the two of them, and pointed at the girls who accompanied Naruto. Father, we have guests. He brought his face out of his hands and looked at who was behind Naruto. Princess Azula, he exclaimed before bowing down before her. I am terribly sorry for ignoring you. That is quite all right, she told him, trying not to be insulting to him. These two friends of mine are Ty Lee and Mai, she introduced the two girls at her side with a wave of her hand. Hi, Ty Lee chirped. Mai just gave a wave of her hand in greeting. My family is honored to have you in our house, Princess, the mayor told Azula. Yes, I saw that when your daughter tried to attack my bodyguard, she replied. She was still annoyed at what she had seen, and not just from the fight the two had. Hey, he saw me coming, Cory protested. Naruto always seemed to know when she was about to attack. She had tried to figure out how he did that at one point but gave up when she couldn't find a good answer. Quiet, little girl, the adults are speaking, the princess told her, trying to keep her quiet. I'm older than you are. I am 16, she fired back. Naruto could see that things were not going well between the two. We should probably go and unpack the mongoose dragons. I'll head back outside and start the process. Cory, do you want to come along? She nodded in agreement, after throwing a smug look at Azula that she thought he hadn't seen. He knew it probably would have been better to take Azula, but she had to inquire about the state of affairs in Yudao, as was protocol. And he also wanted to catch up with Cory. As the two of them turned for the door behind them, Ty Lee spoke, curious about Naruto's adventure in the city. Mr. Mayor, what did Naruto do when he was assigned here? Why do you even care? Mai asked in a bored tone. If you asked me, I think you're the one who has a crush on Naruto, not Azula. Azula glared at Mai, who simply shrugged. You know, there will be a time when asking questions could end badly. I'm just curious, Mai. Wouldn't you want to know what Zuko did at his first assignment? When she didn't answer, the acrobat turned back to the mayor. So, what did he do? She repeated her question. The mayor shrugged. I assigned him to be my daughter's guard, he answered like it was a simple thing that didn't need a lot of thought. Both Azula and Naruto went stiff as boards, but for different reasons. Of all the things he could have said, he went with that. Naruto thought in a small panic. When he took a chance and looked behind him, he saw Azula giving him a look that said, "Explain, now." He could feel the tension getting very, very thick. At that point, he decided to beat a hasty retreat from the room. Location: Jailing. Ing decided to try out Master Yu's academy. He didn't think much of it, and told the rest of the group that after the so-called lesson was over. Team Guy silently agreed with him. They had listened in when they heard the master offered to put Ing in the next belt if he had paid for an entire year's worth of lessons. At that point, they were ready to destroy the academy. They hated places like this, where you could buy a rank if you had enough money. Sokka managed to calm them down before they did something stupid. They didn't any more trouble than they usually got. As this all happened, the other students were leaving the academy. I think the Boulder's gonna win the belt back at Earth Rumble 6. They heard one of the other students tell his friend as they passed. He's going to have to fight his way through the best earthbenders in the world to even get a shot at the champ, the other guy replied. Ing perked up when he heard the word earthbender. Excuse me, but where is this earthbending tournament exactly? He asked the two as he ran up to them. If the best earthbenders were going to be there, his teacher might be there too. It's on the island of Nanya business, the first one told him. The two of them began to laugh as they walked away, turning the corner at an alleyway. I gotta remember that one, Sokka noted as he watched the two leave. It was a good one, if it wasn't used too much. Katara shared a look with Tenten, and they both nodded. We'll take care of this, she told Aang. Hey, strong guys, wait up, she called out as she went after the two guys. Tenten was right behind her. Meanwhile, Sokka was looking at the bag he bought. What was I thinking? I don't need a new bag. Why did you let me buy this? He asked Aang, only to not get an answer. He dropped the bag on the ground and looked away. Momo had been sitting on Sokka's shoulder up until that point. He jumped into the bag and proceeded to get comfy. As Momo did this, Akela watched him, and as he did, he began to smile. Sokka looked back and noticed what he was doing. Akela, we've had this talk. You can't eat the flying lemur. By this time, Katara and Tenten were running back to the group. You ready to find an earthbending teacher? Katara asked. We're going to Earth Rumble 6. How'd you get them to tell you? Aang asked. He would have thought that those two boys would have kept the information to themselves. A girl has her ways, Tenten simply stated, tossing a kunai. The rest of her team shared a knowing look between them. If they were to investigate the alleyway where the two students went, they would find that said students were frozen to the wall, and had icicles stuck in the wall just below the one place no man wants to be hit or stabbed in. Location: Earth Rumble Arena. As the night fell, the group headed into the giant cave that held the Earth Rumble Arena. They went down one of the many staircases surrounding the ring, looking for a good spot to watch from. Hey, front row seats. Aang announced. He looked at the seats. I wonder why no one else is sitting here. He wondered aloud as they all sat down. As soon as those words left his mouth, a huge boulder crashed into the seats right next to Sokka. I guess that's why, the tribesman answered. That had been way too close for comfort. A couple more inches and he probably would have lost his head. They turned to face the ring. A man in the middle of the ring bent the earth around him to create a shower of big rocks, which the boulder had come from. He then bent the earth beneath him to raise him up onto a pillar, and then bent it back down into the ring, showing how supposedly good he was at earthbending. Welcome me to Earth Rumble 6. I am your host, Xin Fu, he declared. Katara gave a bored sigh. This is just gonna be a bunch of guys chucking rocks at each other, isn't it? She asked, restraining the urge to roll her eyes at the ridiculousness of it all. That's what I paid for, Sokka answered. He, on the other hand, was looking forward to it. Indeed. This should be a most youthful event to watch, Lee chimed in. The rules are simple, the host continued. Just knock the other guy out of the ring and you win. He leapt up to a ledge as a bell went off. Standing in the ring was now a big, heavily muscled man with a badger mole tattoo on his back and a really big man who was missing his front teeth, both top and bottom. Round 1, the boulder versus the big bad hippo. Xian Fu announced to the cheers of the audience. Listen up, hippo, the boulder called out as he pointed to his opponent. You may be big but you ain't bad. The boulder's going to win this in a landslide. Hippo mad, was the hippo's reply, stomping a foot into the ground and causing a crack. The boulder quickly bent a chunk of the ring at the hippo. It slammed into the hippo, creating a bit of a dust screen. It cleared away, showing the hippo looking no worse for wear and with a big rock in his mouth. He proceeded to bite down on the rock, shattering it, and began to chew on the piece that was in his mouth. He spat it out and began to jump up and down, causing the ring to act like a seesaw. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen, announced Xian Fu. The hippo is rocking the boat. The boulder staggered back across the ring and almost fell off. To save himself, he bent a flat piece of rock out of the side of the ring to balance himself. Grabbing hold of the piece, he whipped his body forward and hurled the piece of rock at the hippo. The hippo turned to glare at the boulder, who jumped away from the edge. The boulder got into a stance and slowly but surely bent the ground beneath the hippo upwards. It caught the hippo by surprise and the boulder used that to hurl the rock, with the hippo on it, out of the ring. The boulder wins, Xian Fu announced. The boulder drank in the applause of the crowd, proud to have won. How about the boulder? Katara suggested to Aang, looking at him. He's got some good moves. She didn't know much about earthbending, but he looked pretty competent. I don't know, Aang replied, feeling uneasy about the earthbender. Bummy said I need a teacher who listens to the earth. He's just listening to his big muscles. He looked over at Sokka. What do you think, Sokka? I think we should keep watching. But the boulder is looking like a good candidate, Sokka answered as they couldn't be picky about their options regarding teachers. Then he noticed Aang and Katara giving him a weird look. What? Well, you maid gave your opinion in calm manner and with an analytical eye, his sister noted. Yeah, it's really not like you, Aang told him. What? Were you expecting me to be on my feet and cheering like a hardcore fan that had lost his mind? He asked the two of them. Yes, they answered. They were certain that was what he would have done. But instead, he gave a calm and reasoned reply. It wasn't like him. Don't worry, Lee's about to take care of that. He pointed to the spandex-wearing shinobi, who was staring down at the ring intently. Tenten looked at her teammate. You alright, Lee? She asked. This is so, Lee muttered before standing up with tears flowing freely from his eyes. It's so very, very youthful. Oh, how I wish could be an earthbender, that way I could join this most youthful competition. Would you calm down? You're attracting attention, Niji hissed, pulling his teammate back down to his seat. Other people nearby were looking at them strangely. After they had finally managed to get Lee to calm down, the matches continued, and the boulder dominated. He went through all his opponents like they were nothing. The Fire Nation man, the Gopher, the Gecko, and the Headhunter, all were easily beaten by the boulder. Finally, the lights in the cave had dimmed, save the one shining on the Earth Kingdom emblem in the middle of the ring. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for, Xian Fu said to the quiet audience. The boulder versus your champion, the Blind Bandit. A light shined down upon a girl in a green shirt and pants with a white tunic over them and a studded belt around her waist. She also wore dark green bands around her waists and her ankles. She wore a headband in her hair that was green and yellow with a white puffball attached to it just above each ear. She held up the championship belt above her head as the crowd cheered her on. She can't really be blind. It's just part of her character, right? Katara asked. The girl's eyes were a light green color but were also unfocused, like she was just looking straight ahead. I think she is, Aang answered, looking at her. But then, how can she fight? Niji asked. Sokka suddenly remembered something that happened in Omashu when Naruto had beaten Team Kurenai. Sokka, allow me to show you something of earthbending that paragons can use. Think of it as a lesson. Naruto took a strip of cloth from his pocket and tied it around his eyes. Now then, let's begin. I think I know how, the tribesman told them. Before anyone could ask him, the boulder spoke out. The boulder feels conflicted about fighting a young blind girl. Sounds to me like you're scared, Boulder, the girl taunted. He scowled slightly. The boulder is over his conflicted feelings and now he's ready to bury you in a rock-avalanche. The girl pointed at him. Whenever you're ready, the pebble. She insulted him and then laughed. Aang's eyes went wide at its sound. He had heard that laugh before. He had heard it back in the swamp. She was the girl in the fancy dress. It's on, the boulder announced. They had a bit of a stare-off, which was redundant when one of them is blind. He made the first move by stepping forward. He brought his right foot down and brought the other foot up. The girl went into her stance and waited. When the boulder began to bring his left foot down, she just simply kicked the ground, sending a line of rocks towards the boulder, but not directly at him. As the boulder brought his foot down, it landed on the rock line, which then curved to the left. The result was the boulder doing the splits, which, apparently, he couldn't do. Cried out the boulder in pain. The girl quickly followed up with a hand-chopping motion, causing 3 rock columns to jet out of the ring behind the boulder, hitting him hard and sending him out of the ring. Your winner and still the champion, the blind bandit, announced Xian Fu. The girl smiled and raised a fist as the crowd cheered. How did she do that? Katara asked. She had never seen anything like that before. She did the same thing Naruto did at Omashu, Sokka told her. Granted, the blonde had done with boots on, but it was still the same thing. Aang nodded in agreement. She waited and listened, he said with a smile. Xian Fu leapt back into the ring. To make things a little more interesting, I'm offering up this sack of gold pieces to anyone who can defeat the blind bandit. The entire cave was dead silent. What? No one dares to face her? Xian Fu demanded. He wasn't surprised. No one really wanted to fight her. She was the champion, after all. I will! Voice ranged out. Xian Fu turned to where the voice was coming from and saw Aang coming up the steps and into the ring. He didn't say anything. He just leapt to his ledge. The girl looked in Aang's general direction. Do people really want to see 2 little girls fighting out here? She taunted. The audience responded to her taunt with an "oh" sound. I don't really want to fight you. I want to talk to you, Aang told her. He took a step forward and she smirked. She bent the ground beneath Aang to form into a column that jutted out of the ground. Aang leapt off the column and landed off to the side. Someone's a little light on his feet, the girl stated as she swerved to his general direction. What's your fighting name, the fancy dancer? Aang just grinned in response. The girl took advantage of that and tried to throw Aang off by shooting up the ground from underneath him. Aang just leapt forward off the rock. The girl had a small look of confusion on her face. Where'd you go? She said to herself. Aang landed a good distance behind her. Please wait, he begged of her. There you are. She turned around, bent a chunk of rock out of the ground, and hurled it at Aang. He responded by bending the air into 2 streams, one deflecting the rock and the other sending her out of the ring. That move shocked everyone in the arena. While the crowd was cheering, Aang went after the girl who was leaving the arena. Please listen, he pleaded. I need an earthbending teacher, and I think it's supposed to be you. The girl continued to walk away. Whoever you are, just leave me alone. She opened a hole in the wall, walked through it, and closed it just before Aang reached her. As the group got the winnings and Sokka took the belt, he remained downcast. He might have won the fight, but he might have just lost his teacher. And he didn't even know who she actually was. Location: Udao. It was 6 in the morning and Azula was feeling irritated. She didn't know why she felt irritated. She was a princess and a princess never gets irritated. Why am I so frustrated? She asked out loud as she paced around the room she was given. Hearing footsteps, she turned to look at the door and saw her 2 friends there. Do you really want that answered? Mai asked as she leaned against the door frame. Ty Lee stood just outside against the wall. What is it? She asked, deciding to change the subject. She wanted a distraction. Mai shrugged. She wanted to ask you something. She pointed to Tai Li, who bounced forward. You want to go see Naruto train the soldiers? She asked with a grin. I think they're done with the warm-ups and the run. She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. She wanted to see Naruto train, torture the soldiers, that much was true. But she also wanted to see if they would get sweaty and take off articles of clothing. Azula looked at her for a minute. Fine, she finally answered. She wanted a distraction, now she had one. Tai Li's grin got even bigger. She grabbed both Azula's and Mai's hands and charged off. The training grounds were in a small valley that was next to Yudao. It had once been a part of the city itself but had been destroyed by a fire more than 100 years ago. That day was always remembered as a tragedy for Yudao, for the number of lives lost in the fire. If one knew where to look, they could find scars of that fire's destruction. It was circular in shape, having practice fields for both weapons training and fire bending. It had 2 entrances, one led back to Yudao and the other led into a trail that split into 2 separate directions. However, if someone went in one direction, they would eventually come out through the other one. It was used for exercise runs and for punishment. If a soldier were punished, they had run several laps on the trail under a time limit. If you knew where to look, just near the entrance to Yudao was a path that led up to a ledge that encircled the training grounds. How did you find this? Azula asked as they made their way to the top of the ledge. Somebody told me, Tai Li replied. They crept to an edge that had a natural barrier. If they knelt, no one would notice that they were there. Why am I even here? Mai wondered. Because you were bored, that's why, Tai Li told her with a smile. She just rolled her eyes in response. Shush! Here they come! Azula hissed to them. Sure enough, the soldiers were coming in through the trail entrance with Naruto in the lead. As soon as they hit the practice fields, they stopped and all but collapsed. Well now, wasn't that refreshing? Naruto asked them. The large amount of people behind him just groaned. Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad. You call doing 40 laps on that trail with weights after an hour and a half of push-ups, sit-ups and agni know what else not bad? One of the men, who looked to be an officer judging by his armor, demanded. Naruto just looked at the person, who looked to be a year or 2 older than him. You're green, aren't you? He asked. His question confused the officer. He's fresh out of the military academy, Lord Naruto. This is his first posting, one of the foot soldiers replied. Ah. Well, that says a lot. He looked at the officer. What's your name, boy? The officer was enraged. My proper rank is lieutenant, and you address me as such. I asked you for your name, not your rank, Naruto told him, keeping his voice calm and leveled. What's your name? My name, you damn peasant, is something you will never hear, the officer said with a sneer. The rest of the soldiers there, including the older officers, now knew that he was screwed. Naruto did not even look outraged at being told off. I'm a damn peasant, am I? He asked, raising an eyebrow in question. He's going to get now, Tai Li whispered gleefully. It seemed like all but the young officers, who apparently shared the same belief about Naruto. Yes, you are a peasant who does not know how to talk to his elders or betters. I don't know why the foot soldiers think you're a lord, but they are obviously mistaken. Once I'm done with you, I'll fix that attitude. He promised as he cracked his knuckles in anticipation. You're in for a bruising, you little shit. Done with me? Are you going to challenge me to an Agni Kai? The fire paragon kept his voice mild as he spoke. The lieutenant scoffed. I know all about you, punk. You think you're some hotshot because you managed to beat the princess in Agni Kai when you're not even a firebender. Well, I have news for you, I could beat you easily. Oh? You think you can beat me when the princess of the Fire Nation couldn't? She's a woman, so her firebending is pathetic. I could beat you without even breaking a sweat. At this point in the conversation, unbeknownst to them, both Mai and Tai Li had to restrain Azula. Let him go. I'm going to kill him, she demanded. No mocked her firebending and anyone who did would pay. If you do that, Naruto will know we're here and we don't want that, remember? Tai Li reminded her as she held her back. I don't care. That fool will burn. Relax, Azula. Naruto will take care of it, Mai told her. She calmed down at those words. He'd better, she said as she stopped struggling to get free. So, you think that you can defeat the one person who was able to beat your own princess, who is a well-known firebending prodigy, and will be able to do that easily? Naruto asked, still not acting like he was insulted. Indulge me, I'm interested. The lieutenant smirked as he laughed in amusement. I already told you, it would be easy. In fact, I'm surprised that you were able to get that job with all those deaths on your hands. Everything went silent as everyone looked at him. What? No comeback? Yeah, I know about all those deaths, I read the records. I'm surprised you're still in the military with all the men you lost. Not that it matters, he said with a careless shrug. They were nothing more than trash and they would have never amounted to anything more than trash, just like you. The general thought among the soldiers and older officers was he's fucked. The younger officers agreed with him on some points, but not all of them. Naruto just smiled. But to those who knew the blonde, that smile was the one he gave when someone had gone too far and was about to be humiliated. Without warning, he buried his fist in the lieutenant's stomach, making him double over with a sound of agony. Not wasting any movements or moment, Naruto withdrew his fist and then slugged him across the face. As the lieutenant lay face down on the ground, moaning in pain, he felt a swift kick to the ribs, feeling them crack, and then a foot pressing down on his back. Most of his comrades kept flinching every time Naruto delivered a blow on the offending lieutenant, with one of the subordinates whimpering in fear. I can take any insult you can throw at me. I've heard them all before, he heard the blonde say as he stood over him. However, if there is one thing I will not tolerate, it's someone who disrespects the fallen soldiers who died under my command. They were worth much more than you on any day. You do that again, this will feel I had hardly touched you. He pressed his foot down on the offending lieutenant's stomach. Got it? The lieutenant didn't say anything, as he had passed out. Does anyone else want to insult the dead? Naruto asked everyone standing there. They all shook their heads in the negative. Good. Get him to the infirmary, he ordered, pointing at the body. It was quickly done. After that, the girls just watched as Naruto split them into two teams and fight each other, seeing how well their coordination and teamwork was. 15 minutes later, Naruto started to instruct the non-benders in tactics and formation, with the pikemen undergoing several drills, and the archers practicing in the archery range. He seems to be doing fine, can we go now? Mai asked after watching 15 minutes of the fight. She was getting more and more bored by the second. Yes, Azula said as she watched one soldier get knocked out. They made their way quietly down the ledge. Tai Li was disappointed that Naruto chose to spend the rest of the morning with the soldiers. They headed back down to the entrance to Yudao. As they came down, they saw someone else heading back to Yudao. Who's that? Tai Li asked. The person turned around, noticed them, and began to run. Azula reacted quickly by leaping at the person, making the both of them fall to the ground. Who are you? She demanded as she struggled to hold the person in place. Get off of me! The person demanded before bending a chunk of rock from the ground and throwing it at Azula. Azula rolled off to dodge and came up into a fighting position. When she looked at her opponent more clearly, she saw that it was Cory. What are you doing here? The daughter of the mayor asked. I could ask the same of you, Azula replied. Cory blushed. That's none of your business, she stammered, trying to not lose her composure, which wasn't really working. Tai Li gave a mischievous grin. You were watching the guys, weren't you? You were watching them get all hot and sweaty and hoping they'd take off their shirts, so you look at their bodies. She had wanted to see the same, but she wasn't going to say that aloud. And no, I wasn't. Yes, you were, the acrobat said in a sing-song voice. No, I was not. Would you stop lying? You were right there, Mai told her. All right, fine, she stated. I was there to watch the guys, okay? She turned around to walk away. I'm going back to the village, goodbye. She wanted to get out of there before things got worse. You didn't come here to watch the guys, you came to look a guy, didn't you? Azula demanded, making her stop. So? What's it to you? She asked without even turning to look at the Fire Nation princess. You were watching Naruto. She glared at the older girl with jealousy in her eyes. So what if I was watching him? I love him, Cory stated, finally turning to look at her. She just stood there with a shocked look. You what? she asked. She couldn't believe she had just heard those words. I love him, I love Naruto. He is my bodyguard, she shouted, and she would be damned if she was going to lose him to her. He was my bodyguard first, and he actually cares about me. She snarled. She wanted to attack the girl in front of her. But she knew that wouldn't be a very good idea. Get out of my sight! Corey simply turned back around and headed back to Udao. Azula? Asked Ty Lee. Are you okay? The look on her friend's face was full of anger and rage. I'm fine, why do you ask? She growled as she stared at Corey's back, wishing that she could just send a lightning bolt through it. Probably because that was the first time that we have ever seen someone who wanted the same thing as you, Mai told her. As far as she could tell, that had never happened before. She threw a glare back at the two of them. I'm going back to Udao, she told them. She wasn't going to let that girl anywhere near her bodyguard. As they watched her leave, Mai looked at Ty Lee. She's taking it well. Ty Lee nodded in agreement. So far, nothing had been set on fire. I just wondered how long it will be until she confronts Naruto. You know she's a little possessive of him. Yeah, I remember what happened. Last autumn, a noble's daughter had offered Naruto the job of being her bodyguard right in front of Azula during a formal party. He declined. Angry at being denied, something that had never happened to her, she made some non-too-subtle questions about his IQ and whether Azula had found him in a kennel, or just off the streets. Azula challenged her to Agni Kai on the spot. After that, she had to be treated for second-degree burns all over her body. It would have been third degree, had Naruto not stopped Azula and told her to calm down. Do you think Naruto knows? The acrobat asked. Mai looked at her friend. Knows what? About Corey. Mai began to walk back to Udao. She wanted to make Azula didn't set anything on fire. If he doesn't already know, he'll find out soon. Ty Lee followed her. If they had stayed a little longer, they would have heard someone sneezing and a chorus of voices saying Agni bless you, Lord Naruto. Location Jailing. The group headed down a street to the Earthbending Academy. I gotta admit, now I'm really glad I bought this bag, Sokka told them as they walked. It matches the belt perfectly. The championship belt of Earth Rumble was now fastened securely around his waist. I cannot believe he can say that, Niji said. But he is right, Lee told him. Even he could see it. Yash. Lee is most correct, Guy announced stated. That is a big relief, Katara deadpanned. She couldn't believe they were actually talking about that. If we want to find the blind bandit, Aang said, the Earthbending Academy is a good place to start. As they walked through the entrance of the academy, they saw the two same boys from before doing an exercise. The two looked up. Oh great, we have to deal with you again, said the first one. Katara threw a glare and tent and reached for her holster. The two guys yelped and flinched back. Yeah, I didn't think so, Katara said smugly. Nicely done, Sokka complimented. Akela barked in agreement. Hey, you're the kid who beat the blind bandit, the second boy said, pointing at Aang. We need to talk to her, Aang told them. Do you guys know where she is? The blind bandit's a mystery. She shows up to fight and then disappears, the first boy said. Let me handle this, Katara told the downcast Aang. She went up to the second boy. You're not telling us everything. And no, I swear it's true. No one where she goes or who she really is. That's because we're asking about the wrong person, Aang realized. In my vision, I saw a girl in a white dress with a pet flying boar. Know anybody like that? He asked the two boys. Well, a flying boar is the symbol of the Beifong family. They're the richest people in town, probably the whole world, the first boy told them. I know a few Hyuga elders who would deny that kind of statement with a passion, Niji thought to himself. If it had been any other time, he might have let himself smirk. Yeah, but they don't have a daughter, the second boy chimed in. Flying boar is good enough for me. Let's check it out, Aang told them before heading out of the academy. Yeah, you'd better leave, the first boy whispered. Hey! I've got my eye on you too, Katara told them as she left. If I were you, I'd listen, Sokka told them. You don't want to end up like that last guy. What last guy? They asked. Sokka had already left. Location: Beifang Estates. They crouched down on a small ridge just outside the main gate. Above the gate was the family symbol. That's the flying boar from my vision, come on, Aang told them before they crawled away from the ridge. We should be careful, Niji said, but Aang had already left. Sorry about that, Sokka apologized. He's excited. An excited Aang was an impatient Aang. And an impatient Aang tended to rush things. It's alright. Kami knows he and his team had dealt people like Aang before. Look, I have an idea. Aang is probably going to try and go over the wall. If we don't get in, can you guys try knocking on the front door? The tribesman asked. Team Guy just looked at him. And how exactly is that supposed to work? Tenten asked with a mystified expression. Hinata once told me that the Hyuga clan was a noble family. You're part of the same clan, so you'll be able to talk like a noble. He looked over to where Aang was running off to. I'd better go and catch up. Akela, stay, he told the wolf. As Sokka left, both Lee and Tenten looked over at Niji. You think you can do this? Tenten asked him. Yes, I probably could. But if Lord Hayashi finds out about this, I am a dead man. He answered. Aang, Katara and Sokka had gone around to the side, over the wall, and into the garden. They tried to move quietly, but the earth beneath them suddenly heaved upwards, sending the three of them into the air. Both Aang and Katara managed to land on a bush, but Sokka landed face first on the ground. Aang had landed on his back. He tilted his head back, and in his upside-down vision, he saw the girl he was looking for in a familiar dress. What are you doing here, Twinkle Toes? She demanded. How do you know it was me? He asked. Don't answer to Twinkle Toes, it's not manly. Sokka told him from where he lay on the ground. You're the one whose bag matches his belt, Katara pointed out as she got back on solid ground. Touché, sister, he replied, standing back up. How did you find me? The girl asked Aang. He started to explain as he got off the bush. Well, a crazy king told me I had to find an earthbender who listens to the earth, and then I had a vision in a magic, and as he tried to explain, the girl's face got more and more skeptical. Katara stepped in before Aang's explanation got any weirder. What Aang is trying to say is the Avatar, and if he doesn't master earthbending soon, he won't be able to defeat the Fire Lord, she said. The girl put her hand in front of Katara's face. Not my problem. Now get out of here or I'll call the guards, she ordered as she walked away. Look, we all have to do our part to win this war, and yours is to teach Aang earthbending, Sokka told her. The girl stood with her back to them in silence for a few seconds. Then she turned around. Guards, guards, help! She suddenly cried out in a voice that sounded little and weak, rather than her usual confidence. The three intruders panicked and left. As the three of them ran out of there and back to a wall, the guards ran in. Toph, what happened? One of them asked. I thought I heard someone. I got sacred, the girl now known as Toph told them, still using the same voice. You know your father doesn't want you wandering the grounds without supervision, Toph, the guard told her as they led her away. Aang scowled, but then had a thinking look on. He grinned and then climbed down the wall. I've got another idea, he told the other two before heading back to where Team Guy was. Hang on, Aang, Sokka said as they got back to the ridge. We tried an idea of yours and it didn't work. Now it's my turn. While Aang pouted, Katara looked at her brother. What's your idea? She asked him. He pointed to the main gate, which Team Guy was approaching. Halt! One of the guards demanded. Who goes there? Niji stepped forward. Greetings, I am Niji Hyuga of the Hyuga clan. These are my teacher and my fellow students. He gestured to the rest of the team. What do you want? We heard of the Beifang family when we passed through jailing. Seeing as it was almost dark, we had decided to pay our respects and asked the master of this estate if we could sleep here tonight, he told them. The Hyuga clan? Repeated the second guard. I've never heard of them. And he had heard of several noble families and clans. Niji gave a bow. My apologies, the Hyuga clan is not from the Earth Kingdom. My teacher is taking us on trip around the world to study different styles and methods of fighting. Then why are you talking and not your teacher? The first guard asked him. It was odd to see the student talk and not the teacher. Because my teacher does not really know how to speak to nobility, and since I was raised as a noble before becoming his student, I know how, Niji explained. Meanwhile in his head he was thinking I'm such a dead man. He would be dead the moment Hinata's father heard about this. We will let Lord Lao know of you and your requests, the guard told him. He turned and walked into the compound. At this point, Sokka decided to walk up to the gate. There you guys are, he greeted Team Guy. Sorry, but the market didn't have what you guys were looking for. That's okay, are the others still at the market? Tenten asked, deciding to play along. No, they should be right behind me. Taking that as their cue, Aang, Katara and Akela appeared from the bush. Who are they? The remaining guard demanded. Not to worry, my good sir, Niji told them. These are also our traveling companions. The bald one with the arrow tattoo has a station that's apparently of great importance. He looked at Aang. Tell me, what was the title you were given again? Aang looked confused for a minute but then caught on the avatar, he said promptly. The guard looked flabbergasted. Location, Yu Dao. That night, Naruto, Azula, Ty Lee and I sat down to dinner with Mayor Morishita and Cory. It was an informal meal, so a banquet table wasn't used. Instead, it was a small enough table for them to see one another clearly. Please dig in, the mayor said. Sir, if you don't mind me asking, Naruto said as the others began to eat. But where is Mrs. Morishita? My wife went to go see her family, but I believe she will be back before the night is out. Hey Naruto, Cory said. How do you think this war will end? With news of the Avatar returning, the war was brought back to the front of everyone's mind. The gossip in town ranged from how long the Avatar would take to actively challenge the Fire Nation to if he even existed at all. It will end with the Fire Nation winning, obviously, Azula answered. Unlike the people in the city, she passionately believed that. You don't know if it's true, Azula, Naruto told her. The Avatar could very well defeat the Fire Lord. But even if he does that, this conflict will not be over. And he could see the future problem perfectly. What do you mean, my boy? Mayor Morishita asked. He was curious to hear what the blonde had to say. If the Avatar wins, he'll declare the war over. Then he'll try to restore balance to the world, he said using air quotes. That will mean that, eventually, he'll set his sights on the Fire Nation colonies. Us? Asked the mayor. Why would he look at us? He was sure that the colonies themselves hadn't done anything against the Avatar. The Avatar is a kid. He believes that for the harmony to be restored there must be 4 separate nations. When he looks or hears about the colonies, he doesn't see 2 different nationalities working together, he sees Fire Nation people on Earth Kingdom land. But that's absurd, Cory shouted. I am Earthbender but I am also a Fire Nation citizen, not just one or the other. She was proud of her heritage, and she damned anyone who said anything about. For once, I actually agree with her, Azula said. It would be absurd for the Avatar to do that if he won. I know you two see it that way, but the Avatar doesn't. If he wins, odds are he'll try to have the colonies removed. He could see the idiot doing just that, without a care to what the colonists would say or think about it. He would just that it was for the best before shepherding them back to the Fire Nation. In theory, the idea that the Avatar can forcibly separate the people of the Fire Nation from the people of the Earth Kingdom sounded rather extreme. He can't do that. This is my home. Cory slammed her fist on the table. She wasn't going to let anyone take her from her home. Cory, behave yourself. The mayor said. He turned to Naruto. What do you think will happen? Naruto sighed. I don't know. A lot of things can happen, and a lot of factors can change. The only thing I am certain of is that if things go wrong and the Avatar messes it all up, we'll dragged into another war that could be much worse than the current one. The table was silent for a few seconds. Well, I guess we just have to hope that doesn't happen, Ty Lee said. She silently hoped that wouldn't happen. Or the Fire Nation could destroy the Avatar and win the war, Azula stated. Was she the only one in the room who was thinking that? You seem pretty confident that the Fire Nation will achieve victory, Cory commented. Everything went still as the two girls looked at one another. Well, of course, we are the greatest nation there is. And yet you're not even fighting. Instead, she was right here, having dinner. I am the princess of the Fire Nation. I don't need to fight. Her father might want her to be the best of the best, but he wouldn't risk that by letting her near the front line, or even the supply line. Nice excuse. Azula threw her a look. And what's your excuse for not fighting? In case you haven't noticed, I'm an earthbender. I can't exactly fight with the Fire Nation. You're right. You wouldn't be of any help to the military. They wouldn't let her even near the army or the navy. They would be convinced that she was a spy. At least I would try to help my nation, Corey yelled as she suddenly stood up from her chair, sending it crashing to the floor. But you can't, can you? You're stuck in this colony wishing away on things like trying to fight or hoping that one boy will finally notice you, Azula replied as she too stood up. Azula, what are you doing? Ty Lee and Mai thought as they watched this scene play out. This wasn't like her. She was always the one who remained calm and even-tempered in situations like this. But now, she was on the verge of losing her temper. Both Corey and Azula looked like they were ready to attack each other. Then everyone there heard a chair being moved back. Turning their heads, they saw Naruto standing quietly. Azula, Corey, he said, looking at the two of them, come with me. He turned around and walked away into a corridor. The two girls followed him. Once they were a good distance away from the dining hall, he turned around to face them. What's going on between the two of you? He asked. What do you mean? Azula asked. She was trying to get back to being calm and even-tempered, but it wasn't really working. Ever since this morning, you've both been acting like you want to kill each other. So I'll ask again, what's going on between the two of you? Well, why don't you explain yourself first, Naruto? What do you mean? He asked, confused by her words. I mean why you never told me about her, and you being her bodyguard. She snarled, pointing at Corey. It was only for a month, Azula, and it was my first assignment. Yes, I do visit whenever I am sent to the front and nearby. He frowned slightly and looked at her. But that's not what's got you mad, is it? If you were only there for a month and only visited afterwards, how is it that she is in love with you? Yelled Azula, pointing an angry finger at Corey. The silence was almost suffocating after what she had said. What? Naruto asked. You heard me, she said, her voice going from a snarl to a growl. He turned his head to Corey. Is this true? She nodded her head. I love you, Naruto. I've loved you since you were my bodyguard. And she hadn't stopped, not even after he had left. He dropped his head and gave a sigh. Why is this happening? He silently asked himself. The fox did not comment. Corey, I do love you, but I don't love you in that way. I'm sorry, he said to her, raising his head. Corey looked like she was about to cry. Tears began to well up in her eyes. I think you three had enough excitement for one day, a voice from behind them said. Naruto turned around. Mrs. Morishita. I thought you were to be back later. I had picked up my pace when I had heard that you had come to visit, Naruto, the wife of the mayor said as she stood before the three of them with her arms folded. But I see I've come at wrong time. No, ma'am, he replied, his voice relieved. If anything, you came at the right time. She went over to her daughter. Then I shall take Corey to her room. Her hand came to rest on her daughter's shoulder. I'll be right along. I have to make sure Azula gets to her room. He turned and gave her a look that said to not say a word. She wanted, but she didn't. The two groups left one another and went their separate ways. Location: Beifong Estate. After an introduction to both Lord Lao and Lady Poppy, who were Toph's parents, Aang, Katara, Sokka and Team Guy joined them at dinner. They were initially worried about Akela, but Sokka reassured them that he was well behaved. During the dinner, Aang told them that he still needed to find an earthbending teacher. Lao suggested Master Yu, but Aang tried to subtly tell him that Toph was supposed to teach him, at least, as subtle as the air nomad could be. The result of that was food was flung everywhere while both Aang and Toph had a staring contest. At that point, Poppy asked if they wanted to move to the living room for dessert. I'm sorry about that, Niji apologized as they sat in the living room. Sometimes, Aang gets a little excited and does something rash. That's quite all right, Poppy answered. Tell me, Master Guy, was it? Master Yu asked. Never had he heard such an odd name before. That is correct, Guy answered. During their time there, he had tried not to show his youthfulness. Instead, he tried to act like a serious teacher in front of their hosts. As it turned out, it wasn't hard. He had a more difficult time trying not to show his outright disdain of the earthbending teacher. What is it exactly that you teach your students? He asked. Seeing as the four of you are not benders, I wonder what there is to teach them. Both Guy and his students could hear the condescension in his voice and see it in his smile. I have trained Tenten in the usage of weapons and have helped Niji with his family's martial arts style. Both are geniuses, he replied. And what of your third student? Asked the earthbending master. If you did not call him a genius, then it obviously means that he isn't one. At this point, both Niji and Tenten had to subtly restrain Lee from attacking Master Yu. I have trained Lee in my own style, the Goken, Guy told him. He is a genius of hard work. Personally, I believe that a genius of hard work can beat a genius at their own game at any time. He chuckled like it was all somewhat amusing. Please, if he is not a natural genius, then he cannot beat one. That is his fate. At this, Niji smirked. Master Yu, what you just said reminded me of someone I knew, he said. Oh? And who was that? Myself. Looking at the confused looks he was getting from everyone except for his team, and Toph, he continued. A couple of years ago, I had believed what you believe. I believed that fate controlled everything. That it was inescapable, and everyone had a destiny. I was full of pride, but I was also full of hate at the role that destiny had given me. I lashed out at people because of my hate. The room was silent. What happened? Lao finally asked. He felt like he was hearing a story. My hatred had grown too much. In a tournament that our village hosted, I lashed out at a member of my own family, and had almost killed her. I felt no shame at what I had done. His tone turned sorrowful as he remembered what he did. Then a boy, one I had deemed a failure, swore an oath on her blood to win against me when we would face each other in combat. A blood oath? Asked Aang. Wasn't that a bit much? It sure sounded like it to him. Not to him, it wasn't. Soon, the day came when we fought each other. I struck him down again and again, trying to tell him that fate and destiny couldn't be broken. But no matter how many times he fell, he would always get back on his feet and continue to fight back. Finally, I asked him why he kept trying to defy his destiny to lose at my hands. What did he say? Sokka asked. He said because people called me a failure. I'll prove them wrong. It was at that point that he defeated me. After the match was over and I couldn't move, he came over to where I lay on the ground. He said that if a failure like himself could successfully change his destiny, what could be a so-called genius would be able to do. After that, I had renounced my belief in fate and destiny. What happened to the boy? Poppy asked. Niji shared a look of sorrow with his team. A few months later, he left the village behind with no explanation and no intention to return. One of the reasons we are on this journey is so that we can find him and ask him why he left. We hope to see him and convince him to come back with us. What was his name? Toph asked from where she sat. She was curious about the person she had just been told about. Naruto Uzumaki, the answer made Aang, Katara and Sokka share a look. One of their enemies, quite possible the most dangerous one, had that kind of effect on Niji? It was hard to believe. As interesting as that story is, Master Yu said. What exactly is your point? Fate does not control you. If Lee is a genius of hard work, then he is a genius of hard work. There's not a doubt in my mind that if he could, he would be able to beat me. As Master Yu took this all in, Sokka turned to look at Lao. Excuse me, I have a question, he said. When we walked in here, we passed a small room that had an urn on a pedestal. Is it important? When he had glanced at the urn in passing, he had gotten a weird feeling, like he should know what was in it. Lao nodded in realization. That room is a shrine, and the urn holds the ashes of the first Beifong, he answered. Why do you wish to know? I was just curious, that's all, the tribesman replied. He reached out to have some more tea. As he did, the medallion somehow managed to slip out. Both Lao and Poppy noticed it, and knew what it was immediately. You are a paragon? Toph's father asked him. Sokka looked down at his medallion. Yes. Do you have something against them? He remembered what Fong has said and wondered what could have happened to earn that kind of response. Not at all, we greatly respect the Paragons, Poppy told him, bowing her head in respect to him. Tell us, what do you know about the history of the Paragons? Nothing, really, he answered. That was something he hoped to correct. Was the first Beifong a Paragon? No, not just that, Lao said. According to the family history, our ancestor was the first Paragon of the Earth Kingdom. Both Aang's and Sokka's eyes went wide at those words. So your ancestor was there at the beginning, the Paragon of the Water Tribe said, almost to himself. Lao simply nodded. Do you know why the Paragons were created? Aang asked. This time, Poppy shook her head. I'm sorry, but no. Although the history of the Paragons is as long as the history of the Avatar, the facts about why they were created have been lost. The silence in the room was almost deafening. Perhaps it's time we all went to sleep, she suggested. Everyone agreed with her. Later on, in the room they were given, Aang was bidding Appa goodnight while Katara sat on the bed and Sokka sat against it with Akela at his side while Momo sat in the bag. Team Guy had been given a separate room, one close to the one they were in. Hearing almost silent footsteps walking to their door, Aang turned around and saw Toph leaning against the doorframe. He gave a small cry of panic and went into an air-bending stance. Relax, Toph told him. Look, I'm sorry about dinner. Let's call a truce, okay? Aang put his hands down. Follow me, she ordered. She left the room and he followed, silently telling Katara and Sokka that he would be fine. She led him out into the garden. While Aang walked on the bridge, she walked on the raised edge of the bridge. Even though I was born blind, I never had a problem seeing, she explained. She jumped down to the ground. I see with earthbending, it's kinda like seeing with my feet. I feel the vibrations in the earth, and I can see where everything is, you, that tree, even those ants. Aang looked around for the ants that were mentioned until he finally saw them. That's amazing, he told her. My parents don't understand. They've always treated me like I was helpless, she said as they walked near the wall. Is that why you became the blind bandit? It was beginning to make sense to him. Yeah, she answered. Then why stay here where you're not happy? They're my parents. Where else am I supposed to go? She couldn't think of any place else but here. You could come with us, he offered outright. She got to be free of her parents, and he got an earthbending teacher. Yeah, you guys get to go wherever you want. No one telling you what to do, that's the life, it's just not my life. She then turned to her right, then knelt and placed a hand to the earth. We're being ambushed, she exclaimed before grabbing Aang by the hand and running off. As they ran, a dirt trail appeared behind them. It quickly caught up and then cut them off. Popping out of the tunnel that caused the trail was someone Toph knew, the gopher from Earth Rumble 6. Before they could fight back, the two were trapped in cages, specifically metal cages. As Aang looked out through the bars, Toph was a little short to do that. He saw people he did not expect. I think you kids owe me some money, Xin Fu told them with the rest of Earth Rumble 6 members behind him. Location, Udao. Corey lay on her bed with her mother sitting next to it. A knock was heard coming from the door. Mrs. Morishita went over to the door and opened it slightly, revealing a person's face. Naruto, she said, looking at the blonde. Ma'am, he greeted. Can I come in? Young man, I have half a mind to take you outside, give you a thorough beating and then bury you in the earth, she threatened him. She tried to make sure her daughter came to harm, and yet, it had happened. You have every right to do so, ma'am, he replied. But I would like to talk to Corey before you do so. He wanted to get everything out into the air and try to clear it all up. To do that, he needed to talk to her. You broke her heart, she told him, quiet anger filling her voice. And now I want to explain myself. She deserves that. Mrs. Morishita was silent for a few minutes. Yes, she does, she agreed before quietly opening the door. Thank you, ma'am, he told her as he walked in. Can you do me a favor and go talk to Azula? The princess? She asked as she narrowed her eyes. Why? She's gone too long without a lecture from a mother figure. To anyone else, it would have sounded odd and cryptic. But she understood what he meant. Very well, I will go talk to her. She went past him and out the door, closing it behind him. Once he knew that she had left, he turned to the bed. Corey? he called out. What do you want? Was the response he got. I wanted to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. She sounded upset and stubborn. But he wasn't going to let that stop him. They needed this. Toph, I'm going to talk and you're going to listen, he replied with a firm voice. Why should I? She demanded as she took her face away from her pillow. He could see the tear stains on it and on her face. You need to hear what I have to say. He walked over to the edge of the bed and sat down. Why are you in love with me? He asked, looking straight at her. What? She asked with confusion in her voice. She had never expected that kind of question to come from him. Why are you in love with me? He repeated. It had to be asked and he knew it. I don't really know why. You're best at everything, you're smart, and you look so cool, she listed of the reasons. He frowned at the words and shook his head. That's not love, Corey, that's a crush, he told her gently. But a crush can turn into love, she protested. That's what she had been hoping for all this time. It's true that a crush can turn into love, he admitted. But that only happens when you realize your crush has imperfections. And Cammy knows he had imperfections. You don't have any imperfections, Naruto. She couldn't see reason he would have any imperfections. He was perfect. And that's why you're not in love with me. You only have a crush. Tears began to form in her eyes again, threatening to fall. I am too in love with you, she said. She wanted to believe that with all she had. Naruto noticed the tears and gave her a hug. Trust me, you're not. At that point, she lost control and began to bawl like a baby. She held on to him as she cried, her body shaking with each sob. He waited for the crying to turn into sniffles. Corey, I told you that I did love you, remember? He asked her. She nodded, not trusting her voice. There are many kinds of love, and the love I have for you is that of a sibling. What? She said. He pulled away from the hug so that he could look at her face. I love you like a sister. That's important to me. She stayed quiet for a minute and then smiled. Well, it's not the love I wanted, but I'll take it. She could be happy with that. Corey, to me, a family is most important, he assured her. The ones you love always become a part of your family. I guess you're right. Mom and Dad already consider you a member of the family. They had done that back when he had been posted in Udao. He smiled. You see? That's it right there. Just do me a favor, Corey. She grew curious. What? Find someone who you'll be able to fall in love for what they are and not what they can do. I've seen what a crush can do to a person, and it doesn't usually go anywhere. Speaking from experience, are we? The QB asked with dry sarcasm. Yes, we are. I had a crush once, remember? Naruto silently answered. Of course, I remember. I was there. And he remembered everything that had happened. He ignored the fox and brought his attention back to Corey. Are you feeling better now? He asked her. Yeah, she answered. The sadness was gone now, and she felt strangely happy. He got off the bed. That's good. He started to walk towards the door. Where are you going? He stopped and turned around to look at her. Now I'm going to go talk to Azula. Azula heard a knock on the door. Getting out of bed, she walked over to the door and opened it, revealing Mrs. Morishita. May I come in? The wife of Udao's mayor asked her. Azula shrugged and stood to the side so that she could come in. What do you want? She asked. Mrs. Morishita turned around to face her. What is it exactly that you have against my daughter? She asked, her voice filled with a quiet and dangerous tone. She scoffed. Why would I have anything against your daughter? It sounded completely ridiculous. She was the princess of the Fire Nation. She does not become jealous of anyone. Maybe it's because she had something that you thought was yours and yours alone. Or maybe because she has something you don't. What could she have that I don't? I'm a princess, I have everything. Really? Asked Mrs. Morishita. Then where is your mother? Azula stiffened. Excuse me? She was certain she had heard what the mayor's wife had said. But she also didn't want to think she heard what she heard. You say you have everything. Where is your mother? She asked again. Why do you care? The princess growled. It wasn't her business. It wasn't anyone's business to pry into such matters. No mother would ever let their child turn out like this. Shut up, she ordered. She didn't want to hear this. Not from her. Not from anyone. They had not right to speak of it. If your mother let you turn out like this, she wasn't a very good mother, Mrs. Morishita stated with a severe frown on her face and strong disapproval in her voice. I said shut up, Azula yelled. What does it matter to you anyway? You're not my mother. Besides, she never cared about me. Zuko was her favorite. Zuko had always been her favorite. She never really cared about her. Not when she wanted it, to hear her say that she was loved. Nevertheless, she was your mother, and she did care about you, Mrs. Morishita told her. I have a question for you, young lady. If your mother saw how you acted today, what do you think she would say to you? She left Azula alone in her room, not waiting for an answer. While she just stood there, absorbing what she was told, Naruto appeared at the door. I take it Mrs. Morishita already talked to you? He asked as he walked in. Azula turned to face her bodyguard. Where were you? She demanded with anger in her voice. I went to talk to Cory. She gave an annoyed huff. Whatever. She turned her back to him and looked out the nearby window, or at least, pretended to. What's wrong, Azula? He asked her. They had to get this all out. And the only they would be able to do that was if they talked. She stood there silently for a few minutes, still pretending to look out the window. Finally, she turned back to face him. Why do you care so much about Cory? She asked him. She wanted to know why he did. Naruto had a mystified look on his face, like he was confused by her question, but decided to answer anyway. I was the first one to treat her like a normal person. She was visibly confused, so he continued. When I was first assigned here, everyone knew her as the mayor's daughter, not as Cory. She hated that, and so she kept constantly getting in trouble. The problem was that nobody would punish her for what she did. That sounded remarkably similar to what she had been like 3 years ago. So, what did you do? She asked. He smiled. The first time she got into trouble when I was her bodyguard, I made her do 20 laps on the trail and she had to do it in 10 minutes. Every time she got into trouble, hard training was her punishment. She hated me for that. She had threatened to murder me almost every time she did laps. In response, I just told that she had to start over. Her parents let you do this? Azula asked. She was surprised, but she also knew that Naruto could be a hard taskmaster. He hadn't treated her any differently than the soldiers at the training field when he had been teaching her, which would have probably made her father very angry if he had been told. They told me that so long as I didn't kill her, I was fine, he answered. And so, every time she turned her frustration and anger at me, I trained her to the ground. That's all you did? You trained her? She almost found it hard for her to believe the mayor's daughter would fall in love with him just because of that. Why do you think she tried to attack me? She's been trying to beat me ever since I trained her. It's her way of trying to prove that my training worked. Of course, he thought that she didn't need to do that. But who was he to argue? Azula just stood there, reflecting on what he said. She then walked through the door and out into the corridor. She walked right past Ty Lee and Mai. Azula, where are you going? Naruto called out to her. To Cory's room, she called back. What for? Asked Ty Lee. I'm going to talk to her. As they watched her go down the corridor, Mai turned to the others. So, who's getting the fire flakes? She asked him. There was probably a fight waiting to happen and they should try to get good seats. That's not funny, Mai, Naruto told her, disapproval in his voice. Do you see me laughing? She asked back in deadpan. Cory heard the knock on her door, making her look at it. Who is it? She called out. It's Azula. The voice of the Fire Nation princess said through the wood. May I come in? As you wish, she answered. Who was she to deny the princess of her country? Azula opened the door and walked into the room, stopping about a foot before the bed. What do you need? Cory asked her. I wanted to apologize, she said. She was almost embarrassed to say the words, but she had, and they were already out there. Corey looked at her. I'm sorry? The daughter of the mayor had not been expecting that kind of answer. I want to apologize for my behavior to you, she explained. As she spoke, she found the words were becoming easy to say, somewhat. Why? Azula stood silent for a minute. I was jealous of you. I had thought that Naruto was only my bodyguard. Then you appeared and practically tell me that he was yours as well. I was jealous and I took it out on you. She bowed her head. I'm sorry. It's okay. I know what you're talking about. Corey smiled. Naruto does that to you, doesn't he? Azula chuckled at that. Yes, he does. She gave Corey a long look. By the way, you can never tell anyone about me apologizing. If people found out, my reputation would be ruined. Yes, ma'am. She gave a mock salute, making the both of them laugh. You know, now that I think about it, it was Naruto's fault for making us act like that, Azula said after they stopped laughing. Corey thought about it. Yeah, you're right. The princess of the Fire Nation smirked. Want to get back at him for it? The daughter of Yudao's mayor smirked in return. I already have an idea. Location: Beifang Estate. Sokka stood in front of two very shallow craters in the ground with Katara and Team Guy nearby, as well Lao, Poppy and Master nearby. Reaching down, he pulled out a dagger out of the ground. Attached to the dagger was a message. Whoever took Aang and Toph left this, he said as he held it out to Katara. She took the message of the weapon. If you want to see your daughter again, bring 500 gold pieces to the arena. She read aloud. It's signed Xian Fu and the boulder. He looked at the message. You know, the boulder has got a nice autograph, he commented before noticing the looks Katara and Team Guy were giving him. Hey, I am just saying. Master, you, Lao began. I need you to help me get my daughter back. We're going with you, Katara told him. We are indeed, Guy said. Poopy knelt in front of the craters. Per Toph, she must be so scared, she said. Location: Earth Rumble Arena. You think you're so tough? Why don't you come up here so I can smack that grin off your face? Toph told Xian Fu. Both she and Aang were still in the cages but were now held in the air by chains over the ring. I'm not smiling, Xian Fu replied. Instead, he was frowning. Toph! Cried out a voice. Xian Fu turned around and saw Lao, Master Yu, Katara, Sokka, Akela and Team Guy standing on the other side of the ring. Here's your money, Sokka announced, holding up a sack of money. Now let them go. He dropped the bag and Master Yu bent it across the floor to Xian Fu's feet. He picked up the bag and checked the contents. Once he was satisfied, he gave a signal and Toph's cage was lowered. The boulder, who had standing close to Xian Fu, opened the bottom and Toph came out. She ran over to her father, and they began to leave with Master Yu behind them. What about Aang? Katara demanded. Xian Fu held up a wanted poster of Aang. I think the Fire Nation will pay a hefty price for the avatar, he told them. Now get out of my ring! Akela gave an angry snarl and charged at Xian Fu. Before he could even get close, the boulder stepped up and bent the ring to jut out a column beneath Akela, sending him up into the air with a yelp. Akela! Cried Sokka. The boulder then bent a big chunk of rock out of the ring and threw it at the airborne wolf. It hit him, sending him crashing to the floor in front of Sokka. The boulder did not come here to play with half-grown mongrels, he said in a bored voice. Katara quickly checked Akela. Thankfully, the injuries were not serious. Once he knew that, Sokka turned and glared at Xian Fu and the boulder. You son of a half-grown, he reached for his boomerang, but the other members of Earth Rumble 6 appeared, severely outnumbering him. The boulder dares you to finish that comment, the boulder taunted him. Both Katara and Sokka stared at the group. Even with Team Guy beside them, they didn't know if they could take on that many earthbenders all at once. Go, I'll be okay, Aang told them. They turned and left the ring with Akela behind them, padding gingerly, as he didn't want to hurt himself anymore. They managed to reach the other group in the tunnel. Toph, there's too many of them. We need an earthbender, we need you, Katara told her, pleading with her. But Lao wasn't having any of it. My daughter is blind, he told them with anger in his voice. She is blind and tiny and helpless and fragile. She cannot help you. At this point, Toph had had enough. She jerked her hand free of her father's grip. Yes, I can. She began to walk back over to Katara and Sokka. Lord Lao, Guy spoke up as he waited for the others to head back out of the tunnel. Sooner or later, your daughter will want to be free of your protectiveness. Perhaps sooner is better than later? He then turned and followed, walking, leaving Lao to ponder his question. Meanwhile, the members of Earth Rumble were also leaving the place, just in the other direction. Aang was being held by the hippo. As they approached the staircase, a wall of earth sprang up in front of them. They all turned their heads to see Toph on the other side of the ring with Sokka and Katara behind her. Team Guy had decided to hang back and wait. Let him go, she ordered. I've beat you all before and I'll do it again. The boulder takes issue with that comment, the boulder responded. The hippo tossed Aang's cage away and they all charged forward. Both Sokka and Katara moved forward to fight but were stopped by Toph. Wait, she told them before concentrating a bit, feeling the vibrations of her opponent's feet. They're mine. She went into an earthbending stance and forced the Earth Rumble members back while also creating a dust screen. As her father watched with worry from the stands along with Master Yu, Team Guy and Akela, Toph entered the dust screen. The first person she encountered was Fire Nation Man, who was doing poses. Once he noticed that she was there, he tried to bend a stream of dust at her. She simply smirked, sidestepped, and sent the Fire Nation Man out of the ring and crashing into the floor by way of a rock line. As the fight went on, Sokka and Katara, who had skirted around the dust screen to get to the other side of the ring, were trying to get Aang out of the cage. Hit it harder, Aang told Sokka, who was banging on one of the locks with a rock. I'm trying, he replied. Meanwhile, the gecko, who had been moving through the dust screen, looking for his opponent, was hit on the head by a small pebble. Looking at where it came from, he saw Toph and immediately reacted by leaping up off the ring floor with rock balls in hand and hurled them at her. When they got near, she just grabbed them and tossed them behind her. As the gecko was coming down due to gravity, he was hit by a column which sent him flying again. He got hit again by another column and then a third, each time gravity took over his flying abilities. The third sent him flying out of the ring and straight into Fire Nation Man, sending the two of them back onto the ground. The gopher tried to sneak up on Toph by tunneling. He popped up behind her and threw a rock ball at her. However, she knew he was coming. So, when the rock ball reached her, she whipped around, grabbed the rock ball and threw it back. The result was the gopher was being hit and flew out of the ring and crashing into the gecko and Fire Nation Man. Sokka finally managed to break open the lock, letting Aang free. He popped out of the cage ready to fight, only for Sokka to shake his head and point. His finger pointed to the hippo, who was swinging a large rock emblem at nothing, coming out of the dust screen. Soon afterwards, the boulder flew out of the dust screen with a shout. The two of them quickly turned back around and saw Toph follow them out of the dust screen. The boulder growled and the hippo thumped his chest. The two charged forward with the headhunter swinging in from behind with rock in hand and screaming as well. The screaming tipped Toph off. She was standing on the Earth Kingdom emblem in the middle of the ring, and so when the boulder and the hippo also reached the emblem, she literally bent the emblem to twist it around. The result was the headhunter crashing into the boulder and the hippo. Toph took advantage of that and sent them flying out of the ring and into the gopher, gecko, and Fire Nation Man. I never knew, Master Yu said to Lao. Your daughter's amazing. People you least expected from do that to you, Niji stated. He knew that from experience. Toph now stood at one end of the ring with the dust screen covering the other side. Bringing her hands down, she bent the dust away, revealing Xin Fu standing there. He loosened some muscles in his neck and took his stance. Toph simply hocked one in response. She then got into her stance and slowly they circled each other. Xin Fu started it off by bending a barrage of rocks at her. Toph bent the ring to form two triangular slabs in front of her, making a shield. The barrage of rocks hit the shield, but nothing broke through. She then bent one of the slabs forward at Xin Fu. He twisted up into the air and to the side to dodge the incoming slab. He stuck his hand into the ring while in midair and hurled a rock ball at Toph. She simply took one step to the side and let the rock ball fly right past her face. She retaliated and sent Xin Fu out of the ring and landed squarely between Lao and Master Yu. She's the greatest earthbender I've ever seen, Master Yu told her father as Aang and the others gathered around Toph. Location: Beifong Estate. Toph stood in front of her parents while the others sat behind her. Dad, she began. I know it's probably hard for you to see me this way. But the obedient, helpless little blind girl that you think I am just isn't me. I love fighting. I love being an earthbender, and I'm really, really good at it. I know I've kept my life secret from you, but you were keeping me secret from the whole world. You were doing it to protect me, but I'm 12 years old, and I've never had a real friend. So, now that you see who I really am, I hope it doesn't change the way you feel about me. Of course it doesn't change the way I feel about you, Toph, he told her. It's made me realize something. It has? She asked, her hopes rising. Yes, I've let you have far too much freedom. From now on you will be cared for and guarded 24 hours a day, he told her, his wife nodding in agreement. But Dad, protested Toph. We are doing this for your own good, Toph, Poppy told her, stopping her from making any more arguments. Please escort the Avatar and his friends out, her father commanded. They are no longer welcome here. As the group was being led away, Aang looked back. I'm sorry, Toph, he told her. I'm sorry too, she replied. Goodbye, Aang. Guy also looked back. Lord Lao, you never answered my question. Lao didn't say anything and looked away. This is most unyouthful of you, he accused her father, as they were led away. No one noticed the tears coming from Toph's eyes. Aang stood on the edge of a cliff overlooking the Beifong estates. Don't worry, Katara told him, trying to be reassuring. We'll find you a teacher. There are plenty of amazing earthbenders out there. Not like her, he said in reply. They climbed aboard Appa where Sokka, Momo, Akela, and Team Guy already were. They were about to take off when Aang heard something behind them. Turning around, he saw Toph in her causal gear running up to them, a traveling pack slung across her back. Toph, HH said in joy. What are you doing here? My dad changed his mind, she told them as she stopped beside Appa. He said I was free to travel the world. While Sokka and Katara shared a look of confusion, Team Guy did not believe a word she said. Well, we better get out of here before your dad changes his mind again, Sokka said. Good idea, she replied. You're gonna be a great teacher, Toph, Aang told her. He had no doubt about it. Speaking of which, I want to show you something. Okay. He hopped off Appa, but just as he landed on the ground, Toph sent him into a tree via an earth column she bent out of the ground. Now we're even, she told him. I'll take the belt back, she said, holding out her hand. Sokka took it off and tossed it down to Toph. Unfortunately, he forgot she was blind, so the belt landed on her head, sending her to the ground. Sorry, he apologized just before Aang fell out of the tree. Soon enough, Appa was flying through the night sky with a new passenger on board. Location Udao. That was a good workout, Naruto said as he came out of the bath adjacent to his room. He had just gotten back from the morning exercises with the military. Clad only in his pants, he headed back to his bed to get the rest of his clothes when he notices the door was knocking. Who is that? He wondered aloud as he walked to the door. He opened it, and was immediately bombarded with high-pitched squeals of its Lord Naruto. He slammed the door shut, locked it, and put his back to it so that they wouldn't get through easily. It's the fangirls, he thought in a panic. Yes, it is, the QB noted, slightly fearful. There were a very few, things in this world that could frighten a Biju. And fangirls, or fanboys, depending on the Jinchuriki, were quite high on that list. How did they find me? He demanded, mostly to himself. I didn't tell anybody about where I was sleeping except for he went still as the notion went through his head. They didn't. Apparently they did. Those two are so dead when I get my hands on them, he promised. He knew that he might have unintentionally been the source of anger between them, and he knew that he should have expected some kind of payback. But this was going too far. The thumping on the door was getting louder, as were the cries of please let us in Lord Naruto. And I want your babies. It brought him back to the reality he was currently in. Kit, right now you should probably focus more on getting out alive, the QB told him. The fox had lived long enough and had been sealed into enough people to know the horror of fangirls and fanboys. He was in no hurry to see it again. Naruto looked around the room for an exit, only to find none. Of all the rooms I had to choose, I had to pick the one that didn't have windows. He bemoaned the fact. Then make one. The door won't hold for long. His Biju urged him. The two of them could hear the door starting to crack against the relentless pounding. Quickly making a one-handed Rasengan, the blonde charged to the wall he knew led to a room that had windows. He burst through the wall into the empty room, opened the window, and leapt out just as the fangirls broke through the door. I'm safe, he thought in triumph as he landed on a nearby rooftop. A kit? Don't look down. He, of course, did look down and saw fangirls in the streets. He could tell they were fangirls because of the banners that said, "We love Lord Naruto." Dear Kami! How many are they? He wondered in fear and horror. Before the fox could answer his question, the window he had leapt from was filled with fangirls who looked like they could make the jump. That was when he remembered he was only wearing his pants. Lord Naruto! They cried, getting attention from the streets, which amplified the cry many times over. Suddenly, there were fangirls on the same rooftop as him. Gaki, I just have one word of advice, run. And so, Naruto did. He ran and the fangirls followed. If one had stayed behind and looked up, they would have seen 4 girls sitting on the edge of the roof of the mayor's house, eating fire flakes and happily watching the choice. Azula, Mai, Tai Li, and Kori were sitting down at the table and were about to enjoy a light lunch. It had been about 5 hours since the fangirls had been set on Naruto. Since they didn't hear the fangirls celebrating in the streets, they had assumed that the blonde was able to get away. As they were about to start eating, the door to the dining room opened, and in came a fully clothed Naruto. That was not fun, he declared as he closed the door behind him and walked to the table. That was pure torture, wrapped in a blanket of insanity. What's the matter, Naruto? Didn't you enjoy your run? Azula asked, making the girls burst into giggling. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? He told them. Kori, Azula, I know it was the two of you who did this. As a prankster, I commend you. But I must also prank you back. He turned to Azula. And since you gave me no warning, I shall do the same to you. Since I lost the fangirls 2 hours ago, I went to see some people. They should be arriving soon. He looked over to Kori. I must admit, Kori, I did not know you had them. It was quite a surprise. Both Azula and Kori began to get nervous at his words. Who's coming? Kori asked. She was beginning to think that she and Azula should run for their lives. Soon they heard a knock on the door. I think that's for you too, he told them, before going back to the door and opening it. Here they are, he announced, holding the door wide open. Oddly enough, the area beyond the door somehow looked like a black void. It's Lady Kori and Lady Azula. They all heard come from beyond the door. Azula and Kori both knew that kind of voice. Fanbas! Cried the two of them in horror as the first came through the door and saw them. They ran to a nearby opened window and jumped through it, not really knowing where it would, and not really caring. The fanboys soon chased after the two girls, coming through the door, and leaving through the window, leaving the dining room empty except for Naruto, Mai, and Tai Li. Naruto? Asked Tai Li. Wasn't that a bit much? Not at all, he replied as he sat down at the table. I let them off a little easy. How so? Asked Mai. I could prank them in a way that would force them to strip to their undergarments, and then I would have introduced the fanboys, he explained before helping himself to the lunch. Both Mai and Tai Li just stared at him. The two of them, as well as Azula and Kori when they heard about what he said later, had learned a good lesson that day. You don't prank an Uzumaki. They will prank you back. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out.